Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So in today's video, we are going to see SQL project, and this will be an data analysis SQL project. So this will be an start to end projects, and the complete development and design we are going to see in this entire video. How to write the SQL queries, and we will be using basic queries as well as advanced queries in this entire projects. So it will be a good learning for people who are preparing for data analyst and who are learning SQL as well, right? So the data which we are going to use, it will be a data of a Blinkit store, and the data is we call it as Blinkit analysis, Blinkit data. And for the same data, I have also created different dashboards as well, like Power BI dashboard as well as Excel dashboard, and the videos of those are already available on my channel. So you can just go ahead if you're interested. You can see the videos and you can look if you're how the dashboards design has been done, and you can follow the entire video and you can do the same, and you will be learning so many things from that as well. All right, so in this also we are going to fire many queries, and based on that queries we will be generating few outputs, and the outputs will be obviously for a problem statement, a business requirement which we have from our client, and based on that only we are going to design everything over here, right? So I won't go much into the introduction part, and we will directly roll and we will see what we are going to do in this entire project. So I will just open the PowerPoint presentation which I have, and based on that I will just go through the problem statement which we have, and after the problem statement I will take you to the data walkthrough what we have in actual data, and then we will start the actual design in our SQL. Right. So before starting over here, you can do this entire project in any database, right? You can either do it in MySQL database, you can do it in MS SQL Server as well, you can do it in Postgres as well, or you can do it in Oracle or any other database, whichever you want. So all the queries will be same in all the databases, because there are a few queries but those queries are not used over here. So obviously you can use this entire data or whatever project we are going to design, you can do it in any database, right? So in this current video I will be using MS SQL Server database. So if you are using the same, you can use it. If you haven't and if you want to explore it, there are multiple videos available on YouTube on how to install it. The procedure is very easy. You can just go ahead, install, and then you can follow this entire procedure whatever I'm doing over here. Right. So the first thing in this Blinkit analysis, the customer has provided us the business requirement. And in this, we have to conduct a comprehensive analysis and do this visualization in SQL as well as in Power BI. The Power BI part is already been done. You can watch the video. I will add the link in the description box. But based on that, we have few KPIs requirement over here. So there are total 4 KPIs, and the KPI is nothing but key performance indicator, which gives the summary of the business and overall idea of the business, how it's running. So and so at very high level, the management looks at their metrics on how they are performing, and based on that they know that if their business is moving towards profitable or they are losing money or they are at break even, right? So based on that only we are going to do some requirements. We have some requirements actually, and I will just full screen this. So the first requirement we have as an KPI is total sales, right? So Blinkit, obviously it's an online grocery stores applications. I can say it's and quick commerce, I can say a quick commerce application where you can just order few things and you will be instantly, or those will be instantly delivered to your doorstep, right? So the first KPI which we have to find out is total sales, right? So the total sales generated for the period of time which we already have as in our data. So we can do that. So the total sales, and we can it is the nothing but the overall revenue generated from the whichever the items are being sold. Then what is the average revenue per sale, right? So what is the average sales which we are getting for per order, right? So that's what we have to find out. Then the number of items, so the total number of items sold with whatever the data we have, that also we have to find out. And the next important thing is the average rating, because obviously whenever we are purchasing anything, not everyone but few of the people give some ratings to them, and based on that we have to find out the ratings, average rating as well for that particular store, right? And always remember, I will just give you a business perspective of how Blinkit actually works. So Blinkit right now is available in metro cities, or we can say in some tier one cities as well. So let's say you are living in one area. So what Blinkit does is they open one of the stores in your pin code area, right? Or two or three stores is in pin code area where they store all the grocery materials, and whenever an order is placed, they have to deliver it in 10 or 15 minutes. So they just ju- uh, according to your pin, the order goes to that particular store itself, whichever it lies in, and then the order is been given to you, right? So based on that, also based on locations and based on the store location, also we have to find out different sales, which we will see in forward, going forward in this particular project, right? So these are the four important KPIs which we have to design in this particular project. All right. So after seeing the KPIs, or after looking for the business requirement based on the KPIs, next we have to find out the more granular requirements, right? So based on this particular requirement, what this particular actually what we are going to find out over here is what happens in KPIs is we get or we get the summarized or at high level how the business is performing. But let's say if there is more problem in the business, we want to find out what is the exact root cause, where in which particular area the business is losing the money or business is gaining some money as well. We have to find out the products or the stores which are not performing well, so, or the outlets which are not performing well. So based on that, what we have to do is we have to deep dive in the data, and based on that we have to find out some insights from there. So based on that only we have some customer requirements, and we will see what are those requirements here. So the first one what we have to do is we have to find out total sales by fat content. Okay. And this is the objective is to analyze based on different fat content what is the total sales. And they are here only not sales, only not sales, we can we cannot we not only can analyze sales, we can also analyze few other metrics, right? Like we can find out average sales number of items as well as average ratings for this particular fat content dimension, right? So we will see that in the query, and based on that, I will tell you how you can modify the query, and in the next you can do it on your own, right? Also, we have to find out total sales by item type. The same thing, we have to find out how there is a performance of different item types in terms of sales and other metrics as well. The third one we have to find out is based on the fat content by outlet for total sales, right? So there are different outlet which I just mentioned you, the used case or the business case, where how there are different outlets available in different areas based on different pin codes. So how those outlets are also performing, that also we have to see. Then total sales by outlet establishment, what does this mean is the outlet establishment means that let's say there is one of the outlet which has been established 10 years before. After that there was a new outlet opened. Let's say after 2 or 3 years, a new outlet has been opened because the original outlet was not able to meet the requirements, or the delivery distance is very far away from that particular outlet to few of the specific areas. So we create and establish new outlets time to time based on the requirements. So based on that outlet also, what are the different sales and different other metrics as well, right? And also for going forward, we have to find out the percentage of sales by outlet size as well, right? Because the outlet which we are opening, it might be of different size, right? It can be medium, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, depending upon what we are doing, right? So the size of the outlet also matters, as well as outlet location also, right? So geographical distribution also matters over here, and based on that outlet location also we have to find out different sales performance. And the last is nothing but outlet type, right? So what is the type of that outlet, whether it is a supermarket one, supermarket two, a grocery store, or how, what is the type of that outlet. Based on that also we have to find out different revenue, sales, average sales, and all other metrics whichever we have in our data. That everything we are going to analyze in this particular project, right? So we have all our business requirements, and based on this business requirements itself, we are going to build an entire SQL project. We are going to fire SQL queries to the database we have, and based on that only we will be creating a different and entire portfolio document as well, which you can upload to your portfolio, which is it might be available on Git or any other portfolio website, which you can add it in your resume as well, right? So this is and good learning for you, and let's start. So before moving ahead, I know you guys like the video. Many of you visit, you see the videos, you comment, but most of you do not subscribe. Okay, you can see 84% are not subscribing, whoever are watching, and only 16% have subscribed. So it's my humble request, and for me also, it will be an motivation. It is free for you. You just have to hit that subscribe button, and it will help me to grow as well as, and it will give me a motivation to bring more and more such projects on different domains, advanced level projects as well, right? So please go ahead and hit that subscribe button and hit the like button also if you are learning more and more things from this particular video. So after seeing our business requirement or problem statement, this is the data which we have, and I will give you the quick data walkthrough of whatever we are using in our data. So this is a CSV file, and you have to use a CSV file or a JSON file from which you can upload this particular or import this particular data into our database. And I will show you the process in the next part of this particular video. Not a next part, but I mean in few minutes I will tell you how to do that. But first we'll see how what is the data we have, size of the data, and what actually we have to do in this particular analysis, right? So let's understand each and every field which we have over here. So I will just show you first what we have, and obviously you can download this data. The link is available in the description of video. So the size of the data, if I select this particular column, you can see the count is 8524. Neglect one particular row because it is a header. So the total data we have is 8523, and you have to make sure that the same amount of data is been imported in database as well. You have to check the count over there, right? So this is the number of rows we have, and if you see the number of columns, 12. Okay, so these are the total 12 columns we have, which we are going to make use in this particular analysis, right? So the first column we have over here is a item fact content. So what does this mean? That in the whatever record or whatever product you are buying, what is the fat content in that? And based on that, it has been described over here, regular, low, whatever it is, right? So in this, I would like to tell you that each and every row is gives us the information of a product type, a single product type. So whatever we have in this data, so each row gives us the information of a single product. Okay, so that is very important for you to know, and this is how the data has been created and it is been given to us, right? Then this is the identifier, item identifier, which is a unique code given to this particular each and every food items or items which are been buyed from the Blinkit store, right? Then this is item type. So what type of item has been buyed? We can also call it as item category, whether it was a fruits, frozen foods, or soft drinks, or health and hygiene products, or household products. So likewise, this is an item type. Then this is an outlet establishment year. So what does this mean in our particular data is uh, Blinkit have different stores which are been established in different year, right? Because let's say there is a tier one, tier two, or tier three cities there. In that, in single pin code, there might be 3 to 4 stores available, right? But as demand increases, they have to launch new stores, right? And why they have to launch new stores? Because let's say you place an order and it should be delivered in 10 to 15 minutes. So for that, they should have the store very close to your area or your vicinity or whatever, wherever apartment you are living. And based on that, they open the stores different years depending upon the requirement. And from that particular store itself, all the inventory has been managed over there. It has been kept, and as per the delivery days, they deliver it to the particular customer based on the order they have placed, right? So every time, each year or in different years, the stores are been placed, and based on that, we have. the outlet establishment here. Then we have outlet identifier. It's nothing but an unique number given to each and every outlet, right? Then we have outlet type. So that particular outlet has been available in which particular tier cities, tier 1 city, tier 2 city, likewise. Then what is the size of outlet, right? So whether it is a high size outlet, medium small outlet, or a small outlet, right? Based on that. Then what is the type of the outlet, whether it is a supermarket type 1, type 2, or a grocery store from where the whatever packages are being taken and delivered to that particular customer. Then this is the item visibility score actually. So whenever you try to search any item in your app, so based on the score, it will be been brought or served at the top of whatever you are searching, right? And this is the item weight. So what is the weight of that item? This is the sales done behind each and every item, and this is the rating bin which is been provided by that customer to that particular product, right? So this is at a very high level data we have, and by using this data only we are going to do the entire analysis. And always remember guys, 70 to 75% of work is done on data itself, cleaning the data, modeling the data, understanding the domain knowledge of the data, right? So what is the meaning of each and every field over here, what values they have, whether they have correct data type, whether there are any errors, there are any blanks, any mistaken, or we can say any wrong entries been done in the data. So likewise everything, 70-75% of work is done on data itself. Once your data is cleaned, once your data is modeled correctly, 30% of work is only done on visualization level or writing query level, right? So make sure whenever you are doing any project or any work, company also, if you are working in future, you have to spend a lot of time on data itself, understanding the data, understanding the domain knowledge of that particular business, right? So now let's move ahead. Guys, before moving ahead into our complete roadmap video, as I told you, I have created a different, or I have created a complete data analyst material for you. So this is my website. You can just click on the link available in the description. You can come to this website, and here you can see I have created this particular roadmap for you. And if you click on this particular roadmap, you can see these are all these tools which are available, and all this material is actually available in this complete roadmap. And here you can see whatever, you can just read this entire description, whatever is available in this, right? And whatever you are going to get in this entire package. So this is all the things, right? So you'll get entire roadmap, statistics material, Excel material. In that also, what you will get in detail is mentioned over here: data warehouse material, SQL materials, Power BI, Tableau. Not only this, you'll also get projects also. Here you can see you'll get 6 projects in Power BI, 6 projects in Tableau. You'll get 2 projects in SQL. You'll get 4 projects in SQL, Excel as well. Python material is there. And these are the projects which you are going to get. Soft skill material and practice data sets. Okay. When I say practice data sets, these are the data sets which you can use for your own analysis, where you can create your own projects with whatever learnings you have done in all these particular tools, right? So these are the domains, different domains on which the data sets I have added. I have added 2 different resumes as well, which you can use as a sample resume for your own. And these are the few things which you must read all these things. And if you are interested, you can go ahead and buy this particular package, right? So let's move ahead with. All right, now next thing we will start with data importing in our SQL server. So before that, we have to launch our MS SQL server. So for that, if you have already installed, and if you haven't installed, I request you to please go to any YouTube video on how to install MS SQL Server. There are step-by-step videos available. You can follow any video and you can install it. But those who are using a different database, let's say someone is using MySQL or PostgreSQL, so you can follow your own procedure, and you can import the data. And then you can, after that, you can follow what queries I'm writing. You can use the same queries in your databases as well, right? So for me, what I will do, I will just open the MS SQL server. So I will just use SQL server. So this is uh, the particular application you have to open, that is SQL Server Management Studio, where it allows you to interact with data and fire the queries as well. So I'll just open it. It will take some time to open. Okay, so it has been opened and I will just click on connect, and it have connected me to my particular MS SQL server. And you can see there are few folders available over here, and this is the database folder. So I'll just click plus, and there are the different databases which I have already created, and you will see your databases created in your particular system, right? So now first thing what we have to do is I will create a new database, right? So I will create a new database for me, and for in that I will import my Blinkit data, right? So I will just right click over here and I will click on new database. So I will just click on new database. So this is how you create a database. Obviously, you can fire the SQL query also to create the database. Create database is the query which you can fire, and you can give the name. Otherwise, this is the simple way where a UI itself gives you an option to create the database, right? So here you will write the database name. It's up to you what name you have to give. I will give it as Blinkit DB. That is nothing but Blinkit database, right? Don't do anything and just click on OK, right? So you can see a new database has been created. If you don't see, you can just click on refresh button. After you click on refresh button, it will be available over here. And now next thing, I will just click on this plus button, so it will expand everything, and it have some pre, or you can say existing or auto created folders available over here. Now next thing what we have to do, you can see a tables folder over here, and when you click on plus, so you don't see any external table which is been uploaded over here. So these are the default folders, so this is not in our interest. Now what we have to do is we have to import the data which we have, right? So now for that, before importing any data, what first, just close this particular data which has been already opened in your system, right? So you can see this is the data which has been already opened. So just close this particular file, or if what happens if this file is opened in your system, it will throw an error that it will not allow you to enter the data, right? So I'll just close this and I will just click on save, or I'll just click on don't save, doesn't matter. So just close that particular CSV file. And now next what we will do, I will just right click over here and I will click on tasks, right? So when you go in task, and here you have an option called import flat file. Just click on that, and you can see an import flat file dialog box will open, where you can import an external CSV or JSON file in this particular wizard, right? Or in this particular SQL server. So now we'll just click on next. Now it is asking me to locate the file to be imported. So I'll just click on browse. So this is the file which I have. So you might have already downloaded the file. If you haven't, the link to download the data is already available in the description of this particular video. Just go ahead, download that particular file and save it in one particular folder, and browse the same folder in which it has been saved. Okay, and then just select that particular file and I will just click on open. Okay, then you can see this is the path from where I have just taken this particular Blinkit store grocery data. Then it is asking me that what should be the name of this particular file in that particular database, right? So I will just change this and I will name it as Blinkit data, Blinkit underscore data. Okay, so this can be my file name. Just let me check what should be the name. Yeah, so it can be Blinkit underscore data. It's up to you what name you have to give. It's not required that whatever name I have used, you should be using the same. Then this is nothing but database object. DBO is nothing but database object. This is an object which we are going to import in this particular database. The next thing what I will do, I will just click on next. And what it is giving you is, it is giving you the preview of the data. So you can just check if all the columns are being brought in this particular table, and or in this particular import window, and you can just click on next. Then just click on next, and now these are the column names. Okay, and what should be the, it has automatically it has taken the data type for this particular data. So if you want, you can change, or if you can keep the same if it is correct, right? But here I will be changing few of the data types. So instead of n varchar 50, so 50 is nothing but the number of characters that can be entered in this particular column. So if this column has a text data type, you might have already seen. So I'll just show you first again. So you can see this is the data which we have. So just opening, one sec. This is the data. All right. So you can see this is the item fat content. You can see all the field values which this particular column have. This is a text. So automatically the data type would be the text only. So based on that, it has taken the n varchar 50, but 50 is nothing but I can say it's the number of characters that are allowed in this particular cell. So regular is nothing but it takes 7 characters. So up to 50 are only allowed. So that's the thing. So instead of n varchar, I will just take varchar 50. So wherever you see n varchar, I will just change it to varchar 50 immediately. You can keep n varchar also, but I have a general practice where I change it to varchar, which is a proper text, right? Then next is outlet establishment year. You can see this is the outlet establishment year, and by default it has taken it as small integer. But a small integer, it can be up to 2 or 3 decimal points. So these are not two or three numbers, I can say. It's 2000, 2015, which is greater than 3. So I will just make it as integer. I'll make it as integer. Next, here you can see item visibility. Then rating is also available. So here, if you can see in rating there are values which are in decimal points also. So based on that, we have to check that also. So here you can see it has taken tiny integer. Tiny integer won't work over here. We have to take it as float value because there are a few decimal point values are also available over here, right? So now what I will do, I will just hit next, and I will just click on finish. So as soon as you do it, it is giving me an error. So let's see what is the error. I'll just click on error, and here you can see it has been giving an error that process cannot be done because the file is been used by another process. So this is the error because it has been opened over here. So I'll just close this, and that's the reason it is not been uploaded. I'll just go back, click on previous again, and here I will just click on next, and I will click on finish. So as soon as I do, you can see a right check mark should be available over here, or you should get a message of this. If you don't get, just click on error over here. The error will show you whatever error you have, and based on that you can correct that error. So just I will just now close this, and now here you can see no table has been uploaded because we already imported, but you cannot see it over here. So for that, I will just click on this refresh button, and now in this particular database, expand this, and I will click on tables, and now here you can see an database object or a table has been imported in this particular database, right? So you can see this is already been brought in this particular database. Now what I will do, we have to see that particular data. So for that, I will just right click on this particular database, and I will click on option called new query. So as soon as you hit that button, a new query window will be opened over here, and now here you can write the query. So everybody knows, if you want to get all the data from this particular Blinkit data, you can just use a select statement. Okay, selects, and I will just click on star. Star gives entire table with all the rows and all the columns which are available in that particular table. And star from where? From this particular table. The name of the table is what? Blinkit data. So I will just write it as Blinkit underscore data. So this is the, and I will just hit execute. So you can see you can either press F5 or you can just click on this execute button. So as soon as you do, you can see over here, you see an entire data has been brought over here, and at the right hand bottom corner you can see the number of rows over here, that is 8523 rows are being brought, and you can check the same number of rows here as well. Check in your data if all the rows has been brought or not. So I'll just see and you can see from here below you have to calculate, and as soon as I select everything, you can see 8523, the same number of rows. You can see 8524 is the last number of row, but the first one is taken as column header, so it cannot be calculated. So -1, that is nothing but 8523. The total and entire data is been imported in this particular database. So you have to check this first, guys. Okay, so if you are doing it in any database, first go ahead and check if entire data has been imported in that database or not, right? Now next thing what we will do, we will check the count as well. So for that I will just write a query as select count of star. Okay, so it will count everything from this particular list. Okay, you can use this also, and I'll just select this. Okay, if you want to only execute this query, select this query and then execute it. If you execute without selection, it will throw an error, or it will run both the queries. It have ran this query as well, and it have ran the second query as well, but I just want to run the second query. I'll just select and I will run it, and you can see 8523 is the number of rows which are being imported in this entire database. All right, so I hope you have learned something from here, and you are learning. So if you have come at this point of this particular video, so you are learning and you are enjoying this particular video, and you are trying to do the same thing with whichever I am doing, and you will be learning so much things from this project, right? So now we will move ahead. All right, so now next step what we have to do is we have to do some data cleaning in our entire data. So first what I will do, I will retrieve first entire data, and I will show you what data cleaning actually we have to do. So I have just brought in and I have ran the first query, and I have just queried the entire data which we have in our database as in a table. So first thing here, you can see in this particular column there are some irregular names or incorrect names which are given to this particular type field, and based on that only we have to correct this entire field. So here you can see a few of the field members are regular, some are low fat, but here you can see it's in lowercase, that is LOWFAT, which is in complete lowercase. But here you can see there are some LF also, but in more you can see there is REG as well. So you have to clean this entire data set. So where low fat should be converted to this particular text, LF should be again converted to low fat, and REG should be converted to regular. So for that we have to write the query, and we have to change the data which we have in our database. Alright guys, so now you understood what we have to change, and now we have to write a query for that to make that particular change. So I will just reduce this output window and I will write a query over here. So to update anything or to change anything which is already existing or in the existing table, we have to write an update statement. So I will just write an update statement. So update is being used, or this particular function is used to change which is, or we can say correct anything which is there in the data. All right, you cannot delete anything, but you can just update the data which is already present, right? So I will just use an update function. So update, after that it should there is an argument that you should specify the name of the table which you have to update. So I will name the table over here, that is blinky data. So this is the table which we have to change. Then comes the set function. Okay, now set is the function which is used to identify which particular column you have to make change in. But here you can see this is the column which we have to make change in, that is nothing but item fat content. So I will name that particular column over here, that is item fat content, right? And then I will use is equal to. Okay, so now this is the function where we have to write is equal to, and now I will use a case statement. Okay, so now case statement is very similar to if else statement which we write in programming language. It is a conditional statement, so we will be writing some conditions, and based on that condition, if that condition satisfied, what should be the output, same thing, right? So case statement we have to write first. Case statement comes with when. Okay, so when there are some values in the data, then what should be the output? Same, very easy, it's an english language only. So when this particular field, okay, if this particular field, when this particular field have values in, okay, so I'm using an in statement over here because it is an shortcut for or statement which allow us to take multiple values. Okay, in bracket you can write multiple values. Instead of writing multiple or statements, you can write in, and you can just in bracket specify the name of those particular fields, or we can say field values. So in bracket I will write first value which we have to change is LF, right? So I have already told you this LF we have to change to low fat, as well as we have to change this in lowercase, whatever low fat we have, that also we have to change. And I have wrote it in double inverted comma because it is a string, right? It is a text, so that we have to write and mention it into single inverted commas, not double. Okay, so and I will write also low fat. Okay, this also we have to change. Close the bracket. When item fat content having these two values, then it should be giving me an output what? Low fat. This should be an output it should give us. That is nothing but again in single quotes I will write low fat. This is the output we want if there are these values, right? Again, once more statement I have to write when. Okay, control C and I will paste it and I will write is equal to when if it is reg, because this is also an incorrect data entry which has been happened in this particular data. When it is reg, it should convert it to regular, right? So when it is equal to reg, when I am writing is equal to, because there is only one single value which we have to change to regular, but here we have two different, so I have used in over here, right? If it is this, then I will change it to regular, right? So this is the change we have to make. Else, okay, if else same, the same statement, else it should give us the same value, right? If this two condition satisfies, then give the output based on this. If this does not satisfies, it should be giving me the same values which are there already in the database. That is nothing but item fat content. And now I will end this particular statement, right? So this is the simple query which we wrote, and now we'll just select this entire thing and I will execute. And here you will get an output as 8523 rows are been affected. And now we have to see how the rows are been affected. Now what I will do, I will just select this query and I will run this entire query. I will just bring all the table and check over here. So here you can see all the values are being changed. But if you still want to see if the values are really changed or not, I will write one more query over here and I will just copy this from here and I will paste it over here, and here I will write distinct function so it can give me and bring all the distinct values from item fat content. Okay, so this will give me all the distinct values and I'll just execute this, and here you can see there are only two distinct values now available in this particular field, that is low fat and regular. So in this way we have cleaned our data. Okay, so this is how you do data cleaning, a very basic step I've just showed you. And now we have cleaned the entire data. If you run again, you can check this and you can go row by row also, and I'm sure you won't find any discrepancy in the data now in this particular field specifically. So this is how you clean the data. And now next we will actually go with our problem statement, fire the queries and get the output which are required for us. All right guys, so now let's start with our actual requirements. So the first KPI requirements, and in that you have to find out the total sales, and the total sales is nothing but the total revenue generated in the entire data. All right, so now so this is the query where we are writing the editor, we are writing the queries. So I will just bring all the data, I'll just execute this. Sorry, so I'll just execute this, and here you can see we have one field called total sales. Okay, so by using this entire field, we are going to find out the sales which are there, or the total sales available for us, and we will be finding out the first KPI. So we will be making use of this particular field called total sales. So firstly, I will just delete everything first from here. Now here I will write that particular query, that is nothing but the total sales, right? So it's very simple. This is a very basics, or we are going to start with the basic part, and that's what we are going to do over here. Sales is nothing but we are going to find out sum of sales, that is the aggregation functions which we are going to use in SQL. So I'll just write select. Okay, and we have like total sales is nothing but sum, so aggregation everything, so I will just write sum and sum of total sales. Okay, the field name which we have in our data, that is nothing but this total sales, and from we have to bring it from Blinkit data, right? So this is the simple query which will give us the total sales, and I will just select this and I will execute this, and here you can see the amount which is nearly equal to 120 million, that is 1201681.47. Okay, so that is what we actually need over here. And one thing only we will give here is we will give it an alias name. Okay, so I'll just give it as alias as total sales. Okay, and I will run this, and you can see the name of this particular column which is a temporary name. Okay, as is nothing but alias, a temporary name given in the output itself for this particular query. All right, so Now one more thing what you can do over here is I want to bring it in millions. Okay, that is nothing but output show the value in terms of millions. Okay, so here you can modify this particular query, which will be some advanced functions which will be using over here. That is nothing but I will use a cast function. Okay, so I'll use the cast function at the start of the sum of cells. I will just show it here. Okay, so this is sum of total cells, and cast, it will give us that nothing but it will allow us to show or help us to give the number in terms of how many decimal points also, right? So here we are going to show only up to 2 decimal points, and we also want into millions. Okay, so millions is nothing but 10 to the power 6. So what we will do, we will divide this entire value first by 1 million, that is 1 million. So what we will do, we will just take this and we will divide it by 1000. 1 million actually. So you have to write 1 and then 60 for that. And I will be using one more as function which will be for cast, and we will be casting it as decimal. Okay, I will use a decimal function over here. So decimal function is used to give or to convert this particular number in the specific digits. Okay, if you want 2 digits, 3 digits after that particular point over here, so based on that we can do that, and we'll be using 10 comma 2. Okay, so what's the significance of 10 is nothing but if your the entire number is having 10 digits before and after this particular decimal point, then it will be considered as 10. And 2 is nothing but it will give us the fixed 2 decimal points after your, or 2 digits after your decimal point. Okay, so this is what which is important, right? And then I will close one more bracket which will be for cast. Okay, so what only thing what we have done here is we have divided this by 1 million to show it in millions. That is nothing but it will give an output as millions. And now what I will do, I will just change this to total sales in millions, so it will give us an idea that so whatever output data we are going to get, it will be in millions, right? And you will understand that yeah, the value is in millions. So I will just select this, I will run this. Okay, and you can see I will be getting a value as 1.20 because we have divided it into divided by 1 million, and then 2 decimal points because we are using a decimal function over here. And you can see the name of the output table column has been also changed, that is total sales in millions, right? So in this way we have found out the total sales over here. And you can do one more thing also, you can use concat function over here. Just try to use concat function over here, and at the end just try to add millions over here. So that will be your homework. And one more thing you have to do, guys, after you are generating these queries and all those things, try to create a document, because whenever in real time also you will be working, you will be firing such SQL queries to your database. But what happens is you cannot only fire the query and look to the results, right? Sometimes your manager, your team leader, or your client may also ask you that whatever queries you have fired and whatever output you have generated, you have to store all of them, the query as well and the output as well, and with respect to the problem statement as well. So he will ask you to do these particular things, and for that you have to be ready, and you have to show him those particular queries as well. And it will be a proof that you have fired the queries and you have generated this particular result at that point of time. So you should be able to generate that document. And it is also required, let's say you are working on a project, but after a few months you are been taken to another project, or you left that particular industry. So it is required for a new resource who is coming to fill your place. So it will be easy for him to understand, to read all the documents whatever you done, and then he can take it forward from that particular point of that project, and then he can work on that particular project very easily. And this is a very standard practice, it is maintained in each and every industry and each and every project. So I request you to learn and do it from now only, and just try to create such document. Okay, so you can see I have created this particular document, that is blanket analysis, which is a query document. And likewise you can just create documents. So like for total sales, I have wrote this particular query and I have generated this result, right? The same way you can do, you can generate the result over here. and you can save it in your portfolio. You can upload to your GitHub, and then it will be stored that you created this project, you learned this particular project. All right. So this was the total sales in millions, right? Now next, as per our problem statement, is you have to find out average sales. So very easy. What I will do, I will just write a select statement, and instead of sum, we wanted average. So we'll take average of what? Total sales. Okay. And next, what we want is from which particular data? From this. Okay. So select average of total sales from Blinkit data. Okay, and I will just run this query, and you can see this is the average, that is 140.99. Okay, but if you want to give a temporary name to this, that is average underscore sales. Okay, and I will run this and execute this, and you can see average underscore sales is the name, and this is the average sales. But you want up to 2 decimal points, okay, or 0 decimal points. Then what you can do over here is you can just go here, and I will just cast this. Okay, but what decimal will do, I will show you. I will just cast this first. Okay, and I want to don't divide it by anything, because we want the exact value, right? If you divide it into any particular value, it will either give you in thousands or millions or lakhs, but that we don't want. It's already a very small value and readable value, so I will just keep it as it is. I don't divide it by anything, and I will be using an as function, and then I will use a decimal function over here, right? And firstly, I will just use 10 comma 2 itself. I will close the bracket for decimal and close the bracket for this average, that is for cast, sorry. And now when I run this, I will get 140.99. Okay, and what decimal is giving us? It is giving us the 2 decimal points after this, sorry, two digits after this particular decimal point. But we don't want any digits. I'll just change it to 0. Okay, I don't want any digit after the decimal point. I completely want a rounded off value. And now you can see it is 140.99. And when I run this particular query, and when I execute it gives me 141. That is, it is rounding off the value, and it is giving me as 140.99 is nothing but 141. So this is nothing but it gives you an average sales. If you write over here 1 also, it will give you the 1 decimal point. Likewise, you can see 1 point after that particular value, right? So it depends what value actually you want, and average sales is always calculated either at 1 decimal point or with no decimal points, right? So that's how you have to find out the average sales. So this was all about the average sales. Now next we have to find out the number of items. So before doing this, I will show you the data which we have. So whatever data you have in your database, so each row over here is an entry for a single item, right? So each and every row here indicates that the item was brought, right? So it is very easy now for us to calculate that number of items is nothing but over here. So as per our problem statement, the number of items is nothing but the total rows which are available in our entire database, right? So this is how we are going to find out the number of items. So it is very easy. I will just write the select statement, and I will use a count function. Count of what? Everything. So I will just use count of star, which is everything, and I will bring it from Blinkit data. Okay, and I will just run this. So you can see when I execute this, it is 8523 are the number of items. And if you want to give a temporary name, I can name it as number of items. Alright, and I'll run this, and this is what number of items is nothing but the number, right? Now furthermore, in this entire the three KPIs we have, which you have already found out, you can find the data at more granular level at a more deeper also. So let's say I will just run this entire query first, execute, right? And now I want to find out the total sales for low fat. Okay, so now what I will do, so I have already found out this total sales. I will run this. Okay, if I run this particular query, this value whichever I am getting over here, it is for entire data which I have. But I want to find out, I will just run this query, and I want to find out only for low fat, that is for item fat content at low fat. What I will do, I will modify the same query, and now I want to only apply it for low fat. So I will give here a filter condition. So I will just use a where query over here, and I will find out as item fat content. Okay, and I will just take that item fat content should be equal to what? Low fat, but it's a string, so I will have to write it in a single quotes. So I will just write it as low fat. Oops, close this quotes, right? And now I will just select this and I will run this query. Now here you can see you are getting a value as 0.78, which is very particular to this particular condition, a filter condition we have applied here, that is nothing but low fat, right? Similar way you can find it for multiple others also. Like, so let's say you want to find out for establishment year of 2022. So here you can just change here at filter condition as outlet establishment year as 2022. So now I have not writing any single quotes over here because this is a numerical value. You can take it and directly write it. Okay, I will just execute it. So it is 0.13, right? So for any numeric database or integer database, data type, I'm not sure database, for data type, you it is not recommended that you should write it in a single quotes. It's only required whenever there is an alphanumerical value or a complete text value, so which is a string. So for that, for SQL to understand, it should be written in a single quotes, but make sure you are not doing any mistakes in that particular thing, otherwise it will not give you the outputs, right? All right guys, so in this way you can just go ahead and use different dimensions. You can just apply the filter conditions, and not only for sum of sales, the same filter condition I will just copy this and you can apply it for average sales also. So if I apply for average sales and if I execute this, you can see the outlet establishment year for 2022, the average sales is 0.141.7. The same condition you can apply it for here also, for number of items also. And I will just run this and I will show you. You can see there are 928 items for establishment year in 2022. So likewise, there can be multiple filter conditions applied based on different requirements. So I'm just giving you an overall idea of how the queries are being fired, and you can just practice and explore more with different dimensions over here, right? So this was for the first three KPIs. Now we will move ahead with our next, that is to find out the average ratings. Okay. So first I'll just run the entire data set over here. And here you can see you have an option or a field called rating. And just we have to find out the average rating, and we will be using the same field. So I will just write a select statement over here. Select, and now we have to find out average, and average rating we have to find out. Not this is the field name which we are taking over here. Make sure you write the correct spells. Okay. And from where I want it, from Blinkit data. Okay, the name of the table. Okay, and I will just run this particular query, and you can see it is 3.96. So what I will do, I will just give it as average rating, the name, the temporary name. But one more thing you have to do here is I want it up to 2 decimal points. I will use cast function again over here. So I will use a cast function, and with that I will use as a decimal function, and 10 comma 2, I want 2 decimal points after 2 digits after the decimal points, sorry, and just execute this. Okay, and here you can see average rating, which is 3.97. And again, as I told you, you can apply again a filter condition over here, and based on that particular filter condition, you can see the data or see that particular average ratings for different um, dimensions and different where conditions, or we can also call it as a filter conditions. And where function works row by row. It will go and scan each and every row which is available in the database, and then based on that it will give us the output. All right, so this was all about the KPIs guys, and now we have to move ahead with our next requirement, that is for granular requirements. Okay, so here you can see the next business requirement is for granular requirements, and the first thing what we have to find out is total sales by fat content. Okay, and we are not only finding out the total sales, you can also find out the additional metrics as well. Like you can find out average sales, number of items, and average ratings as well. All right, so I will tell you how to find out entire thing. So first what I will do, I will just delete this entire thing now, and or we'll just keep this. I will just write over here, and First, I'll bring the entire data in front of us. Alright, so now I've just brought the entire data, and now what we have to actually find out is total sales by fat content. So here you can see the item fat content column is already available, which we cleaned this particular column, or we cleaned the data in this particular column at a few minutes back. Now what we will do, we have to make use of this particular column, and we have to find out the sales for that particular fat content, right? So for that, I will just write a query over here, select. Okay, now what I have to bring is I have to also bring the item fat content. So this column should be brought an output, so I have to write that column first over here, that is item fat content. Okay, so this column should be brought in on output, and comma, I want sum of sales for that. So sum of sales, so sum of total sales it would be. Okay, and it should, I will name this as total sales as an output. Okay, and I want to bring it from where? From Blinkit data. Simple. So very simple query, and I will just run this particular query. And whenever I do, it's keep throwing me an error. It's an invalid. Okay, so what's happening over here? I will just do one thing. Okay, so what's actually happening over here, because we have brought one dimension field, and with that dimension field we are trying to do some aggregation over here. So whenever you are using any aggregation with a dimension field, or with a qualitative field, what happens is sum is nothing but an aggregation function. Any sum, average, minimum, maximum, these are aggregated functions. So whenever you are bringing it into the in a dimension field, you have to group it. Okay, so for that, always you remember you have to group it. So I will use a group by function over here, and I will group by whatever field you have brought in that dimension field you have brought, you have to group it by that same field. So I'll just bring it and click over here, and now I will run this particular query, and here you can see now I am getting the total sales. Now one more thing, what I will do in this particular query, I have to you know order it by in descending order, so which is already in descending order, but in case if the values are inverted, and so right now it is giving based on the alphabetical orders, right? It is automatically using that. So first thing, I will order by, okay, and I have to order it by what? This total sales. So that is nothing but order it by total sales. If you don't write anything over here, by default it will be taking it in ascending order, but I want it in descending order, so I will use a DSC function which will give me in descending order. So when I run this, it will not change because already the output was in descending order. But in case if it is not, then you will have to write this function, right? Now next thing what I have to do here is, you can see the total sales value. I have to only give the two decimal points after this, right? So again, what I will do then, for here I will use a cast function. So I will use a cast function over here. All right, and I will use it as decimal in comma to simple, and I'll just run this particular query now. And now it is giving me up to two decimal points. And as I told you when I was reading the problem statement, I also want to bring additional information. That is, let's say I want to bring average sales, I want to bring count of orders also, and I want to bring average ratings also for this particular fat content itself. That is, we want to analyze more metrics over here. So that for that, what I can do is, let's say I bring this to a second column, and I will just write it over here. So this gives me sum of sales, and I will write comma over here, and I will just enter, and I want to bring average sales also. So from here what I will do, I will just bring this average sales here. I will not waste much time. So you can write this. What I'm doing here is I have also brought average sales, and I've already casted it to show me up to one decimal point. Okay. And this is the average sales, comma, and I will also bring the count of orders. So this is the count of orders for me. So this will give me the count of orders, comma, enter. And now I also want to show average ratings also. So I will just bring this also over here, and I will just paste it over here. Right, so now this is the query which I have modified, which will give me all these four metrics in the output. Okay, so now let's say I am running this query, just select it and I run this query, and now you can see for this particular item fat content, it gives me the total sales for low fat, regular. It gives me the average sales for both of them, the division of the number of items, so how they are distributed, and average ratings, you can see both are same, right? Okay, so in this way you will be analyzing and generating the output, and as I told you, just save this particular output in your query document. All right, so let's say now, in going forward, what you have to do, you have to see it for outlet establishment year 2022. So now what I will do, so I will have to write a where condition over here. So the same where condition which has been written, okay, I will just use this where condition, and I will just run this particular query. And now you can see the values are being changed over here. Why? Because we are looking all the data where outlet establishment year is 2022. Let's say you want to find it for 2020. Okay, and I will just select this and I will run this. Okay, so now you can see enter values are again changed because we are seeing the value now for 2020. So in this way, guys, what you have to do here is you have to see the and apply different conditions. You should know how to write this particular metrics for different metrics, how the values are, and from here the insights can be taken that if I remove this particular where condition, okay, and now when I run this particular query, and from here you can take a insights that low fat content is giving us the most number of sales. Also the most number of orders are also taken from the board, right? But the average sales is slightly down by a few points, okay, which is completely acceptable, but it is giving us the more revenue. And the regular fat content is the second most, that is it is giving us the revenue of 425376. And obviously you can convert this to thousands. Okay, so how can you convert this to thousands? You can just divide this by 1000. Okay, and now you will get it in the thousands, and you can name this total sales in thousands. Okay, and simply learn this now. So it's invalid over here because this total sales should be given, order by also should be changed based on that. Okay, oops. And now just run this, and now you can see it is being giving us 776.32, sorry, and here you can add at last k also. As I told you, you have to use concat function over here, which will be your homework, and just try to apply a k over here, which will give that, yeah, 776.32 k is nothing but it is in thousands, so sales are in thousands, right? So that you can do it on your own. So this was the first one. Now next we have to find out total sales by item type. Okay, and now what I will do, I'll just run this particular query over here, and now you have to find it for item type. So you can see here you have an already a field called item type, the same thing which we are going to use over here. And now what I will do, guys, I will just modify the same query over here. We don't have to write the query again and again. So what I have to do here is, instead of writing item fat content, I will be using item type. So I'll just remove this from here, and I'll just write it as item type. Okay, so one more change is, if you run this particular query itself, it will throw you an error. Why? Because you have used item type over here, and after that you have used so many metrics which are used and summarized. You can see sum, average, count. These are all summations, right? You are using an aggregation functions over here, not summation, aggregated functions. But you are grouping it by item fat content, which is wrong. You have to group it by item type. Whichever dimension field you are bringing in query, the same field you have to bring over here. I will just name it as item type. And now if you run this particular query, so you will get an entire result based on this particular item type. Okay, and obviously we have also ordered this particular by using sales. Okay, so for sales value you are looking at in descending order, right? And you have already divided it by thousand, so it is in thousands. So what I'll do, I will remove this. I don't want it in thousands, so remove this, and this also it will be just in total sales. Right now here also you have to make change. Make sure that in order by also you make this change. Remove this, because whatever alias name over here is given, the same should be available here also in order by. And now I will run this, and now you can see the total sales is giving you an exact value just with 2 digits after your decimal points, right? And it is in sorted in descending order. And here you can see the best selling item or item type is fruits and vegetables on Blinkit, right? So fruits and vegetables are contributing to highest sales. Next is snacks. Okay, the snacks food. The next is household items, frozen foods, right? So these are top five. And if you want to see bottom five, you can just see these are the bottom five. That is hardings, other starchy foods, breakfast, right? Let's say if you want to see the top five itself, you can use one more function over here called limit five. Okay. So when I use this function and when I run this, okay, so it is giving me an error. Actually, we cannot write the limit function over here in MS SQL Server. Instead, what I will use a top function and I will use it over here. So just give me top five. Okay. So just give me top five item type. And when I run this particular query, so it will just give me top five item types. And we have already sorted it in descending order. So automatically it will give me the top five best sellers item types. Okay. Let's say if you want to find out bottom five, but you don't have to write here a bottom function over here. Keep it as top five only, but instead of sorting it in descending order, we will sort it in ascending order. So automatically they will come at the top, and those five will be the worst five or the bottom five. So I will just use an ascending function, or you just don't write anything. That will also work. It will be automatically default taken as ascending. And I will now run this particular query. And now here you can see this is in ascending order, right? So in this way you can just play with your query, and obviously you can also apply the where condition. So right now I'm using this outer outlet establishment here as an where condition, but there are so many data fields and fields available which you can use and as an where condition, and you can generate the output for you. All right. So this is how you do it for the item type. So this was our problem statement. Now next thing you have to find out is fat content by outlet for total sales, right? So here we have to find it by outlet also and by fat content also. So this is some trick here, and what we will do here is I will just try to tell you. So I'll just use the same query again. I will just delete this, and now what I have run is I want outlet also and outlet for total sales also. First I'll just run the entire data, and I will show you what fields we are going to use. So here we are going to use outlet location type. Okay, which tier that particular location is, and we are also going to use item fat content. So first I will use the outlet location first. Okay, so I will just get an outlet location over here. Outlet location type. Okay, comma, and next I have to also use item fat content. Okay, item fat content. Okay. So these are the two fields, and now if I run this query, it will throw me an error. Okay, yes, obviously it will throw me an error because what I have to do here is you can see the group by has been incorrect, because we have to group it by whatever the dimensions we have. So we have two dimensions, we will group it by both of them. Okay, I'll just paste it over here, and now we'll run this and I will see. So it's still showing us a syntax error, and I have to write here as comma. Okay, here also there should be a one more comma, and I will run this. Now here you can see based on tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, it is giving us regular fat content and it is giving us the duplicated result. But what I want is I want outlet location type in rows, and fat content should be there in columns like regular here, and then here should be low fat content, and then there should be the cells and other values, right? So first we'll only calculate it for cells, so I'll just delete this. Okay, the other contents I will just delete this, remove this comma as well. So I will just run this query now, and now it is just giving me from cells, but I want this in a different way. So for that I have already wrote the query. I will use that only. So where is it? So yeah, this is the query. All right, so I'll just take this particular query and I'll just run this. Okay, so this is the query which I have wrote. I have already mentioned the document in the in the description box. You can download it and you can use it. And now I will just run this particular query. And now you can see the outlet location. I'm getting it in terms of rows, and this low fat and regular is shown in terms of this particular as in columns, and now I'm getting the sales value. So what this actually does is select outlet location type, so it is giving me that particular value. And so this particular outlet location type and comma, I want one more column that is nothing but low fat. Okay, so this is giving me low fat column, and this is giving me a regular column, and this is nothing but outlet location type. So this is the three columns which is generating for us. Then from where we want from outlet location type, and then the same in that only we are bringing out sales as well. Then obviously if we are bringing, so we are actually writing here a nested query, all right, and based on the nested query only we are generating the results over here, right? And obviously if we are using a sum function, we have to group it by with whatever we are writing it in a select statement, right? And then we are pivoting this actually, right? Pivot function is used to transform whatever is there in rows it into the columns, right? So that's what we are using a pivot function over here. And again we are bringing up the sum of cells and as a pivot table, right? And then we are ordering it by based on the order location type. So in this way you can use this particular query and you can find out, right? So I have already given the explanation of this entire query in the query document. You can read the entire explanation of why we are actually writing this particular query in this particular way itself, and you will understand why we are writing those particular functions as well over here, right? So this is somewhat a tricky query and advanced query which we are writing over here. And obviously you can find it for average sales also, but here you cannot enter the multiple columns over here for getting those particular metrics. You have to one by one add it over here. So once you have seen it for sum of sales, you can now then change everything and see it for average sales, average ratings, and number of orders as well, right? So in this way we are finding it for outlet location type and low fat content. All right, now next thing what I will do, we will go to our next problem statement, that you have to find out total sales by outlet establishment. So this is somewhat easy now. So first what I will do, I will just delete this entire query. Okay, and now I'll just change this query itself, right? So in this query only we will modify. Now we want for outlet establishment here. First I will bring all the data over here, and you can see this is the column we are going to use. Then you can see the name of the column is outlet establishment here. So I will just write it over here, outlet establishment here. Okay, this is the field, and this I don't want. Okay, and copy this, and we have to group it by with this itself and remove this. Okay, and when I run this particular query, it will give me an out, right? So you can see outlet establishment here, but here we are ordering it by total sales. But here you can see the establishment years should be from the minimum value to maximum value. So instead of grouping it by total sales, we will group it by outlet establishment year itself. Control V, and we want it in ascending order itself from lower to higher, right? And now I will run this particular query, and you can see it is now giving me a proper result from 1998 to 2022, which is a proper data. So we can see year wise results of outlet establishment here, getting or not? So this is how you write this particular query. And as we done in previous, you can add here multiple items, right? Multiple I can say it as metrics. So control V, comma, I can add count also, just this, and we can add ratings as well. So just add a comma over here and paste it over here, and now I will run this particular entire query. So you can see all the metrics you can see and analyze at one go for outlet establishment here, and you can take the insights from here, right? And if you want to see the total sales, let's say you want to see the maximum sales from start to end, then obviously you can just take total sales, you can paste it over here, and instead of ascending you want it in descending. Okay, and I will just run this particular query, and now here you can see 1998 just gave us the most sales till date because it was opened very earlier. So that's what the sales we are getting over here, and the least one is 2011 one. Okay, but here you can see 2022, which was the most recent open store, still it is giving us the good sales, that is 131,477, right? It is the most recent opened year, opened stores till it is giving us the good sales, right? So in this way, you can go ahead and analyze based on outlet establishment here as well and take the insights from here as well. All right. So this was for outlet establishment here. All right. So next, as per our problem statement, we will move ahead with our next requirement, and we have is to find out the percentage of sales by outlet size. So here we have to find out percentage of sales. So what we will do, we will find out the sales as well, the total sales as well, and the percentage of sales as well, right? So I will just show you what we will be doing over here. First, what I will do, I will just retrieve all the data. I will just fire this query. So now here you can see I have retrieved all the data over here. And based on that outlet, what we have to find outlet size. So here is the outlet size. There are different outlet size, small, medium, high. And based on that, we have to find out the percentage of sales as well as the total sales. So for this, I've already wrote the query. What I will do, I will just copy the query and I will show you how it works. And here also I have mentioned the explanation of this particular query. Yeah, you can read this if you are not getting through my explanation. And for your after or later references also you can use that. So this is the query which I've wrote and I will just explain you how it works. So here I have taken the outlet size. Okay, so obviously we want the outlet size wise percentage of sales and total sales. So I have wrote here the outlet size, I need it. Then I have taken the cost, that is sum of sales, and this is nothing but total sales, right? And I need it up to two digits after that, a decimal point, right? So this is the sum of sales, but this is important what we are doing over here. So what we have done over here, we have taken the sum of sales, okay. We have taken the entire sum of sales and we have multiplied it by 100, okay. So just neglect this part. Okay, we will see from here, right? So this particular thing. What I have taken? We have taken sum of sales, multiplied it by 100. Why we have done this? Because obviously to convert anything into percentage, we have to multiply it by 100. So on numerator, I have already multiplied sum of sales by 100. Okay, then divided by, okay, so the sales of that particular outlet divided by the total sales we have to take. Total sales, when I take say total sales, it should be the sales irrespective of outlet size. It should be the sales of all the outlet size which are available. That is nothing but the entire data set's total sales, right? And that's the reason we have taken sum of sales over here, but we are using an outer sum also with an window function called over. Okay, so over allows us to take and sum of this particular cell, that is sum of this over entire data set, because we have not used any partition function over here. If we are using any partition function, then it would be at that particular window size. Okay, so this is a window function, but we have not specified any window size over here, so it will be taking for entire data set, and that is what we actually need over here. So this sum is for this over, and this sum of sales is obviously for all the outlet size whichever are there. Each for each outlet size it will calculate, and then all the sum of that outlet size will be again summed up, and then it will give us the total sales, right? So this is the entire thing, and then the entire division is been casted to show up to two decimal points, right? And then this is nothing but will be shown as a sales percentage, and obviously we want it from Blinkit data, and whatever you already know, whatever we are doing aggregation, it should be grouped by with whatever dimension field we are using in our data set, and then we are ordering it by total sales, right? So if you are still having any confusion on how this query actually works, you can read the documentation. So this document you can download from the description box, and you can read it everything. So I'll just run this query now and I will just execute it. And here you can see we are getting outlet size as medium, small, and high with respect to in descending order of sales, and their sales percentage out of total. So 42% is outlet size, sales are done by medium. Okay, and you can see high. So the this is actually worrying, because you can see the size of outlets which are very high, they are not doing actually that amount of sales. It is lowest, that is 20%, but medium sizes are doing good amount of sales where it is 42%. So what business can do is, instead of doing or bringing stores, outlet size stores, they can go with medium size stores, and instead of high or single high media high store, they can convert a single into two medium stores, so that it can be serving to two different locations, and they can effectively act also from there, right? So this can be an insight taken from here. All right, so this is an important insight which we are taking, right? Then next thing, the after next one, we have to find out sales by outlet location. So this will be very easy. What I will do, I will just copy this query itself over here. Okay. And I will paste it over here. First, I will run the entire this query. We will see the entire table. And now what we have to find out is we have to find out outlet location, sales by outlet location. So you can see here the location, the outlet location is available here. That is outlet location type. This field we will be using, and instead of finding sales, we will find all these metrics over here. So what we will do, I will just change this to outlet location type. Okay. So this is the thing, and this is the column we want. Control C, and also we have to group it by the same dimension which we are using, right? And then we'll just run this particular query. And as soon as you do, you can see with respect to outlet location, we are getting the sales, and we are ordering this particular sales, total sales by descending order. So this is in descending order, and you also get to see the average sales number of items and average ratings also. So you can see the tier 3 location, whichever are there, they are doing maximum number of sales like 472k. Tier 2 is 393 and tier 1 is 336, right? You can also find out the percentage of sales also, the like we did in last query over here. Right here we did percentage of sales. You can find it over here also, right? Not a big deal. Let's find it out. I will just take it Control C, and I will just paste it over here, right? And I will just hit, and then we will run this entire query. Okay, here you can see. So sales percentage for tier 3 is 39, tier 2 is 32, and tier 1 is 27, or we can say approximately 28. So in this way, you can take multiple insights, and obviously I already told you you can apply a where condition over here, which will help you to apply a filter and get the filtered data for you. And then you can take any insights from there as well. All right. So the condition which we applied over here. So this one, let's say we find out for where condition for this. Okay. So where establishment year is 2022. So we will get all the data for this particular filter or where condition. So you can see in 2022 there was only tier 3, okay, which was doing 100% of sales, and this is the sales, average sales, number of items and average ratings, right? So let's say we find it for 2020, okay, and in 2020 there was just tier 2, right? So in this way you can slice and dice the data, and you can bring out and generate different insights over here. All right. So this was the sales by outlet location, and now we have to find out all the metrics bits from outlet type. Okay. So obviously we have already taken all the metrics over here. We just have to take outlet type. So first I will run the entire query from here, select it and run it. And here only we will modify the query, that is by with respect to outlet type. So you have an outlet type over here. So what we will do, we'll just change the name of this to outlet type, right? So this is the outlet type. Control C, and we change here also to outlet type, that is grouping it by. And I will run this query, and here you can see this is by outlet type, but we have applied a where filter over here. I will remove that first, and we will see it for entire data set. And now we will run this query. And now you can see the superstore market type 1 gives the maximum sales, which contributes to 65%. Grocery store is one of the market type which contributes to 12%. Super type market type 2 is 10%, approximately 11%, and this is also approximately 11%, the same things, right? So, and you can also see the average sales over here, the number of items, the average ratings of each and every outlet type, right? So based on this, you can generate different insights, and different, uh, you know, uh, decisions can be taken by that particular business owner as well. For us, it will be a big data analysis, right? So this is the way how you do analysis, and this is the problem statement. Very few problem statement I have created from this particular video, but as I told, there can be multiple problems can be created. 20 to 30 problems can be created. These are the few which I have just demoed you in front of your screen. But as I told you, these are the main, but you can deep dive in the data. You can generate more and more queries. You can generate more and more result and take more and more insights from this particular data, right? So this was all, and if you have come at this particular point, so you have completed this project, and I'm sure you might have learned so many different functions in SQL, how to write the queries and how to query the particular data which we have and generate different results for our client. All right. So just if you have enjoyed and if you have learned something, go ahead and like this video, subscribe my channel. So Blinkit is actually a grocery online grocery shopping store where you can order different items, and based on that sales only or the different orders which we are ordering from that particular app, we are going to see that particular analysis of this particular we can see this company. All right. So now we have different amount of data in the form of an Excel sheet. I will show you how to, or what the data is. I will show you how to read the data, and based on that we are going to build this amazing dashboard which you can see in front of your screen. So now you can see this dashboard is completely dynamic. We will be operating it with respect to few filters, and we are also using some interactive filters also, right? So I will just give you an overview of this particular dashboard. So at the left hand side you can see it is, and we can see a panel where there are different filters are available, and different action filters will be available over here, or we can say a URL filters are available, or we can say a URL is available from where it will direct to you any site or any data whichever is available for us, right? Or any reset of filters is available. So at the right, we can say, or we can say at the left top, you can see there are four KPIs available for you, which shows total sales, average sales, number of items, and average ratings, right? So these are the header KPIs which we are going to build in this entire project, and we are going to see everything step by step into this particular project, right? So then in the below section you can see this shows you an entire we can say data or entire we can say insights of any that particular product. Okay, so what that particular product is, and with respect to that product, what are its total sales, number of items, average sales, and average rating. So this will be dynamic. So right now we are visibling it for fat content, item type, and fat by outlet, right? So if you want to see total sales, you can see the total sale. If you want to see it by number of items, you can just click on number of items, and entire data will be filtered for number of item. That is the different measure. And if you want to see for average sales, you will see that. If you want to see for average rating, that also you can see, right? And you can see by total sales also, right? So not only this filter, you are having some different outlet filters, or we can say some interactive filters also. Let's say you want to see for tier 1, you can see it. If you want to see for tier 2 and tier 3, you can see that also, right? So this is also we can see a filter available. You can say, you can see by outlet size also. If you want to see for high outlet size, if you want to see for medium, you can visualize the data very we can say differently over here. Getting or not? Also we have here item type. Okay, so if you want to see for any particular item, let's say you want to see for dairy products. Okay, so you can see the entire dashboard will be visible for that particular dairy product itself. Okay, if you want to see for hard drinks, right, so you can see for hard drinks as well. If you want to see for soft drinks, you can see soft drinks as well, right? So for any particular item, if you are selecting over here whichever you want, you can see multiple also. By pressing control, you can select multiple as well, right? And if you want to clear this entire filter, you just have to click on this particular this button, right? So that is, it will clear the filters. That is nothing but it will be selected to all again, and you can see all the data will be visible for us in front for our screen. So apart from this also, you can only see that when I click on only, let's say you want to see for low fat, when you click on low fat, the entire dashboard will be visible for low fat. If you want to see for high fat, it will be seen for high fat, right? So just one thing, like when you click here, it is highlighted. So instead of highlight, you can filter also. That's not an big task. I will show you when we move ahead in the video. So this is the first section which gives us the information about product, where like fat content, item type, and by outlet, and this is visible or it can be visualized for these different items, right? And second, what you can see here, sections we have created where we are visualizing different things over here. It is mostly for outlets, right? So there, in every city or in every part of the city, there are Blinkit outlets, right? So when I say Blinkit outlets, so let's say you are staying in Mumbai in one region, right? So let's say you are staying in Bandra. So in Bandra, in one particular region or in that particular particular pin code, I can say there will be a one Blinkit out store, and whenever you are ordering that particular from that particular pin code, when you are placing order, it will go to that particular pin code where that particular store is present, and it will send you the orders from there, right? So there are different outlets available, and you can see the first visualization we are doing it by outlet establishment. So when we say outlet establishment, it is nothing but the outlets which are established in different years, right? And based on those particular years, we can see their different sales, how they are performing in each year, right? So this is nothing but each year how the Blinkit outlets are been performing, right? Then we have outlet size. Okay, so based on the size of outlet, okay, whether it is small, high, or medium, based on that we can see which are the best performing outlets, all right? So based on that we will be doing that, and based on outlet location as well. So whether the location is tier 1, whether location is tier 2, or location is tier 3. So based on that also we are going to see some we can say that particular visualizations, right? And then based on outlet type, so whether it is a supermarket one, whether it is a grocery store, or whether it is type 2 or a type 3, based on that we will see entire few measures which we are going to visualize over here. So this is an overall, we can say, idea of this particular dashboard. Obviously, uh, the data which we have, out of that data, you can visualize more new things. So this was my idea behind the visualization. I have created some few problem statement based on my experience. Okay, in the real time, what happens? The problem statements will be given to you from your client. Okay, they will ask you that these are my problem statements. Sometimes they will provide you a mock-up or a wireframe model where you can see the dashboard. I mean to say, not complete dashboard, just a mock-up, or we can say an example dashboard, that this should be the color combinations used, this should be color palettes used, this should be the different charts used, and based on that you have to formulate a logic, you have to create a data model, you have to create, or you have to do some data cleaning, data processing, data modeling, and then you have to start your analysis with different calculations and build this particular end product, right? So this happens actually in company. Right now in this project we are the sole owner, we are the we can say the data, we are the Blinkit owner, we can say. And in that particular sense we have to formulate the problem statement. So in the best we can say um, uh, with my experience I have designed this. Obviously views of every individual might be different, they kind of can think in different way, that no, I can visualize this. Obviously you can use your own techniques of visualization. Some of them you can pick from my videos, some of them you can add those. You can obviously, why I've used your yellow colors, because Blinkits is somewhere where they are very much using yellow colors in their apps. So that's the reason we are using it over here. All right, so now we will move ahead with our problem statements and what steps we are going to see in this particular project. So before moving ahead into our project, guys, let me introduce to you my website. And on this particular website, you will see different data analyst material and projects which are available for you at very cheaper price. And when I say that, because of request of many subscribers where they are in need of the data analyst material, and so if they have interview after 2 or 3 days, or if they want the complete roadmap, so what should they follow so that they will be quickly learning and all those things, right? So in this case I have provided you the data analyst complete material which have all these particular sections included: the interview questions, the quick PDFs, quick learning notes, handwritten notes, soft copy notes of different important topics, and the complete roadmap, what videos you have to follow in that roadmap, everything is mentioned. I have also have Power BI projects, which are 13 unique projects. You can see the list of projects. Similarly, Excel projects, Tableau projects, right? If you are looking for individual materials also, like if you are looking for Power BI material or Tableau material, and what topics I am mentioning over here, you will get an soft copy notes, PDF format notes, PPTs, handwritten notes of all these particular things, right? Also you can see SQL material is there, or if you want to connect with me one on one, you can just click over here and you can connect with me for one on one also, right? So for career guidance or for mock interviews. So for example, if you want to go and see what is this data analyst complete material, When you click on that, you will get to see an entire description what is been mentioned in each module. So like for SQL, what has been mentioned, for Tableau desktop, what has been mentioned, and you will also get the projects in this, right? And these projects will be different from what is available on YouTube, right? So they are not the same which are available on YouTube. In Data Analyst Complete Material, I'm saying it, those will be different which are already available on YouTube, right? So if you are interested, if you want to enhance your data analyst journey, sure, I will recommend you to please go ahead and visit my website. So I am the right now the top rated. You can see I have different batches. I am top rated in 2023 in the data analyst and in top 1% as well for all the people who are offering this kind of services and this kind of packages for us, right? So let's move ahead to with our video again. So I have already provided you the overview. Now let us move ahead and see what steps we are going to see in this particular entire Power BI project and what are the business requirement based on which we will be creating this entire dashboard step by step. Okay. So now if you see the steps in this project, what we will be doing actually, first we will be doing is the requirement gathering, or we will also call them as a business requirements. Okay. So in real time, what happens, the requirements will be getting to you from our customer, but this project is our self project. So business requirements I have created, I will provide you the business requirements. So right now I will be acting as your customer and you are the developer, based on which you will be creating a end user dashboard based on the requirements or the problem statements which I will share you in a minute. Okay. So first step, I will always be the business requirements. Then I will walk you through the data. So you will have a raw data and I will walk you through that, what the data says, what is the size of the data, how to read the data, right? Then we will see what are the data connections we are going to use, like whether we are using a Excel file connection or we are using any database connections likewise, right? Then always remember, whenever you have all the initial approvals of requirement gatherings, the data and all those things, you will always check the quality of the data, and if it is not good, you will always do data cleaning in that, right? We will also see what data cleaning we are going to do. Then if we are dealing with multiple tables, we will also have to do the data modeling as well, right? Then we will do some data processing, right? So if any requirement is there of adding any new rows or new columns in the data, right? Then we will perform some DAX calculations also. Then we will do the layouting of the dashboards, right? So we will not use the generic size which will be provided us by the for Power BI. We will do some formattings in that, and based on our requirement, we will be creating that dashboard, right? Then we have charts. We will be doing charts development and formatting, right? So our ultimate aim is to build beautiful charts based on the requirements from which some insights could be taken, could be provided to our client, right? And or yeah, the formattings will be done. We will see all the formatting options which are available for us. And at the end, we will be doing a dashboard or a report generation. And lastly is nothing but insight generation. So each chart and which everything which I will be building, I will share you what insights it has been providing. And at the end, you can gather them all, and you can, at the end, you will have to create a summary of one page or half of the page or 100 words, what that particular this particular project, from this, what insights you have taken, and these are the summary insights from which you can provide it to your customer, and customer will be taking any actions required on those particular insights, right? So these are the different steps which are involved in this project. So next, first step we will start with is our business requirement. Okay. So now business requirement, Blinkit, you all know it is an Indian grocery app, right, by Zomato, uh, which will provide, I can say a grocery whenever we online, by using an online app, any customer, if he buys any grocery, it will be delivered by Blinkit and all those things, right? So we will see what sales are done in entire process. And what we are going to do here is we will be conducting a comprehensive analysis of Blinkit sales performance. We will see customer satisfactions, how inventory and all those distributions are done, and then we will provide these particular insights to our customer. And main thing, we have to do everything this in a Power BI software tool, right? So the first thing which we have to find out here is the KPIs requirement, right? So KPIs are nothing but key performance indicators, right? Key performance indicators. In this, what it actually does is it gives us the overall summary of the business, right? So at a higher level, how your business is performing. So it will be nothing but a numbers. By looking at those numbers, you will just see how your entire sales is there, what are your profits, and all those things, right? So at higher level, by looking at those numbers, you will see whether your business is going in correct direction or not, whether you are profitable or not with respect to last year, with respect to last month, last 6 months, last 12 months, likewise, right? Depending upon what requirements we have. So in this case, we have some different requirements. First thing which has been asked from our customer is total sales, right? So we have to find out the total sales of this entire grocery app, and it is nothing but the overall revenue generated from all the items which have been sold, right? Then we will find out the average sales. So average sales is nothing but each row in this particular data which we are having. It is nothing but item sold in each particular row. So average of entire sales data which we have. So we have to find out average revenue per sale, right? Then what are the number of items? So the number of items is nothing but we will take the count of each and every row, that is how many items are being sold, right? And then we will find out the average rating. So always a rating will be provided by a customer. Not always, some of the customer provide, some of the customers do not provide, but we will consider the entire data, and based on that we will find out the average ratings of the items sold, right? So these are the average ratings which we will be considering. Right. So these were actually the KPIs requirement, and next we will be doing the some charts requirement. That is nothing but we will be building some charts. Now, why we build some charts is nothing but like, uh, as I mentioned, KPIs is nothing but it gives you the high level analysis, right? Or we can say at higher level how your business is performing. But if you want to deep dive in the data and see at specific level in the data how that particular part of the business is performing, you will have to prepare some charts, draw some charts, and based on which you can generate some generate some insights, and then some departmental level decisions can be taken. Okay. So this can be done only by charts, and based on that we have some business requirements of this blanket analysis for charts as well, in which the first you have to find out the total sales by fat content. Okay. So fat content is nothing but the products which you are buying, in that how many amount of fat is there, right? So these small metrics are also been stored in this particular data, right? So in this is nothing but the objective is to analyze the fat content on total sales, right? And additional KPI metrics which we are going to find out here is nothing but we are going to find this fat content based on average sales, number of items, and average ratings, right? So based on these three different measures, we are going to find out this particular fat content. And the chart type which customer have suggested us is a donut chart. So he is asking us to create a donut chart from here, so that he will be taking an insight from that, right? So now I have mentioned here chart type also. Not always and all the customers will provide you the chart type. It depends from customer to customer if they will provide you the chart type, or they will just provide you the requirements. They will tell you the requirements. It is your choice, or it the full liberty will be given to you what charts you should use, right? So it depends upon your experience and your knowledge, like in for that particular requirement, which is the best suitable chart, right? So it depends upon you which you are using. And to to learn this kind of things, you will have to practice more and more dashboards, and whenever you are creating a chart, ask questions to yourself as you are a customer, like what insights can be taken, which is the best suitable chart, that from that I can take more and more insights, right? So for your customer, I have suggested here the donut chart, but not always the case that you will be given the chart type, right? Sometimes it will be not given, then it will be your choice, right? Then second, we have to find out the total sales by item type. So depending upon different item types, what are the different total sales which are done based on item type, and we are doing this on based on bar chart, right? Similarly, we are going to analyze multiple, we can say, uh, metrics over here. Apart from sales, we will also be seeing the average sales, number of items, and based on average ratings also how the item type is performing, right? Third, we will be finding out is fat content by outlet for total sales, right? So the same thing for fat content based on different outlets, how it is performing, and with the same additional metrics, right? So these three charts we will be performing for those particular thing, which gives us an idea of what product we are selling, right? And from fourth, if you can see, we are analyzing the outlet establishment, right? And when I say outlet, it is nothing but there are different outlets in each and every city. If you consider Pune city, in Pune city also, or in Mumbai city also, there will be different outlets available in different particular regions. Like if you are living in one particular pin code, for that pin code there will be a separate outlet. For another pin code there will be separate outlet, because Blinkit, they have an we can say vision that they will be delivering the items within 10 minutes or within 15 minutes. Okay, if the outlet is far away from your location, they cannot deliver that. So they have created multiple outlets, right? So based on those outlets also, we will be seeing what are the total sales done, right? And the best chart type which they have asked us is to find out, or to create, is a line chart, right? Then we will also finding out the sales by outlet size. Okay, by depending upon the size of the outlet, we will be finding out the sales. Then location of the outlet, right? So where the location of that outlet is located, based on that also we'll be finding the different sales figures, right? And we'll also find out the all metrics based on outlet type. So what is the type of the outlet, and here we'll be creating a matrix card, and based on those outlet type we'll be finding out all the measures which we have, like total sales, average sales, number of items, and average ratings, right? So all of this we will be creating a matrix based on this outlet type, right? So these are the total business requirements. You can spend some time on this. Okay, once you have the business requirement, you will have to keep in mind, or keep take a pen and paper, write down these requirements, and when you go through your data, you have to look for your requirements and what data actually have, right? Because 70% of work is done over here only. Because let's say you are the first thing you have asked us to find out the total sales by fat content. So when you say fat content, you should there should be an imagination going on in your mind, that if I want to find out total sales by fat content, I will need a fat content column. Okay, I will need a total sales column, and they have also asked us to find out the few different measures also, like average sales, number of items, and average. Do I have all this information stored in my data? If yes, then obviously you can find out this particular requirement. If it is not present, then you will have to find if there is any way to calculate this metrics or not, right? So this depends upon your imagination on how you study the data, right? So this is the thing which you have to go through again and again. It is not possible for me to tell you everything in this particular video, but I'm telling you the hints that what you should do, right? So this is the best practice which you will have to follow for each and every project, right? Not only for this project, you will have to follow it in your all the personal projects which you will be doing, and the industrial or the real time projects also which you will be doing forward whenever you will be joining in industry. Getting or not? So before moving ahead, I request you to please go ahead and subscribe the channel. If you can see, people are watching the video, they are commenting, but they are not subscribing. It is free for you guys. You don't have to pay anything for this, but it will give me an motivation to create such beautiful videos, beautiful projects for you, beautiful technical Power BI concepts, Tableau concepts, Excel and SQL concepts for you regarding data analytics. So it's a request. Please go ahead, subscribe the channel, like this video so it can be reached to multiple people who are trying to learn data analytics. Comment on the video if you have learned something. If there are any suggestions, if you have any doubts, you can go ahead and comment in the comment box, right? So if you can share also, if you find this beautiful, and if you want to share in your groups, college, whatever it is, right? So now we will move ahead and we will see our data, right? So now this is the data which we have. It is stored in an Excel file. You will be able to download the data. I will add it in the description box, okay, of this particular video. You will be able to download the data, and you will be able to follow with whatever steps I am performing in this particular project, right? So if you can see here, let's see what size of data we have over here. So if I click here, you can see at the bottom, the count of rows which you can see here are 8,500. So good amount of data we have, like 8,000 rows are there. And if you see the columns which we have are total 12 columns, right? Total 12 fields we have, column fields, and 8,500 rows approximately we have, right? So there are different information stored in this entire data, and we will see one by one. So at the first, you can see we have item fat content, and I just told you an example, like how based on the business requirement you have to see this particular information which is there in data or not. So we have a fat content, information over here. So this is the fat content of that particular product whichever customer is buying or not. Then we have item identifier and item type, right? So item identifier is nothing but it is required for Blinkit to identify which particular item that particular fellow has been ordered, and based on that identifier, then he will able to see in fronted what is the that particular item, right? So let's say for example, for fruits and vegetable, the item identifier is FDX32, right? So likewise, this kind of information or this kind of identifiers in the form of codes is stored in every apps or every websites whichever are developed, right? So then we have item type. What are the different item types, like whether it is a snack foods which has been ordered, soft drinks, frozen foods, health related, hard drinks, soft drinks, breakfast related, likewise, right? Or household items which are been bought. Then outlet establishment, here we have, so this is nothing but the outlet whichever from where you will be getting the items which you order, whether that outlet is been established from last 5 years or last 6 years, that is the information, right? So that establishment year of that outlet is in which year, right? So from last how many years they have been selling the items, right? So likewise, and similarly for item outlet also they have an outlet identifier here available over here, right? Same thing. Then outlet location. So whether the outlet location is in tier 1 city, in tier 2 city or tier 3 city, likewise, right? So that information is also stored from which city you are been um, uh, ordering that product, and the outlet is been stored in which particular tier 1, tier 2 or tier 3 cities, right? Then what is the size of the outlet, right? Whether it is small, medium or high end outlets, right? So size of the outlets is also mentioned. What is the type of the outlet, right? Whether it is a supermarket, right? So a supermarket is nothing but it is completely given to that particular Blinkit store, right? Nothing but what I'm trying to say here is it is dedicated to Blinkit only, right? Sometimes it is a grocery store. When you say grocery store, a grocery store is nothing but they will sell their items over there, who people walk into their grocery and they buy some items, and they also provide services to Blinkits as well, right? So it is mostly in tier 3 cities you can see over here, right? So wherever there are not much orders from those particular stores, Blinkit asks grocery stores only to provide the service, or whichever items are been ordered online, grocery store will be only responsible to sell them. But supermarket is nothing but they own that particular store. They keep the product in that company, in that store. You are not allowed to go walk in like you go in malls and select the items, whatever items you want. It will be only bought from the Blinkit app itself, right? So that is one thing. That is nothing but supermarkets. That item visibility is nothing but which is the most visible item in that particular online. Whenever you search for any item, right? Let's say you want to buy any soap or any health related, any tablets or any bread and butter if you want to buy. So which is the most visible items from that particular thing. Then item weight is also there. Based on weight also the prices are been decided and delivery charges are been decided. Then sales is also there. What sales is done for that particular order, and what rating has been provided by the customer after he purchased the order, right? After the service which has been provided. And each and every row you can see here, it is nothing but order is which has been placed, right? And based on which item time the order is placed and what sales has been done on that particular order. So this is the data which we have. I have given a quick walkthrough to you, and as I told you, you have a problem statement, you have a business requirement. Just take that business requirement, see if every information is available in this particular data, from which we have to note it down. If you have, if you don't have, then note down that you don't have this information, then you have to calculate that, or you have to generate that based on the data which we already have, right? So in this way, you have to actually study and you have to work on these kinds of data, right? So I hope you have understood. If you have come at this particular position, I would request you to please go ahead and like the channel, subscribe the channel, and like this particular video as well, right? So we will now next move ahead and we will start with Power BI and start designing based on this particular data, and we have our business requirement, and we will start designing our project, right? All right, so now I have taken a blank Power BI worksheet over here. You can do the same. Now you can follow along with me whatever I am doing over here. So I've already walked you through the data, and next step in our project is to connect our Power BI with the data which we have. So now the data we have in the Excel sheet, so we will connect to our Excel sheet itself. So you can see we have an option here called import data from Excel. If you don't see it over here, you see an option here called in home tab. You have here an option called get data. You just have to click here, and here you have an option called Excel workbook. So just click over here and we have to browse our data. I will just browse. You can browse the data whichever you have downloaded. So I have this particular data, that is Blinkit grocery data. Now I will just click on open, right? So it will take some time to connect. It will load all the data which we have, and this is the data which we have to use, that is Blinkit grocery data. Here we have all the data which is been brought. It is nothing but a sample of the data which you will be seeing in the Power BI instance, right? So I will just click on load. So once you have confirmed that, yeah, this is the data, you just have to click on load. And once you click on load, it will start processing. It will start creating a model, and it will bring all the data from that Excel sheet into our Power BI, right? So now we have connected to our data. Now if you want to see the data which we have, you can just go over here. That is nothing but in table view, and you can see your data. So now what I will do, I will just click on show ribbons over here in the right corner. You can see, I will just click over here and you can see all the options which are available. Now here you can see the data has been brought from that Excel sheet into Power BI. And at the bottom here, you can see Blinkit grocery data, and it shows the number of rows which we have. That is 8523 rows, the same number of rows which we saw in Excel sheet, right? You might have seen one extra row in that Excel sheet. Why? Because here you have, there you have considered a row of your header also, right? Here it does not consider the header row. We just see the data which is available except the header row, right? So here you can just click on this expand button, and here you can see all the information available of the data which we have. And you can see a summation size in front, or summation, a symbol in front of a few of the fields. It is nothing but those are numerical type of data, and we can perform some summation operations on them, like sum, average, percentage, or all those things, right? So it those are automatically identified by Power BI. We don't have to worry on that, but there might be a question for you in the interview. What does that mean, right? Mostly for freshers, right? So now this is the data which we have. Now quickly we will do some quality checks on the data, and we will be performing some data cleaning operations also if those are required. So I've just click on home tab over here. So we have these options available. So to do the quality checks in the data, we will see why to do the quality checks. Now, one thing I missed you to tell is whenever you have the raw data, check the quality of the data. Convert this raw data into in a table format. Just press Control T and click OK. You will be converted into table format. So now this is in Excel sheet, but when you have a database connections where you are dealing with large number of data, in those cases you can just fire the query to the data. You can see what kind of data we have, whether it is correct or not. Few queries, not multiple queries, which are the important fields for you based on the requirements. So you can see here, if I click over here, item fat content, we have few options available like low fat, regular fat, right? But here you can see there is LF is nothing but low fat, but REG is also regular. So while doing a data entry from that particular customer or from Blinkit at itself, there was some discrepancies in the data typing, and that we have to resolve over here, right? So we have to do some data cleaning. In the same way, you have to check for all the data, right? Go ahead and check whether there is any spell mistake or not, right? I have checked it. I won't make waste much time in that. For me, I have checked all the data, but it was only for this particular column. But I recommend you to check for everything. If I might have missed something, and there is something that we have to change, right? So this is the discrepancy or the cleaning of the data which we have to perform. If you can click here also, you will see the same things over here, right? If you want to do it in Power BI, you can do it over here also. You can see if there are any blanks available, right? So there shouldn't be any blank available in the data also, right? Uh, so in some cases there might be there some blanks options available, but right, most of the time in the dimensions, right? So you can see these are the dimension fields, right? Which is, I can say, a qualitative field. It should not be blank. For example, date field, it should not be blank, right? Item type, it should not be blank, because whenever we are purchasing any product, there should be always whatever items we are purchasing, we have that information stored. So it should never be blank. So you can just go ahead and check if there is any blank, if there is any we can say blank or any error is there in this, right? So few fields can be blank, like few numerical fields can be blank, like here we have item weight. For few of the rows or few of the orders, item weight is not mentioned, but that is okay. That item, we don't know the weight of that items, whatever are been ordered, right? That is okay, but few of them are important that it should have that particular information stored, right? So now what we will do, we have to do the cleaning of this particular data, or we have to check the quality of the data. So for that, I will go in Home tab, and in Home tab, you have an option called here Transform Data. So I'll just click on this particular Transform Data, and you can see a new window will be opened, which is nothing but a Power Query editor. Okay, so I will just go in View, and I will just turn off this first, right? So you have this particular Power Query editor. So what Power Query editor does is it allows you, and this is an option embedded in Power BI itself. When you click, it will open, and you will be allowed to do some manipulations in the data, changes in the data. You will be allowed to do some data cleaning in the data, right? So this is the best option we have in Power BI, where we can do some data cleanings, right? So now we will quickly do some data cleanings, and you can see here applied steps box is there over here. In this particular box, you will see whatever steps we are performing, those will be recorded over here, right? So when let's say any new user is looking your dashboard and he want to see what cleaning you have done, what cleaning steps you have performed. So he can come to this Power Query editor from Power BI, and he can see what cleaning you have performed over here. So that's the reason all the historical work which you are doing over here, it will be recorded over here, right? So now what we will do, I'll just right click over here, and we have an option called replace values. So we will replace LF with low fat. So I'll just click on replace values, and we have to find which value. Okay. So I want to replace LF, and I want to replace it with what? Low fat. I will just replace it with low fat, right? Here you can see at 11th row we have LF. Whenever I click on OK, I will just hit OK button, and you can see it has been converted to low fat. Here also you can see in applied steps you have an option or a step recorded over here, that is replaced value. You have replaced a value over here, right? The same way what you have to do is now you have to convert this REG to regular, right? Now what I will do, I will just right click over here. Again, I will click on replace values, and I will convert this REG, and we will convert it into regular. Okay, simply you have to type it. And I'll just click on OK. You can see again the value has been recorded over here. And when you click over here, you can see now you have low fat, and regular. Now still we have low fat, and we have low fat also, but it is in small, you can say not a proper case, we can say. We will convert this also now, right? So now just right click again, and I will just click on replace values. I will convert low fat, this value, into this particular, that is low fat. Simple. And I will just click on OK. So you can see 3 steps has been applied over here, and you can just see now the data which we have, right? So we can see the low fat is still there. Let's check why we are seeing that. One second. Let's see over here. Okay, we don't have it over here, but why it has been done? Let's see. Okay, I will just delete this step. The filtered rows. The first step we have to see. LF has been converted to low fat. This has been converted. Low fat has been converted to low fat. Okay. So what I will do, I will just go back to our Power BI, and let's say if this steps has been applied. So when you go in Power BI, you just have to click on close and apply. Okay. And when I click over here, now it has been converted, right? So you can see low fat and regular, right? So I'll just click on OK, right? So what happens, I will go back to Power Query editor over here again. And when I click over here, now you can see low fat and regular. So sometimes there are some discrepancies in Power BI. Power Query editor, it does not show you the updated data. So just go back to Power BI and come back over here. You will see the updated data, right? So now you can see we have converted everything like low fat to regular now, because Excel didn't had that issue, but it was showing it in Power Query editor. Still we can see we have converted that, right? So we have converted low fat to low fat. So in future also, if anything comes as an low fat, which is type data, it will be automatically converted. So for new data, which will be added in this particular already present data, which we have, right? So don't worry, sometimes happens, but it can be rectified by, by checking the data again in Power BI, checking the data again in the source from where the Excel sheet or from the data from the Excel sheet, which is coming it from, right? So this is what we have done. Now what we have to do, we have to check the quality of the data. So I will go in view, and in this particular we have the option called column quality. So just click on this and go to home tab again, and you can see we have this as valid 100%, error is 0%, and empty is 0%. So this is what we need for this qualitative or dimension fields, right? So if it is valid 100%, we don't have to worry anything about, right? So if you see error 1% also, or empty 1% also, or 0.1% also, then you have to find out that error, what's happening over there, and you have to rectify that error, right? Until and unless it is 100%, you don't have to worry anything, right? So in this way we are seeing, so you can see in item weight, we saw that for item weight there were some blank values, right? But we don't have to worry about it, because we are not going to work on that. You can see there are some null values over there. So you can see valid is 84%, but empty values, whichever we have, those are 16%, right? So that is something we have to worry when we have to work on that field, if there is a use of this field in our dashboard, but there isn't, so we don't have to worry about it. But it happens sometimes that you have to deal with null values also. So if you want to learn more about this particular data cleaning in Power Query, I have already created a video on this. More than, I guess, 70 minutes video is there, where I have explained every steps what you have to do while doing the data cleaning, and I have performed real-time example also on how we can clean the data by different options available. You can find it in my channel in playlists of Power BI tech videos or Power BI tutorials. It's mentioned as data cleaning in Power BI or in Power Query, right? So that will be helpful for you. Then I have come to home tab again, and I have to go back to my Power BI now. So whatever changes I have made here, those will be reflected in Power BI. So you have an option in home tab here called close and apply. So I'll just click on this close and apply. You will come back to Power BI and you will be seeing the clean data over here. So when you see here, you can see the data has been cleaned, all those discrepancies has been removed, right? So now we have checked all the data, everything is good, looking good, and everything is fine. Now we will go back to our report view, and now we will start building our Power BI dashboard, right? So now before going ahead, you can see this is the canvas, or this is the open space where we are going to perform the calculations. We are going to build some charts over here. So what we will do, we will do some setup of this particular canvas over here. So for that, I will just go in format your report page. I will go in canvas settings, and here you have an option that is 16:9 is there. That is nothing but the height and width of this particular chart or the space we have. We have to change that. I will be using a custom size. So I'll just click here and I will click on custom, and the height which I will be using, it will be 800 pixels, and the width which I will be using is will be 1400 pixels, right? So this will be chart and height, that is height and width of the canvas which I will be using. Alignment I will be using at middle. Okay, so from top and from bottom it will be located at middle position. Then I will go in canvas background as well. So canvas background, I will keep it as white color itself, but I will be using a transparency of 40%, right? So I'll be using a transparency of 40% for this, right? Just let me check if we are using the correct. Yes, I guess we are using it correct, right? So these are the canvas settings for us. Canvas background, we will be using as color this white color itself. Okay, you can see the same color we are using, that is nothing but FFFF, that is for white color, and 40% transparency we are using over here, right? So now this is for our canvas, right? And now we will actually start building our dashboard. So, but you can see the shape of this particular. We can see a left panel. We are going to design first our left panel. So we will add few shapes over here. We will give name to our dashboards and all those things first, right? So you can go in insert now. Then you have an option here called shapes, and in shapes you have an option here called rounded tab, both top. Okay, so I'll just click on this and I will be using this now. So go in shape. Okay, so you can see rounded top corners, it is at 25%. What I will do, you can reduce this top corners at whatever size you want. I'll just close this tab first. I will rotate it first. Okay, the shape I want it in 90-degree rotation. I will just use your 90-degree rotation first, right? So you can see it has been tilted in this way now. And then I will go in general and I will give the height and width for the shape. So the height which I will be using will be 750. Okay, the 750 height will be using for this, and the width for this will be using 205. Okay, so this will be height and width. I will just place it at the center over here, nice and clean. Okay, so here you can see in this way. Okay, then go to shape again and go to shape here, and instead of 25 I will be using it as 20%, right? This is the shape, this is the rotation. Then I will go in style. We will give the color to this. Now we are going to use green and yellow colors for this particular thing, because if you search on online also, you might have used Blinkit store or Blinkit grocery store. Just go ahead and search it on Google. They mostly use yellow and green color formattings. So same way we'll be building our dashboard. So we'll use the same color palettes. Okay. So I will just turn off the border. I don't want the border for this. I will just go in colors, go in more colors, and I will be using a code for this. For yellow color, I will be using whatever I have used first. I will be using FFD200. Okay. So this is the color which we are going to use, right? So this is FFD 200. The next thing what I will do here is I will just go in shadow and I will turn on the shadow. Okay, so we'll be using the shadow for this, right? So this is the placeholder which we have created. That is the left placeholder you can see over here. All right. So now next thing what we will do quickly is we will give the name to our dashboard. So I will just go in insert over here and we have a text box option over here, right? So I'll just reduce it in vertical way and I'll bring it over here. Oops. Okay. And I will type it as bring it. Okay. Then select this entire thing and we will be using the font size as 36 and font style at Sage UI bold. Okay. So this is the thing which we are going to use, and just select this and bring it over here, right? At the center. Just increase likewise center. Okay. Now what we will do, let me see if it's correct. Yeah. So just select this particular shape, then go in effects and turn off the background for this. So as soon as you turn off, the background will be gone from here. Then just select IT. Okay, so this IT last you can see, just select this, go in colors over here, go in more colors, and I will just give a green color for this. Okay, so this particular color, right? You can choose any one. I'll just choose some darker color. This is fine. Okay. So this is the name of our dashboard. We have to add below also, that is India's last minute app. So I'll just reduce this likewise. I'll just select this itself, Control C, Control V, and here itself we will type it. And I will just increase this first. And I will name it as India's last minute app. Okay. and select this entire thing, and we will give size as 10 itself, but we will be using Sage UI, and then we will bold it. Okay, and just reduce it likewise, and we'll bring it over here just below this. Perfect. Okay, the same thing which we have used here, that is India's last mini gap, right? So now this was our placeholders and whatever we have to build first for preparing our dashboard. Now next thing what we have to do is, as per our problem statement, if I show you, so this is the problem statement which we have. That is nothing but KPIs requirement first we have to build. That is nothing but first we have to find out total sales, average sales, number of items, and average rating. So what we will do first, we will calculate all of this, and then we will try to bring them into the visualization, right? So if you can just drop down over here, expand this, you can see all this information is available, and from this only we have to find out our KPIs. So for that we have to write few tax calculations. So first we have to find out total sales. That is nothing but total revenue of entire data we have. Total sales, how we will calculate it is nothing but we have to take sum of sales which we have. That is sum of all the sales we have. Right. So for that, I will just right click over here and we will create a new measure over here. Right. And I will name it as total sales. Right. And it is nothing but what? Sum of sales. Right. So the sum of sales which we have. Right. So we'll be using the same sum of sales. You will be writing the same tax calculation which I have written over here, and I will just click OK. Right. So these are the total sales. Next, we have to find average sales. Very simple. Again, we will write a new measure. So average sales also with the same thing we will be using. I will name it as average sales, and just use average function over here. So average of what? Average of sales we have to find, and just hit enter. Simple. Next, what we have to find out is number of atoms. So I'll just right click over here. I will click a new measure, and I will name the measure as number of items. Right. So number of items is nothing but we have to count each and every row which is there in the data set. As I told you, it is nothing but the number of items for it. For that we have an DAX function called count rows. Okay. So count rows will count each and every row which is available in our data. You can see the number of rows in a table. Right. So now we have to mention a second, the argument over here is a name of the table. Right. So we will name the table as the Blinkit grocery data. So this is the name of the table, and just hit enter. You will get the count of the rows, right? The next we have to find out average rating. So we know the rating is already available. From here, just we have to take average. So again, I'll just right click over here. I will create a new measure and I will name it as average rating. Okay. And I will use it as average of rate. Sorry. Average of rating. Okay. So this is average of rating, and just hit enter. So we have calculated all the KPIs which we want to calculate from this particular thing, right? Now, next thing what we will do, as per our dashboard already created over here, we will go ahead and find out this particular or create this particular card over here, right? So now this card is nothing but it is a new card which we'll be using. That is nothing but a new card. You can see an option here called card new. I will just select that. Okay. First, I will just increase it likewise. Okay. And like this. Okay. What I will do first, I will give it the shape and size for this card. I will first what we'll do, we'll just drag whatever we have to bring over here. So first we want total sales. So we have a total sales over here. Next, what we want is second is average of sales. Then we want number of items, right? And the average ratings, right? So this is the all information which we need. You can see um, uh, we are only seeing over here 3 now. For that, what we will do, we will do just quick formattings on this. If you scroll down, you can see the average rating is at the second row. So what I will do, just go to format your visual, go in layout, and here you can say instead of a single row, we will keep it as grid. Okay. And the maximum rows which we will be using is at 2. Okay, because we want in 2 rows, and the maximum columns will be also 2, and just hit enter. Okay, and the space between cards will be using it as 0. Okay, so keep the space between card as 0. Now you can see it has been formatted. Now we will do some more formattings on this. We will go in general. Okay, so first we will go in general, and I will just specify the height and width for this particular card. Okay, so just go in properties over here. The height which I will be using will be 270. Okay, and the width for this card I will use it as 570. All right. So this is the layout and the values which we'll be using. Then now I'll just bring it over here. Okay. And now what I will do, I will do some more formattings on this. Just select this particular card, go into our format visual, then go in call out values. We will just give the font sizes and names for this, the font style to this, right? So instead of this DIN font, I will be using it as Sagio semi bold. Okay. Sagio UI bold, not semi bold. And the font size, I will be using it as 21, right? And the alignment, we will be using it as left itself. Then for label, we'll be using it as semi bold, Sagio UI semi bold. But the value we want it at below. Okay, we want the values at below, right? So here also you can see we have the values at bottom, and the color we'll be using will be this, right? Or we'll use this one. Perfect, right? So now you can see these particular things are in capital letters. We have to convert this also in capital letters. For that, I will just go to add data to your visual, and here you have all the information which we have brought over here. Just double click over here. So just double click on total sales, and here we can modify it. So I will just write everything in total. Like in capital, I will write everything total sales and just hit enter. As soon as you do, you can see you have the total sales at the same way we have over here, right? So this is total sales. I will just use this also. I will make it as average sales in capital words only, right? So this will be number of items and this will be average ratings. Right, right. Okay. So this is how we wanted this particular thing. All right. So now next what we will do, I will just go over again, select, go over here, go to call out values. Okay. And we have label also over here. And what more we have to do here is in layout. The center is fine. Okay, we want it at center itself, right? Okay, this has been done now. Okay, then we will go in uh, cards. Okay, so now let's go in cards first. Images we will add later. Just let's go in cards. Background is needed for us. Okay, so nothing to do over here. Border is also required. We have to use shadow also. I will be using shadow as well. Okay, and one more thing which we have to do here is for border. One second. uh, we have to convert this into a rectangular shape. So for that, I'm just finding an option how to do that. I think so here, yeah, we have a shape over here. So when you go in cards, okay, when you go in cards, you have a shape of this card. I will just select this and I will select it as rounded rectangle. Okay, so let me see what are we using actually over here, the rounded rectangle shape. So we are using 10 pixel. Okay, so it will be 10 pixel. So it will be 10 pixel for us. We have turn on the shadow as well on this. Okay, so I have just turn off. I will just turn on this shadow also, right? The next thing what we will be doing over here is the padding will be using it as wide. Okay, wide padding we will use here, and some more formattings also we have to do. Just let me check. So we'll now go one by one over here. So shape we have converted. Uh, we have corners at 10 pixel, padding is wide, alignment we want it as middle only. Background, yes, we want background, but white color itself, but we want it as 40%. Okay, so we'll be using as 40% as background images over here. Then border we want, okay, or we'll just turn off this. Okay, we want the border. Let's see if we have border. No, I think so. We don't have. So I'll just turn off the border. We don't want border over here. Shadow is there. Glow we don't want. Accent bar we want. I'll just click on this and we want it at 5 megapixels, 5 pixels, right? Color we'll be using as the same green color which we used over here for this, right? But we can use some darker color also. So I'll just use a darker color. Perfect. Okay. Any color you can use, it depends upon you, right? So now you can see I have added over here some shapes and a different color for this also. So the background color you can see here. So I've already created that background color for me. Okay, so here you can see the background KPI image color. This color I have already created in I can say this is I have created in PowerPoint. Okay, you can do any color combinations which you want, because we are dealing with the sales value is important for us, and we are dealing with the dashboard which have the color combinations of this particular type. So that's the reason. So I'll just take it to the left over here, and at the bottom or at the height at this same level we will have it set. And the space between this is also adequate, so that not too much space and not too much of gap as well. Select this now. Again, go to here and go to images. Okay, and you can select a particular image over here. Just first select for total sales, turn on the image. Okay, and we'll browse the image from here. I will be using this image. Okay, you can see the image has been brought over here, and the size or we have to just select the fit for this image. One second. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, we don't have to add image, we have to add background, so it's my bad. Okay, so just close this. We don't want, I'll just keep it at all first. Okay, not in image, we have to go in cards and we have to go in background. Okay, so first I will select here, go in cards and first select your total sales. Okay, then you have a background over here and then select the image, right? So just select this image. Now here you can see, right? So image fit also you have an option, just select the fit as fit. Okay, image fit we will be using as fit image fit, right? And the transparency will be using it as 40%, right? So 40% of transparency, the same we have over here, right? So in this way we have given the different color to this sales particular card as well, and all others we will be now using next, right? So all also we have different images also, so we will bring those images in this particular card as well, like you can see it over here, right? So for sales we have this for number of items, for average ratings and all this. So it makes our image or makes our dashboard more intuitive, like more reflective and more talking, right? So it looks nice, so we will add those images as well. So now we will add the images over here. Just select this particular card, go over here and go in images now, and here we have to add the images to each and every particular card over here. So first I will just select the total cells. Okay, and just scroll down, and here you have an option called image. Just click on browse, and I will just browse the images. So the images also I will have them added in the description box. You can download it from there. So I'll just this use this for the cells. Okay, and you can just select the size of this as 25 pixel. Okay, and I will add it at the vertical alignment at top, the same way which we have added over here, right, at the top. Perfect, right? So this is for sales. A similar way we will do for others also. I will just select the average sales now, and just add the image for this. Just select the image. This is for average sales, and we will be using the pixel size as 25. Okay, and the alignment at top. Similar way for number of items as well. Just select for items, turn on the image, browse, and for this is for the items. Okay, and the pixel size is 25 at the top. Okay, similar for average ratings. Select ratings over here, turn on the image, browse the image which we want. This is for ratings, and the pixel size will be 25. That perfect. Okay. So this is for us now. Now next thing what we will do, we will just round off these values. We have to give the dollar symbols also for this. Similarly for this also we don't have to round, or we have to see exact value, and this also we will round it off. Okay, one decimal point. So just go in call out values. Okay, and here we will have some options. Let's see if we have those. First we'll just select for total sales. Okay, and the display units we will keep it as millions itself. uh, value the values, all other things will be same for total sales, and go in average sales. Okay, we'll keep the decimal point at 0. We don't want any decimal points over here. Display units also we don't want anything. Then go to number of items, and for number of item display units we want none. Okay, it should be, we will be able to see the all values over here. Similarly for average ratings also we just want one decimal point. Okay, so we can see one decimal point. Now we want to give some dollar symbols over here, so we have to give it from here, right? So just select the total sales over here and go to the measure tools, and here you have few options. Just click on this display color and currency symbol. Just click on this. As soon as you do, you will have this, but again you have to just select one as a decimal point, or two, we will select two decimal points. Okay, so two decimal points. Similarly for the average sales as well, we will just select this, and the decimal points is already, we don't want any decimal points for this, right? So in this way we have gone through the requirements, and you can see the insights being taken from here. The total sales which are done in the data we have, it is 1.2 million. The average sales for each order is $141 we can say. The total number of items which we have in the data sets are 8,523, and the average ratings, if we consider all the products and the average ratings which has been given for entire data sets, it's 3.9. Okay, which is not good, I can say. It should be more than 4. So quality and the delivery, or the time of the delivery, quality of the products, the services of the this all this can be increased in this, right? So this is for this particular KPIs requirement. All right, so now we will move ahead to our next requirement, and as per next requirement, we have to build some charts now. And the first chart we have to find out is total sales by fat content. And in this, we have to just not visualize the metrics for total sales. We have to additionally visualize these three more metrics, that is sales, number of items, and average ratings, right? And for that, we have to create some calculations, some parameters, and field calculations. So we will see how to do that. First, what I will do, I will create a placeholder for this. First, I will just go in insert, then go in shapes, and here we have an option called rounded rectangle. Okay, and I will just go in general. First, I will select the height and width for this. So the height for this, I will take it as 500, and the width for this, I will take it as 554, let's say. Okay, and I will just try to bring it over here. Okay, so just bring it over here. Then just go to shape, go to here shape, and in rounded rectangles we will use it as 3. Okay, so this will be our rounded rectangles. Then go in style. The color which we will be using here, it will be white itself, but just the transparency we will be using at 10%, the white, and the transparency will be using it as 10%. Borders, we want to give borders. Okay, so for border, we will be using this particular border for this. Okay, and we will turn on the shadow as well, right? So like it's perfect, and we'll just navigate it correctly so that it looks perfect, right? So you can see it has been placed correctly now, and this will be the placeholder where we will be designing this, the remaining charts which we have, right? It is nothing but these particulars, these ones, right? So we will be analyzing and building it over here. All right, so now what we have to do here is, first we have to create a donut chart as per our requirements. So I will just create a donut chart. All right, and here you can see we have to find out total sales by fat content. Okay, so when I take sales and when I take fat content, we have item fat content, we can see here, but additionally we have to analyze three more metrics. So when we have to do that, we have to create a field parameter for that, right? So for that, what I will do, I will just go in modeling, and here you have an option called new parameter. So I will just click on new, and we want it as fields. Okay, based on fields we have to create that parameter, and I will just click on that as metrics. Okay, I will just name it as name of the parameter as metrics. From here we will choose whatever we want. I will just choose average sales. We want no, first we want total sales. So I will just select total sales, then we want average sales, then we want the number of items, and with respect to average ratings as well. And I will just click on create, and as soon as you do, you can see a new table has been formed over here. And when you click on this, you will see the DAX has been automatically written for that particular, and just you can see it over here, right? So for now I will just close this, and now you can see this matrix has been created, and you can see these values over here. So for now I have just selected total sales. What I will do, uh, I will just select this donut chart. I will remove this from here, and I will add the metrics over here, right? So as soon as you do, you can see the, right now it is total sales has been selected, so you will see all the values for total sales. As soon as I click on average sales, you can see the average sales value will be visible. You can see the number of items, you can see average ratings as well. Getting or not? So likewise, so I will keep it on average sales, and I will just format this first. Okay, the slicers I will format first. I will just go to the formattings option over here, go to general first, go in properties, or first I will just go to slicer settings. Instead of this, I will be using it as a tiled selection, and the select, I will just keep it as single select. Okay, you can only select once, right? And now I will just reduce it likewise. Go to general now, and I will just select the width for this, or height for this will be 40. and width I will be selecting it as 465. Okay, so this will be our slicer. I will place it over here. Okay, perfect. Let's see if it is correct or not. Yeah. Okay, try to place it at center over here. Now select it, go here, go to general, and or first go here, go to values. First we will select the values over here. Not underline, we'll just select it as Sagio UI semi bold, and the font size we'll use at 9, and font color I'll use it as black. Okay, then go to background. Also I will give the background color also as yellow. Okay, the same color which we used over here, right? So this will be the sales for us. That is nothing but from here you can just select whichever you want. Okay, and you can see the values are changing over here. Now just select this. We will do formattings on this also quickly. Just go here. Legends, we want legends, we will choose it as top left. Okay, and we don't want title. For text, I will just select the legend for the text as 8, and I will just make it as this black. Okay, similar way, slices also I will just choose the color for low fat as I will be using my color code as hashtag CDA CDA, and it will be 900. Okay, so this will be the color code for low fat. For regular I will choose the color as hashtag, it will be 568568949. Okay, so this will be my color. Right, now select this. We will just choose height and width for this. First I will choose spacing. I will be using it as 75%. Then go to general, go to properties. From here I will choose the height for this as 230, and width I will be choosing it as 220. Okay, okay, so we will do some more formattings on the numbers which we have. So I will just go over here in visual, go to details tab, go to values. Okay, so we don't want to show the percentage, we just want to show the data value. Okay, so we'll just keep the value. We don't want to see any percentages over here. Okay, and we'll just keep it to black, and we'll choose it as Sajay Map semicolon. Okay, so this is for this. Now whenever you change, you will see it for average sales, you will see it for number of items and average ratings as well, right? So the same thing what we will do, we'll go in generals now, and we will change the title for this. Okay, so I'll just select this first and go to title, and I will name it as, instead of this I will name it as fat content. Okay, and it will be Sagio semi bold. Okay, and it will be 10. Okay, size will be 10. Perfect. Now we'll just bring it over here like this. Perfect. Just let's see if it is correct. Yes, it is, right? So this is the fat content for us. Now when I change it to average sales, okay, you can see there are some loss of the numericals, or you can see it is at, it has been seen at very 10 to 12 decimal points. We just want it to 0 decimal points, I can say. So for that, what I will do, I will just go to average sales, select over here, and here we can see just decimal points, we will keep it as 0. Okay, as soon as you do, you can see it has been done. Similarly for ratings also, we'll keep it as 0 itself. That is fine. Okay, so that's done. Average rating, here we will keep it as 0. Okay, so average rating is 0 now. You can see that. Now number of items, average sales, and total sales, right? So this has been visualized, and at center also we have to add one more thing, that is nothing but the total sales we have to add. So for that, I will just take a new card visual from here itself. Okay, and I will just take the total sales and add it over here, right? So and I will just do a quick formattings on this. The call out value which I will choose will be 10. I will just choose it as 10, and it will be Sagio UI semi bold black. Okay, and I will reduce this. Now I will first go to general effects. I will turn off the background for this, come back over here, reduce it like this. Okay, horizontal alignment. Label, we want label, I want it as bottom. Okay, so I'll just choose the label. Here it is, should be below value, and it will be, I will choose it as 8 as Sagio UI, or you will bold itself. Okay, and the space between label I will choose it as 0. Okay, that should be 0. Okay, now I will go in cards and I will turn off the background over here, turn off the border as well. And I'll just reduce this likewise, and now I'll bring it at the center of this, right? So that is nothing but the total sales, all right? Or instead of this, what we want, if we want the metric over here, just choose the metrics. Okay, so whenever I choose average sales, I will see average sales, number of items, and average ratings as well, right? So now uh, this is for fat content, and now we will find it for the fat by outlet also, right? All right, so now we will move ahead to our next requirement. Okay, so now next requirement we have to find out the total sales by item type. But first I will find out the total fat content by outlet for sales. Okay, so I will visualize this and then I will find out this. Okay, so for that we have to create a clustered bar chart. So I will just select the clustered bar chart and I will take matrix. I will add it on x-axis. Okay, and I will take outlet location. I will add it onto y-axis. Okay, and I will take the content and I will add it into legend. So we want to break this each chart with respect to the legend. All right. So now what we will do, we'll do quick formattings on this. First, I will go here. I will change the title first. Okay. So title for it should be what? Fat by outlet. Okay. Fat by outlet. Similar way, we have to change all the things over here. It should be 10. Okay. Fat by outlet. Similar way, what we will do, I will change the properties for this. So for me, the fat by outlet for this, the width will be 220. Sorry, the height will be 230 and the width will be 220. Okay, and I'll just try to bring it over here, and I'll just bring it down or more, likewise. All right, in this similar way. And now what I will do, I will just visualize over here legends I want, but I don't want a title for the legends. Top left is fine for me. Text, I will choose it as 8 semi bold in black colors. Okay, similar way, I will just go to y-axis and I will turn off the title as well. Go in x-axis, turn off the titles as well as the values. Okay, and on y-axis we have this tier 1 and tier 2. I will name those. Okay, I will name those as semi bold. Okay, 9 is fine for us. Okay, we will keep it as 9 only. All right, now we have to choose the bars as well. Okay, so I will give the, for low fat I will be using the same colors which we used over here. So for low fat, I think so we are using this color, and for regular I will be using it as this color, not this. I think it is green. Okay, all right, so we have given colors. We'll turn on the labels as well. Labels we will at the outside end we will give it the image outside end. Values, it will be 8 and I will give it a semi bold and I will give it in black color, right? The same way, or we'll give it as 9. Perfect. Okay, then select this, go to general, and in effects I will turn off the background, right? So I'm a bit fast, but these are the formattings only. You can do it those, right? So I'll just select this, and for legends I think so I will just go text and I will increase it to 9. Okay, so because we have to keep the same sync over here. All right, and I think so color has been changed. Okay, not right. So perfect. So now this is for fat content and all these things, and I will just take it at the bottom right, and bring it at the bottom. And here you can see I have added a vertical horizontal line which is a separator in between these two. So I will add that horizontal line. So I will just go in insert, go in shapes, and I will add a line over here, right? And I will just do some quickly formattings on these lines. Okay, just go in shape, line should be flat, rotation is fine, style, fill I will just turn off the fill, I will turn on the border and I will give the color as this. Okay, that's fine. Now I'll just reduce and I'll bring that line over here. Okay, so this is the separator for us. Similarly, I will just copy this line again And what I will do, I will go in shape, I will go in rotation, and I will turn this to 90 degrees. Okay, so it will be in vertical now, right? In this way, right? So that we will add this chart over here. Perfect. So this will be the separators for us. Nothing more we are doing, just a separator for us, right? So now what we will do, we will have to find out now. Next is, as per our requirements, is item type. So for that, we will take a stack bar chart. Okay, and we will take the matrix again. Okay, so we'll add this to, first we have to find it by item type. So we have to take item type. I will add it like this, right? I will add this to x-axis, right? Just increase it likewise, and we will do now some quickly formattings on this. I will just bring it over here so that we have the correct position for this. All right, and now we will do some formattings on this quickly. So I'll just go over here. First, I will go in title, and I will name the title as item type. Okay, it should be 10, should be Seju semi bold. Okay, title is ITEM. Okay, next thing, we will turn off the background for this. Go in effects, turn off the background, then go in visual, go in x-axis. Here we will turn off the title. Okay, then go in y-axis, turn off the tile values as well as the title. All right, then the bar colors, we'll just choose the bar colors as this, the way we give to this particular bars in yellow or orange color. I can say you can use your own colors. Go in data labels, turn on the data labels. I will choose it as outside end, not inside, outside the end. And the values, I will choose it from here. I will choose it as black color, and I will choose it as semi bold. Perfect. Okay, and I can increase it likewise. All right. Also, one more thing we can do is, I will just go in y-axis, and this I can choose at semi bold. All right, so this is what we have visualized for this particular cluster, and you can see it for average sales, you can see it by number of items, you can see it by average ratings. Okay, so multiple visualizations can be taken over here, and if you see from here, you can see the items with a large fat content that have been ordered, like almost 65% of fat content orders are there, and almost 35% of regular orders are there. And by outlet also, you can see tier 3 has the largest sales, then second is tier 2 and tier 1, right? Based on the low fat content, you can again see the low fat content has been the maximum orders which are been again placed as per the outlet as well, right? So these are the few visualizations you can take, or insights you can take. And from item type also, if you can see here, the best selling item is nothing but fruits and vegetables, then second snacks, then household items. And likewise, you can visualize others also, which are the best selling, which has the highest average sales also. You can see average, the number household have the best average sales over here. You can see which is the maximum number of items that are bought. Those are fruits and vegetables, and next is snack foods, right? And likewise, you can visualize different items over here, and based on that, you can take the different insights from here, right? So now next thing what we have to find out is, based on our problem statement, we have to go and find out the other requirements based on outlets. Okay, so for that, what I will do, I will just select this outside shape, control C, control V, and I will add it over here itself, right? Because the same shape we are going to use. So I'll just increase the size likewise, and I will add it over here, right? So in this particular shape itself, you can see over here, we are going to visualize other things also, right? So I'll just take it a bit down. All right, so now we have to go ahead and visualize the remaining part of this particular dashboard as well. So if you have come at this particular point of the video, you are doing great. I'm sure you are enjoying and learning from this tutorial. If you are, please go ahead and like this video, subscribe my channel, So this will give me the motivation to create more and more such videos. Okay, guys. So now let's move ahead with our next problem statement, which we have is to find out the total sales by outlet establishment. And this will be a line chart. Okay, so we are just have to visualize one that is nothing but sales we have to visualize over here based on the outlet, right? So for that, I will take a line chart over here. So this will be the line chart for me, and I will take the outlet establishment, and I want to visualize the total sales on that. Okay, so outlet establishment, I will add it on to y x-axis. You can see here. So this is the chart which we are going to visualize. We'll do some formattings on this. Just go here, go to general, then go to properties. The height for this, I will be choosing it as 235, and the width for this will be 580. Okay. Okay, so it says that the value must be less than or equal to 473. Why is that? It, we are taking it as okay, fine, understood. So it should not extend this particular outside of this particular window. Okay, so that's the reason. What not an issue. We'll just try to adjust it over here. Likewise. Okay, perfect. Now just go here and we'll just change the title as well, and I will name it as outlet establishment. Okay, same. It will be Sagio semi bold, and the font size will be 10 for us. Okay, now we have to do some formattings on this chart. Just go format visual. On x-axis, I will just turn off the title. I will yeah, turn off the title over here, and I will keep the values. Just go to values. I will keep it as 8, and I will just gray it out. Okay, like this. Similarly, for y-axis as well, we'll do the same thing. Turn off the title. For values, we will gray it out. Okay, and at this part, that is 8 megapixel. Okay, not megapixel, the value of that particular thing. Right, the grid lines, we will turn off the grid lines. We don't want the grid lines. Okay, vertical as well as the horizontal. All right, these are the grid lines. Go to lines then. Okay, so the lines what we'll use is the color, the interpolation, we'll choose it as smooth. We'll have a smooth line for this, and the color of this line will I choose it as black. Okay, similar way, shaded area, yes, I want to give the shaded area, but the color, I will just not match the line color. I will give a different color, that is yellow color, which I will be using that, and I will be using transparency as 50%. Okay, I will also turn off the on the mic this particular uh, markers as well. I will choose it as 4. Okay, the size of this, I will choose it as 4. Color, I will keep it as black only. I will also show the data labels on this. Okay, and the value for the data labels, I will choose it as 8, and I will choose it as semi bold. Okay, similar way, background, yes, I want to give background to these values. Automatic background, I don't want to do anything on here. Yeah, the same way I will choose it here. Just for these values, I will choose it as color as black, so it will be visible for us. And what else we have to do here? I think so. This is fine. Outlet establishment. All right, perfect. All right, so this is outlet establishment, and what insight you can take from here, guys. You can see the stores which has been started from 2011. Those have done not much sales, but the stores which have been started from 2012 to 2017, they are doing almost same sales right till date. But the store which started in 2018, it is doing good amount of sale over here. Similarly, for 2020 and 22, they are also doing average sales as compared to other stores, right? So in the stores which are been started or established in 2018, they are the high performing, right? So in this way, you can take an insight from this, right? So this is something which we have as visualize for store establishment, right? Now next I will add a divider again over here. So I'll just copy this itself, Control C, Control V, and this will be the divider which we are using over here. The same Okay, and I will just add it over here, right? So it is nothing but it will help us understand the you know this chart is different than other chart, right? So it depends upon you. If you want to add, you can add. If you don't want, still it will help you to read those particular items or the charts and take the insight from that. All right, so this was for outlet establishment. All right, so now let's move ahead with our next requirement, which we have to find out the sales by outlet size. Okay, so again it's a donut chart. What I will do, I will just take this only, Control C Control V, so we don't have to do much formattings over here. So the same thing, just instead of the item, I just instead of this I will use total sales, and instead of the this particular legends we have to look at it by outlet location, or you can say outlet size. Okay, so we just have to visualize it by outlet size. All other things are the same, and we'll just go to and change the properties of this, right? So for me the height of this will be 225. Okay, and the width I will be using is 275. Okay, so this will be the width for me, and I will just try to add it over here likewise. Okay, and we will just change the title also. For this title will be what? It will be outlet size. Okay, all other things are same, guys. We don't have to do anything, just change the colors of this. Okay, so what I will do, I will just go ahead and change the slices. So for medium I will be using a different color. So for that I have a code for the medium as 73B761. Okay, so this will be the color for this. For small I will be using a color code as hashtag 568949. Okay, and for high I will be using the color code as hashtag FFD200. Okay, that is yellow color. All right, so this is based on outlet size, and obviously you can visualize over here that the medium outlet size have done the highest sales by second is the small, and the high outlet size, or the highest, like the size of the outlet is high, it is doing the least sales, right? So obviously it has been established newly, so that's the reason it's because sales might be lower, but in future whenever there will be more orders, it will be increasing in the the sales of that particular site, right? Now what I will do, I will just add this particular placeholder in between this, in this between two, so that we have that, and I will just reduce the size. Okay. Now next, what we have to visualize is, as per our problem statement, is to sales by outlet location. So for that we are going to make use of a funnel chart. I will just choose a funnel over here, and we want it to be by sales and outlet location. Okay, so I will just do formattings on this also. I will just go in general, and I will choose the title for this, and I will name it as outlet location. Okay, so this is the outlet location for us. This is the title. We will just change it to Sejo semi bold and at 10 size. Okay, perfect. Then we will change the properties also for this. The height, this height I will be using the same. That is nothing but I will use it as 230, I can say. For this, actually, I will change the heights for this again. Or I think so that is fine. Okay, so I'll just choose this at same heights which we had. Okay, I will just try to match the height with this. Okay, instead of giving it manually. Likewise. Okay, so just select this, go here and go in effects, turn off the background. Similarly here also turn off the background. Okay, and here also we have to turn off the background, I guess. Turn off these also, we have remained to turn off it. So just turn the off the backgrounds. Okay, perfect. All right, now we'll do some quick formattings on this as well. Just go here in data labels. Let's see what data labels we are giving over here. Okay, so it's values. We'll choose it as semi bold and 9, and we'll choose it as black. Okay, similar way, the conversion rates also we'll just gray it out. Okay, perfect. And now just select this. We just give different colors to each of them. So uh, show all. So for tier 1 I will give different color. So for tier 3 first I will give. So for tier 3 I will be using the color code as CDA 900. Okay. Similarly for tier 2 I will be using the color code as F0 D3 6B. Okay. And for tier 1 I will be using as hashtag ABT4A0. Okay. So these are the color codes which we'll be using. Perfect. Now I'll add this line again at the bottom. Control C, Control V. So which will be divider for this. All right. So the last part piece is remaining, that is all metrics by outlet type, and then we have to add some slicers, some filters over here on which we will be formatting or operating these dashboards to view different metrics over here, right? So this was for outlet size and outlet location. Okay, I will just drag this at the bottom so it is at center. All right. Okay, so now last what we have in our problem statement, let me show you. That is nothing but all metrics we have to visualize by item type or outlet type, I can say, and we have to create a matrix chart for that. So what I will do, I will just take a matrix chart from here. I will just bring it over here and just try to increase the size. Okay, and now we have to visualize the outlet type. Okay, and then few metrics we have to, that is first is we want total sales. Okay, first we want to just select this total sales in values. Okay, then we want number of items. Where is that number of items? Then we want average sales, then we want average ratings, and then we want the item visibility as well, right? So these are the few metrics which we have to visualize over here, right? Now just we will do quickly formattings on this. Go in layout, and from here we will choose it as minimal. Okay, we want the minimal as the layout size, right? And instead of countlet, we will choose it as table. Okay, so then in grid view, we want this as horizontal only, but I will choose it as a white color. Horizontal grid lines we want, and we will give it as the 10 size in between them. Okay, vertical grid lines also we want, and we will choose it as white in color again, and we will name it as 10. Okay, let me see if we want any. Yeah, we don't want any other things, right? So these are the horizontal and vertical grid lines for us, right? Then next thing what we have to do is I will go in values. We'll be using the 10, but I will be using at Sagio semi bold. Okay. Similar way what we will do, I will just reduce this. Okay, you can see the sum of the items over here. What I will do, I will just name it as only item visibility. Okay, and this is average ratings for us. Okay, some more formattings we have to do over here. What I will do, I will again go in the item visibility. I will just turn off the column subtotals and the row subtotals. We don't want any subtotals to be shown, right? And I will bring this over here at below. Okay, increase the size of this, right? Then I will just go to column headers. Okay, so for column headers, I will choose it as 8. Okay, I will choose the size as 8. Color will be black itself. Okay, and similarly for row headers also I will choose it as a 9. Okay, and black and Sagio semi bold, right? Here also we will choose it as semi bold, or I can say the column headers. Okay, now I can increase the size likewise, right? So it will be automatically and adjusted properly over here, right? Then I'll just close this. Similar way what I will do, I will go in grid first, and in borders I'll just choose it as white. We don't want any borders over here, or you can also choose a gray border for this, right? Whichever you want. Formattings you can do, guys. Formatting is not a big task. Sometimes you just need to practice how to do formattings, which is the best suitable formattings and all this. So column headers, I will just choose it as center, so it will be at center, right? Then after that, I will go to specific column. Okay, so for total sales, I will go for specific column first. So for total sales, I will give a background color for this, and I will name it as, I will be using it as hashtag FFD200. Okay. So this will be the color for which I will be using. Similarly, the display units for me will be millions. Okay. Uh, or I will use it as thousands. Okay. So I will be using the display unit as thousands. Okay. Now I will choose the next as number of items. Okay. So for number of items, I will be using a background color as hashtag 26B103. Hashtag 26B103. I will just increase the size of this. Okay. So it will be similar. The size of sales will be similar, I can say, and I will just choose it as center, and background, I will choose it as white color. Okay. So the text for this, similarly for sales also, I will just choose it as center. Now I will just choose the average sales, and I will choose the color for this as E1 E1 9490. Okay. So this is our average sales, and color also background, I will choose it as white, or I will keep it as black itself. Black is right, and at center value. Similar way, I will choose it for average ratings also. So from here, I will choose the background color for this as hashtag 5583AA. Okay. Center, and the background color of the text we will be using as 4. Now I will choose the item visibility, choose the background color from here, hashtag F0D36B, D36B. Okay, and center the value. All right. So this is the item visibility. So just let me check the item visibility. What are we using here? So I will just use it average of this. Okay, so instead of sun, I will use the average of item visibilities, right? So we have to use average of ratings also. Okay, perfect. So this is what we have visualized. I will just try to bring it over here, nice and clean. Okay, the same thing. Okay, so this is the only what we have visualized. Okay, and I will just increase. So you can increase the size of this so that they have equal size of the boxes which we are showing over here, right? And now we have to give the title also for this. I'll just go here, go to general, go to title, turn on the title. Okay, and I will name the title as what it should be, outlet type. Okay, it should be Sage UI semi bold, and the size should be 10. Okay, okay. So in this way, we have almost visualized all the charts. So I'll just increase this and reduce this. All right. So if you want, you can increase the size also. If you want to column headers, you can increase to 9. And okay, I guess not. Okay, some adjustments. Okay, this is 9. Perfect. Okay, so this is outlet size. I will just take this as down. This I will bring it at down. Okay, so we have equal spacings in all of them. So just select both of these. I will just bring it a bit down more. Just take this as also down. So what I'm trying to do over here is the space we are utilizing, it should be equally distributed everywhere. That's the reason I'm taking it a bit down. So this also I'll bring it a bit down. You can bring this also a bit down, and this chart you can bring it down as well. Perfect, right? So you can see equally the space has been distributed in all of this. So we have built all the dashboard. The next thing what we have to do here is we have to add some filters over here, right? So if you can see, the dashboard looks in this way, right? So now we have to add some filters by which this dashboard will be operated. Some interactive filters also. So like when I click over here, you can see the filtering is been happening, but it is just highlighting. We have to filter it out. Okay, proper values should be visible. That also we will see in next few minutes, right? So we have completed the dashboard. If you have come at this point also, I'm sure you are doing great. You have understood everything and you have learned so many things. If you have, just go ahead and subscribe the channel and like this particular video. And we will see how to add the slicers now. Okay. So now we will add the filters or slicers over here. So for that, what I will do, I will just go in visualization. And here we have an option called as slicer. So I'll just select this, and now here we will apply a slicer over here. So we will have to apply a slicer of outlet location first. So I will just take outlet location and I will add it over here. And not this, actually, outlet location. Okay. So this is the outlet location. So I will just do some formattings quickly here. So I will just go here, and instead of vertical list, I will choose it as drop down. Selection, we will keep it as multi-select. Then I will just reduce the size of this likewise. Just reduce the size, and I will just bring it over here, right? Okay. Okay, so adjust it at the center. Now what we will do, we have to do some formattings on this as well. So just go in slicer header. We will choose it as 8, and I will choose it as semi bold, right? This is outlet location type, or we can choose it as 9 also, right? And for border, we don't want any border. Background also we don't want. We go on values. We will choose it as a 9 again, and again a Sagio semi bold, right? Similarly, we will go in general now. Go in effects, and for background, I will choose this color. Okay, or we will match it with this particular color, right? So we will match it with this color, or that's this. Okay, that is hashtag FFD200. That will be the code, right? Uh, then we will add the border also to this. Okay, and I will add a border of this particular thing, right? So this will be the location for us. So based on the different location, you can see if you want to see for tier 1, if I want to see for tier 2, you will get those particular insights from the particular dashboard, right? So right now everything is been selected, so you will see the information of all, but based, let's say you want to see for any one particular tier, you can see that particular information, right? Now what I will do, I will just copy this again, Control C, Control V, and I will just add one more over here. Okay, and instead of this, instead of outlet location type, I will choose now outlet size. Okay, so based on outlet size also, if you want to see for small, you will get the things over here. If you want to see for high, you will get the insights over here, right? Similarly for medium also, you will get those insights, right? So depending upon the size of the outlet also, entire dashboard will be filtered out based on that, right? And next we will add the item type also. So I'll just copy this again, Control C and Control V, and I will choose here item type. Okay, so instead of this, we will choose the item type. So based on different item types we have, you can choose any one of the item type. Let's say you want to see for dairy products. Okay, so for dairy products, how the entire dashboard is performing, what are the different insights that can be taken from here, right? So likewise, you can take different insights from here. Similarly, what we have to do is we have to add interactive filters also. So what's that? What that mean is, let's say I click on this particular slice of this slicer, this donut chart, I can say. You can see the data has been filtering, but it is not filtering completely. It is just highlighting those particular data, right? But we want total data to be filtered. So for that, what I will do, I will go in format, and here you have an option called edit interaction. So just click on this. Okay, so now when this particular chart has been selected, you can see right now the option is filled as a highlight option. So instead of this, we have to choose this, that is filter. So when I click on this, you can see it will be filled with that black color, and this will be gone, right? Similarly for all the chart, you have to do same. So I have to choose this, I have to choose this over here. Similarly here also, so for this particular chart, when I click here, you can see the option is behind that, so I will just take it below, and now select this, and now you can take this, and I will add it to its position again. Perfect, right? And now I will just click back to edit interaction, and now what I will do, I will just select this, right? So just select the pie over here, the slice of this particular donut chart. Now when I select, you can see entire values are been filtering over. They are not highlighting, but they are filtering out. Similarly, when you want to see for small, medium and high, if you want to see for high, again you have to follow the same procedure over here. First go in edit interactions, click here, click on this particular chart, and then just select this particular filter options, right? So for all the charts which are there, right? So same way, I will just, you have to take this a bit down. Okay, then select this and then select this. Sorry. And I will select this. Perfect. Okay. So in this way, all right. And now when I select this, you can see entire data has been filtering out, right? In the same way, you can do it for others also. I will not repeat that again. For all the charts, you can do the same thing. Whenever you click on any particular chart, you just have to go in the home tab. First, you have to select that particular chart, then go to format and then click on edit interactions, right? And then the options will be available for you, right? You have to click again on the edit interaction, so those options will be they will be vanished from the dashboard, so you won't have any disturbances while taking the insights from the dashboard, right? Then I have added a few more things. Okay, so I will just add the filter panel over here, the name of this particular thing. So I'll just add the filter panel. So this is our filter panel. Okay. One more thing you can do is you can add this icon also of these filters if you want. Then I will keep it up to you of this home dashboard. Then when I, what is the slicer? So this is nothing but when I click and when I control and click, all the slicers which are been selected, they will go away. So let's say I will just give you an example. So I have just selected for these two vertical things, right? So I have filtered out the dashboard with few slicers, but I want to clear all the slicers. So I will just press control. So in desktop you have to press control, but on Power BI at service you can just directly click. So now I will just select this, right? So you can see entire slicers will be cleared out and you will see all the data in this particular dashboard, right? So this is you have to just click here, so you will get the files for the download, and this is nothing but a date of we can say option. And here I have just kept a home button. It is nothing but if you are adding more and more dashboards over here, so when you click on that home button, you will come to this original dashboard, right? So it's up to you which whatever you have to add in this particular dashboard, right? So this was the complete dashboard of this Blinkit analysis. I hope you have understood this. Okay. If you find somewhere something that I rushed the things, you can just pause the things and you can slow it down, and then you can go through this and you can follow along with me. If you have any questions, you can comment down in the box, or I have my WhatsApp number added in the description. You can find it from there, right? So I hope you have learned something from here. And before closing this, I would just like to ask you and request you to please go ahead and subscribe the channel, like this video. And if you have learned something and if you have gained some knowledge, please share it with your friends. Okay. So we have already used the Blinkit data and we have done analysis on different data analysis tools like Power BI. We have also done it for SQL. We have done it in Excel as well. And now we are going to make use of Python and we are going to make use of the same data and we are going to do the analysis that is nothing but Blinkit analysis in Python. And we are going to do EDA, that is nothing but exploratory data analysis project. So this will be useful for people who are doing data analysis as well as they who are doing the data science courses, or they are looking for any jobs, or they are looking for a career change in these two particular fields, right? So this will be a good project for them. It can be added in your resume, it can be added to your portfolio as well, right? So in this, we are going to make use of business requirements, and based on those business requirement, we are going to write different Python, scripts, and we are going to run it, and then we are going to get different outputs based on the data which we have and the business requirements which we have. Right. So in this, we are going to import the data. We are going to see everything which will be dynamic. We are going to import the data, then we will be doing some finding some data types and all those things which are at high level. We are going to do data cleaning as well. Then we are going to find out the different business requirements, some KPIs. Then we are going to do different charts. So you can see these are the different charts which we are going to build. We are going to write different scripts in this, and I will help you understand why we wrote those and how to write those particular scripts as well. So everything we are going to see in this entire Python project, and we are going to make use of a Jupyter notebook in this particular project. So there are different ways where you can fire the Python queries and you can run those, and then you can get the desired output there. Visual Studio is there. There are different methods available, but in this I have installed the Anaconda, and from there I have launched that particular Python. So here you can see this is an Anaconda navigator. From here I have launched this Python notebook. So installation of this particular software is very easy. There are n number of videos available on YouTube. Just search for that and it will help you to understand how to install this particular Jupyter notebook in your system. So first you have to install the Anaconda, and from there you can launch Jupyter notebook, and then you can do the same thing whichever I am doing in this particular video. Getting? So I have already shown you what we are going to do in this particular video. So quickly we will jump over, and first we will see what are the business requirement for us for this particular data. Then we will see the data walkthrough, and then we will run all the particular scripts which are there and which are required as per the business requirement in this entire project. And then we will generate the result in real time, and I will explain you all the things why we are doing it and how to do it, and you can follow along in your own system, and you will be able to run everything over there itself. So let's see the business requirements of our Python project. And so we have divided the business requirements in two sections. So first we are going to find out the KPIs requirement, and then we will be finding out the charts. So what does KPIs do? So in KPIs, what actually we are going to do is here at overall, or we can say at higher level, how the business is performing, the same thing which we are going to we are going to follow over here, or we are going to generate in this particular Python project. And when I say KPI is nothing but key performance indicator. So for any business, so right now this is a Blinkit analysis, we can say it is a quick commerce domain. And if you say we can say the Blinkit is one of the subsidiary of Zomato, I can say. And when you say Blinkit analysis, and when you say the KPIs requirement at higher level, how the business is performing, how the metrics looks at when you just see the total sales, total profit, what is the margin. So by looking at those values, you will just come to know that whether your business is profitable or whether you are reaching your set targets quarterly, yearly, or half yearly. So in that way, we are just going to find out the KPIs requirement. And after that, we are going to find out the charts requirement. Charts is nothing but we will deep dive in the data, and at a granular level, or at more so deeper level, how the business is performing and what are the key factors that are responsible to drive the business, or what are the key factors that are responsible for we can say downfall of that particular business, and what we can change in that particular business. So different decisions can be taken from this particular projects. All right, so we will try to generate some insights also along with when we are doing the analysis. So first we will see the business requirement for KPIs. So there are four particular major KPIs that we have to find out in this particular project. The first one that we have to find out is total sales. Okay, so obviously total sales is nothing but the overall revenue generated from the all items which are being sold. So we know that Blinkit is an online quick commerce app where any particular item which we order through that particular application, it will be delivered within 10 to 12 minutes, right? So this is what they claim, and it is actually delivered at in 10 to 15 minutes. So what is the revenue which is being generated after those particular items are being sold, right? Then we will find out the average sales. So for a particular order, whenever a customer is placing an order, what is the average sale or average revenue which is generated from that particular order, right? Then we will see the number of items, right? So for that particular time span, so we will be seeing that particular analysis for a particular period. So in that particular period, for different stores, for different outlets, how many are the different total number of items which are being sold. So we will consolidate all of them, and we will find out the total count, that what is the different amount, or we can say total amounts of item sold. Then we will find out the average ratings as well. So when we say average ratings, in this we will find out the average customer ratings for the different items which are selling through the Blinkit, right? Because rating is something that it is a proof for that product, that yeah, your product is very good, and different customers who previously purchased those products, they actually review their products, and based on review only the new customers are attracted, and based on that reviews only they will be making more and more purchase, right? So average rating is also important for us when we are doing this particular analysis. All right, so this is a higher level performer or requirements which we are going to find out in this particular project, which are nothing but the KPIs requirement. Right. So let's discuss about my website before moving ahead into our project. So on this particular website, I have added different Power BI projects and different data analyst portfolio projects as well as it have data analyst complete material as well. And this entire material will help you in getting polished your data analysis skills, and on the go you can learn different concepts. There are different handwritten and printed notes available, interview questions, and everything is available. You can just read. So you can see this is available on my website right now, and before you go over here you should watch this particular video. That is nothing but the data analyst roadmap which I created for edition 2025 few days ago. It's a 1 hour video and you will learn everything from this particular video. And the same thing after that, you will be able to understand what's available in this entire package. So this is a data analyst complete material which I have. So when you click on this, you will have all the things with syllabus, right? So you can see all the topics, right? Statistics, Excel, data warehouse, Power BI, Tableau, real-time projects, soft skills, 10 practice data sets are also available for you. And all the questions, interview, right? Round one, round two, round three, managerial and everything. So everything is written over here. You can read what is available. So you can see this type of notes and this type of, printed notes and everything, and questions and answers. Projects are also available, right? So everything is available. You can see for Power BI 7 real-time world projects are available, for Tableau 6 projects, for SQL 3. You can see for Excel also 4 projects are available, and you can see everything. And also you can read everything and you will understand what's present in this package. All right, so also I have different projects also. You can see 18 Power BI unique projects are available. You can just go ahead and see what those projects are. You will be able to see everything over here. What are the projects, what functionality you will learn from that particular project, and you will be able to download all these. So these are the images of projects which you will get, and you will get the actual working file. .ppx file will be available in that. Raw data which is used to create this project will be available. You will also get in this particular thing the images which are being used, the problem statement, the domain document, terminology documents, important, all the things, all the wallpapers and everything, whatever I have used, everything will be available. You will get in this entire thing. And it is not only for Power BI, you will get it for Tableau, you will get it for SQL, you will get it for Python, you will get it for Excel as well, right? And here you can see more than 3,000 people have already purchased this, and they are doing great in their data analyst journey, right? So just go ahead. The link of this particular website will be available in the description of this particular video. Just go ahead, see if you like it, you can go ahead and make the purchase. All right. So let's move ahead with our video. Then the second one is we are going to find out here is the charts requirement. And as I told you, charts is nothing but KPIs we see at higher level how the business is performing. But if you want to see different factors which are responsible for your growth of the business or downfall of the business, then we have to analyze at granular level at different fields which are available in the data, and then we have to see it for different measures and see what are the factors responsible for that particular failure, or what can be done so that we can increase that particular business, right? So based on that we have some charts requirement for us, and the first one which we are going to find over here is total sales by fat content, right? So in this what we are going to do here is we are going to analyze the impact of fat content on total sales, right? So based on sales, first we are going to find out this impact, and then additional KPI metrics are also there that we are going to find out it based on that, that is average sales, number of items, and average rating. So the same fat content which we have, so we are going to make use of fat content, but we are going to analyze it by using 4 to 5 different measures. and that measures we can add or change in our script itself. You can write multiple times those particular measures, and then you will be able to analyze that particular measure for that particular fat content, and then you will be able to drive and that particular, I can say, insight from that particular measure for that particular dimension, right? So these are the additional requirements which we are going to do in this particular chart, or we can say in this analysis or requirements. And the type of chart which is recommended to do over here is a donut chart, or we will be also try to do a pie chart. Both are one on the same, only donut will have a hole at the center in the pie chart. So we will either do it in pie chart or we will do it in a donut chart. This is the first requirement. Second one we have is the total sales by item type, right? So item type is also available for us in the data, and based on the item type also we will be analyzing different metrics like total sales, average sales, number of items, and average ratings, right? The same way we are going to do in this particular chart also, and here we will be here we might have to do a bar chart, or we will also try to do it in a column chart. So it depends which is suitable or which is feasible while we are doing our analysis. Getting? And the third one which we have to do here is fat content by outlet for total sales. So here we have to analyze two dimensions for different measures. So first we have to do is fat content by outlet type, and here we will be doing a columns, or we can say a stack column chart. And so here we will be comparing the total sales on different outlets which are there, and they will be further analyzed on fat content, right? So here also we'll be analyzing different metrics based on the fat content by outlet for total sales, right? So this is the third, and the last charts requirement which we have is to find, or we can say last three, is fourth one. First we have is total sales by outlet establishment. Okay, so each outlet is been established in different years, right? So as soon as the app will be growing in different metro cities, right now this app is only serves in metro cities, right? So when we are launching any particular app or any service in metro cities, so eventually the growth goes on increasing, and based on that, different outlets will be opened. So based on the establishment of that particular outlet, how that particular outlet is been performing based on the sales which we have, right? And here we will analyze this by using a line chart, right? So in Python also we can create different particular charts, and we are going to do the same over here, right? The fifth one which you have to find out is sales by outlet size. Okay, so whatever outlet which we defined in different cities, or in a metro cities for different pin codes located in those particular metro cities, we we create that particular outlet of different size, medium size, big size, or we can see a small size outlets, and based on those outlets what are the total sales we will perform, and we will see that also. And based on that we will decide whether we should increase the size of that particular outlet, or we should reduce the size of that particular outlet, right? And we are going to analyze this by using either a donut chart or a pie chart. Then we have to lastly do a sales by outlet location. So based on the location of that particular outlet in that particular metro city, we have to access a different distribution channels for different location, and here we will either do this by a funnel map, or we will also try to do it either by a bar chart, right? So depends. Blinkit in this particular Blinkit analysis through Python, we are going to do make analysis, or we are going to do analysis of this particular requirements which we have. So it is not necessary that we should always go through this particular requirements, and whatever is mentioned we should exactly replicate in our Python project or Power BI project or any analysis project, right? So in real time what happens is your client will give you the requirement, but it is not necessary, or it is not always feasible that whatever client is saying you will be able to implement that. No, sometimes we can say 10 or 15% of whatever client is asking us to implement is not possible to implement, because the tool itself have some limitations, right? So whenever you are doing an analysis at that time, or if you know before doing analysis or before starting the actual work, if you have good experience, you will know that this particular requirement or this particular ask from the client is feasible to implement in this particular tool or not. So at that time itself, you can say that no, it cannot be feasible for us to implement in such way. We will try an alternative approach and we will try to meet the requirement of the business through a different approach, as I told. But we cannot do in whatever approach you have asked in the business requirement, right? So it is not always possible to meet all the business requirements in the way the client have asked us, right? So there are some twists and tweaks we have to do at the time of analysis, and it is acceptable by the client also. But it is up to you how you are explaining why it is not. I mean, you should be able to convey to your client, to your team, that why it is not why you are not able to do this requirement, because there are some limitation in the tool itself, or there are some any other challenges which you might face while doing this particular requirement, or if there is an another easy approach to do this instead of going through this particular complex approaches. So I've just taken 2 or 3 minutes more, which I diverted from our topic, but it is related to our topic itself, like how the business requirement actually you get in actual real-time industry. So this is just 1 or 2% of requirements. You actually get the requirements in very long and large pages and long paragraphs and everything. What so many things are there. You have to go through a number of meetings, and then requirements are finalized, and then you actually start your work, right? So this is a set of requirement which you already have, and now based on this requirement we will go in our Python and then we will start our analysis. But before that, first we will see the data which we have. So I will just show you what the data we have. So this is the data which we are going to make use, and this data we will be importing in Python, and then we will be analyzing the business requirement which we just discussed a few minutes ago, right? So I will just give you an walkthrough of what data we have, what size of data we have, what are the different fields available for us in the data, right? So if you can see the size of the data, you can see the count at the bottom, 8523, I can say. You see 24, but it is counting the header also over here. So the actual data which we have in terms of rows, it is 8523, that is 8523 number of rows are available for us. And if you see the columns which are there, there are 12 fields or columns available for us to analyze in this particular data. And we will just go through each and every column over here, and then we will jump over to our analysis. The first column which we have over here is item fat content, right? So I'll just convert this to table and I'll just click OK. So we can see what are the values available in this particular field. So if you can see over here, there are different values available over here, like LF, low fat, reg, and regular. So the meaning of these are one and the same, but here you can see that there are some discrepancies in the data, and these discrepancies we have to make, or we have to convert this, or we have to clean this particular data. We will see how to clean this particular in Python when we are doing the EDA, or we are performing our analysis over there, right? So you can see this kind of data we already have. And what does item fat content means, that whatever item you are purchasing from that particular Blinkit app, so what is the fat content available in that, right? So it has been bifurcated in or distributed in regular and low fat, right? So these are the two fields values which we have for this particular item fat content. Then we have an item identifier over here. So here you can see there are different values which identify which is the item which we are purchasing over here. It is just a code, so that we as a business analyst or a business owner can understand that what is the item that particular fellow or that particular customer is purchasing, right? Then we have item type. So what kind of item is being purchased from a customer? So whether he's purchasing fruits, snack foods, meat, breads, households, or dairy, frozen foods. So these are different kind of items which a customer is purchasing. Then we have the outlet establishment, right? As I told you while doing our business requirement, outlet establishment is nothing but a particular item is been whenever, let's say, I will explain you in this particular way. So let's say you live in a metro city, and you live in a particular pin code area. So there are available, there are different, I can say, different people are available over there, different stores are available over there, and based on that you are purchasing or you are ordering any item from that particular Blinkit application. Then what happens is that request goes to your nearby store, and that particular, whenever nearby store it is been gone, then that outlet will distribute that particular order to you, and the delivery boy will come and he will be delivering at your doorstep that particular order, right? So what happens is, as soon as, or as per the demand of this particular application, as the number of orders goes on increasing, the new outlet is been established, right? So why it is been done? Because original outlet which is already present over there, it is not able to fulfill, or we can say fulfill the total orders, or it is not able to take that much amount of load of orders which is been coming from that particular area. So a new outlet is been established, and that's the reason you can see the establishment of different outlets are there in different years, right? So eventually, when you grow your business, different outlets will be established in different pin codes, in different areas. There might be multiple outlets in one single pin code. So based on that, these outlets are being established, and we will be able to, get our order as quick as possible, which is the tagline of this particular Blinkit application, right? Or this particular business, that it is a quick commerce, right? So if you will get whatever you order in 10 or 15 minutes, right? Then there is an outlet identifier. It is nothing but based on this number, you will be able to identify that from which outlet you are getting that particular order, right? Then there are location types, right? That particular outlet is been located in which particular tier. It is located in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So there are different tiers available, 1, 2, 3. So it determines like in which tier that particular outlet is been located. So it will be easy for us to identify the surge, or we can say the amount of orders which are been received from there. Then there is a location, or we can say outlet size. Out of that, outlet size is nothing but what is the size of that particular outlet, whether it is high, medium, or small, right? So depending upon size of that outlet, then what kind of outlet it is, right? So if it is a supermarket, type 1, type 2, type 3, or a grocery store, right? So most of time what happen, whenever you order any particular we can say item from your particular area. So right now, I will tell you today's condition that Blinkit have their own stores which are been set up over in that particular area, where whenever an order is been placed, it will be that particular order will be reflected to that nearby superstore or that supermarket which is owned by Blinkit itself, right? And from there, then order will be dispatched. But there are some places like in tier 3, there are some places where there is not much amount of orders which are been received, right? So there is a low frequency of orders. So in that, what happens is they give their ownership or some shares to grocery stores itself, where grocery store will sell their particular items through Blinkit as well, or and they will sell through walk-in customers also, right? So these are the bifurcation or distribution of different outlet types, right? Then we have item visibility. This is nothing but score of item visibility. It is in zero point 0 metrics. So we are not going to make use of this metric so much, but this is an item visibility score which is available over here. Then we have item type, item weight as well. So here you can see some of the weights of few items is not been mentioned over here. So not an issue, but these are the some items weights available for us. So these are the item weights. It might be in gram or kilogram. The information is not available for us at this particular stage. But we are not going to make use of this item weight and item visibility in our analysis, so not to worry on that. Then we have sales, which is important for us, right? So we are going to see the sales of each and every item. So this is the sales for that particular order. And how much sales we are doing. This is nothing but the revenue generated from that particular order, which is important for us. Then ratings. So each and every order which been purchased in this particular data, customer is giving some feedback or in terms of ratings, right? So that particular item which he purchased from Blinkit, right? So based on that, it will be easy for the next customers or the new customers looking at the ratings which is given by the old customers. They will decide whether they should purchase that particular product or not. So rating is very important, right? Usually more than 4, 4.1, 4.2 ratings is considered as good. So the more good ratings, it will be the good product which can be sold from that particular Blinkit store, right? So this is the data we have, and fortunately the data is already cleaned. Only this particular column, that is item identifier, not item identifier, the item fat content, we have to make use of some data cleaning, which we will be doing in Python when we are doing our analysis. So I will tell you how to clean this particular data where we are doing that, and then we will continue our analysis based on the business requirements which we have. So now let's jump and we will start our analysis in Python. So now we will start our analysis in Jupyter Notebook. So I hope you already have installed this particular Jupyter Notebook. That is, I already told you at the start, you have to install the Anaconda Navigator. From there, you will be able to launch this particular Jupyter Notebook and it will be opened in your default browser. For me, right now, you can see in front of your screen. I'm seeing everything right now in uh, Chrome, but for you, whatever default browser you have, you can open in that and you can do whatever things I am doing in this particular project, and you will be able to replicate that. So whenever you open your Jupyter Notebook, you will see in front of your screen this particular of UI. There will be already pre some folders available. You can create your own folders also over here. It is very easy. But what you have to do when you open this particular notebook is you have to click on new, and here you have an option called Python. So you will, when you click on this, it will open a new Python notebook in front of you, and here you will be able to write all those particular py files, or we can say a script of Python, right? And here you can see it is untitled right now. So what I will do, I'll just click on this and we will name this particular file for us, and I will name it as Blinkit analysis in Python. Okay, you can name whatever you want and I will rename this. So you can see the file name has been renamed. You can see Blinkit analysis in Python, right? So now here we have to write all the codes over here, right? And so make sure that you are seeing the same particular window over here. And when you click on this particular cell over here, so this is called as a cell. So there are different available options over here. We will be going to see all these options, and here you will be able to write your script. And here you can see when you click on this particular cell type, there are two types which you are going to make use of. First is code and next is markdown. Code is somewhere what we have to write a Python code over here. And when you click on markdown here, you will be able to add any title, image, whatever you want, right? So first we will write the code, and before starting for any Python project, we have to import the important libraries which we are going to make use in this particular Python project. So I hope you might know different libraries which you have in Python. If you don't know, you will still be able to perform this analysis, because I will explain you everything in this particular project. And those who knows it is well and good, you will be able to do this project very easily and you will understand it, right? So we have to import some libraries first before doing this project, because those libraries will be used in this particular project for doing different data manipulation, importing data, creating different maps or charts, I can say, right? So we will import all libraries one by one. So I will just write the function for that import. So first we will import, I will import first pandas. So I'll import pandas and I will name it as PD. Okay, so first library I have imported as pandas. As is nothing but a temporary name given to this, or we can also consider as alias. And PD is nothing but it is an alias for pandas. So instead of using full name in our further analysis, we will just use PD. And whenever we use PDs, you should know that it is nothing but we are using a pandas libraries in that particular script. Okay, so first we'll import pandas, then also we also have to import more over here. So next I will import numpy. So we'll also use make use of numpy, and we will name it as np. Okay, so this is one library that is nothing but alias we will be using as mp. Then we will also import matplotlib library also. So matplotlib dot, and so I will be using dot pyplot. Okay, so this is a sub library in matplotlib. uh, the pyplot is used to create different charts, we can say, like bar chart, pie charts, which we are going to make use in this particular project. So it is very much important for us that matplotlib.pyplot should be imported in this particular notebook. So, and we will name it as plt. So this is an alias for this. So whenever you see plt being used in further analysis, that is nothing but we are using matplotlib.pyplot. Okay, then we will also import cbon. Okay, cbon, and we will name it as sns. Okay, so Seaborn is used, or it is a library which is used for advanced analysis, where you have to build different charts which are at advanced levels. So those kind of charts are being used and created by using Seaborn as well as by using PyPlot also. So combination of those two can be used to create many advanced charts, right? So before starting this analysis, let me tell you that you have to download the data which is available in the description of this particular video. I will also give you the this particular py file, so that you will be able to use it for the analysis in your system. But the data should be downloaded and kept in a particular folder, because that folder path is important for us. So for me, the folder path which I'm going to use in this particular video, it will be different for me, it will be different for you when you are performing your own analysis, right? So don't copy my path, because it is for my system. Your system path will be different, so just make sure you store your data, that .csv file, somewhere in good folder or in a safe folder. That particular path of that folder we will be taking, and then we will be doing our analysis, right? So now we have wrote all the libraries, and we have to just hit run. So you can see here you have run button, so I will just run this cell. So you can see the cell has been run. Okay, you will not get any output message over here that it has been run or not. If there is an error, then you will get an output message that error is there. But if you are just running it and it has ran successfully, then you will not get any message. So how will you know that it has been ran or not? So when I click on run, you can see the number over here changes, right? So right now if it's 5, so when I run now it is 7. So if the number of this particular cell has been changing, it means that it has ran successfully. You can go ahead and do your other changes whatever you want, right? So what we will do, we'll just name this particular project also. So for that, in this particular cell, I will come in this cell and I will name it as markup. Okay, and we'll name this particular project as data analysis python project. So you can name whatever you want, and I will name it as blinket analysis. Okay, so in markdown there are different syntaxes available for us. So headings can be given of different size, and so whether large size, small size, it is defined based on hashtags, right? So how many hashtags you give, so the more and more hashtags you give at the start, it will reduce the size of that particular you can say that particular text which you are writing. The lesser hashtags you give at the start, it will increase the size of that particular you can say text. And when I run this, you can see the size of text is higher now. When I, and if you want it in bold, I have to write two stars at the start and end of this particular text. So you can see now it has been converted to bold, but I want to take this particular cell at the top. So what you can do, here you can see this arrow is there, which is being used to move this cell up. There are shortcuts also available, like control shift up. If you want to use that particular shortcuts, you can use that, but I will just use this particular arrow, and you can see it has been taken up, right? And what I will do, I will just copy this cell now. So you can see insert a cell above or below, and here is a copy. So I'll just click on copy. You can see the cell is being copied over here. Now what I will do, I will name this, instead of this I will name it as import library. So I will write everything so that it will be easy for us to understand that what we are doing in this particular cell over here. And I will increase the hashtags over here. So that size of this particular import library should be small, and I will run this. So you can see the size of this is small, which is import libraries. We will do one more. We'll just keep it at 3. Okay, so now we have imported our libraries. So here we have imported our libraries. So this is the name of our project, Data Analyst Python project. We have imported all these libraries, and next what we have to do is we have to import now raw data. So what I will do, I will just copy this again, and I will just take it down. So you can see you can move this down by arrows over here, and here I will just click, instead of this I will name now import raw data. Okay, and just press shift enter. To run the cell, either you can hit shift enter or you can just click run over here, right? So now this is the import. Now we have to import the raw data, and now we have to do it in the cell. So make sure whenever you are in a cell, code is been selected. Whenever you want to write any Python code, you should select your code. But when you want to write any text or any string, markdown should be used, right? So right now you can see we are in this cell and code has been selected, and now you can write your Python code, right? So don't get confused on that. Many people, it's a very we can say an unusual mistake which people do, right? And they just go on searching like what I'm doing wrong, why my code is not running. So it's a very simple thing. Just keep an attention so that you will not get an error over there, right? So now we have to import our data. I will use df is equal to, df is nothing but a data frame, so which has been used in Python so much. So it is a data frame. Df is nothing but a data frame, and now we have to import our data. So for that we have to make use of pandas. So pandas will be used to import the data. We know that pandas, it is having an alias pd, so I will use pd dot. Okay, and I will use the function as read underscore csv. Okay, and in bracket here we have to import that particular csv file, right, in double inverted commas, right? So I will close this, and in between, in double inverted commas, we have to bring our I can say the file over here. So now I hope you have downloaded your file. Now how to bring that file over here? So what I will do, I will just go over here and I will go to my folder which is available for me. So this is the Python project and this is the file for me available, right? So here you can see this is the file. I'll just right click and you can click on copy path. Okay, so I'll just copy this path. Okay, and I will come to my Python project and I'll paste it over here, right? So you just have to copy the path which is available, right? Right click the data which you have downloaded, click on copy path, and then just paste it over here, right? So the double inverted comma has come twice. I'll just remove it and I will add it only once. Okay, and now you will run this. Okay, so just hit run, and you can see here there are some warnings you are getting over here. So the reason behind this is, you can see the slash has been which is used over here. It is a backward slash. So instead of this backward slash, we will add here just a forward slash. So wherever you see a backward slash, just add a forward slash over here, right? So the 3 changes I have done. Wherever you see in your system backward slash, I will just convert it into forward slash, and now I will run this. And as soon as you run, you can see you're not getting any error over here, but the data has been imported, right? So if you want to still see, when I right now, you can see the cell number is 16. When I run it, you can see it is 18. It means that it has been ran that particular Python script, but you are not getting any output, because that particular whatever Python file or that data which we have imported in Python is been already imported in our kernel. That is, kernel is nothing but a backend engine of this particular Python project or the Jupyter notebook. So it is already stored, the file has been already stored at backend of this particular Python file. And now we have just want to see, let's say you want to see that particular Python file, right? We want to see that particular sample data which has been generated. So what I will do, for that I will just write df, that is nothing but a data frame, and I want to see header rows. So head rows means nothing but top 10 rows you want to see. So I will just write head and 10. I have wrote here 10 because I just want to see top 10 rows, and I will just run this, and you can see. So these are the top 10 rows which are been generated or which are been brought in this particular script from where the file we have just imported from this particular file, right? So if you want to see top 20, you can just mention your top 20 and you can run this. So you can see top 20. Here you are seeing 19 because the number has been starting from 0, right? So this is 0. to 19, there are total 20 rows you can see over here. Right, so now what you will do, you'll just copy this particular markdown over here. You will bring it down, and here we will name this as, instead of import raw data, we'll just name it as sample data. So you are just viewing your sample data from here, and I'll just hit enter. So this is the sample data which is visible for you. You want to see 20, 100, 2000. The number of data which you want to see, you can see over here, right? Then let's say this is the top 20 rows from that data which you are seeing. Serially top 20. It is just picking serially top 20 which are available in the data backend. Those has been brought. So if you want to see the tail data, you just have to type over here tf dot tell. So the bottom 10, 20 data, whichever you want to see, it will be viewable for you, right? It can be viewed in this particular Python's file over here. So you can see ef.tell, it will help you to find those particular top 10, or we can say bottom data which is available. That is, you can see the number of rows which you have are 8522 because the value is starting from 8513, right? So this is how you can view the data, right? So you can see these are starting from 0. That's the reason over here it is the number is given here 8522, because in Excel we have seen the total number of data which we have. If you see over here, the count total is 8523. Here you will see only 8522, but it is actually 8523 because for the header number is given here as 0, and when you start from 0 1 2 3, then it will automatically come here 8522 itself only, right? If you want to see, let's say, last 15, you will be able to see those. You have to just run this and you can see the last 15, you can say, rows will be available, or the sample rows will be available for you to see, right? So in this way you will be able to see the sample data, right? Then let's see the size of the data. Let's check whether all the data is being brought correctly or not, right? We will check the number of columns as well as we will check the number of rows as well, right? So we will cross check if whatever data we have in CSV file, uh, when we saw it in data walkthrough, the same number of rows are been brought in Python as well or not. So for that, we'll just fire a script that will use df dot shape. Okay, I will just use df dot shape and I will just run this. So you can see 8523 is the number of rows available for us, and 1 2, that is 12, is nothing but the columns, and this is the same number of information we have in our CSV raw data file as well. So the count of number of rows here is 8523, and as I told you, the number of columns available for here, it is 12 over here, right? So if you go over here, so we can see the number of columns available for us are 12. So we are good to proceed and do our analysis, because all the data is perfectly brought into our system, right? But here you can see in output you are just getting brackets over here, right? The number and two numbers you are getting, but what does it actually mention? So you want to print a text over here. So for that, it is very easy. We can just um, uh, change our script over here. So I will just use a print function over here. So we want to print what? In I will just type in double inverted comma. I want print to print as a string that size of data. Add one colon and I will space. Then I will just add a comma. Okay, and then I will run this query. So just run this and you can see you are getting an error over here. So let's see what is it. So print. Okay, so we have to write here print. So spelling was wrong, and I'll just run this query. Now you can see we have printed size of the data. This text is been brought as it is over here, and then the df shape, that is nothing but 8523 comma 123, and you can remove this space also if you want. And I will run now, and you can see now it is been printing this particular text over here, whatever we are writing in this print function, and comma df shape is nothing but it is giving us the dynamic rows which are available, or it is actually running that particular function, and it is giving us the number of rows and number of fields or columns available in the data. All right, so what we will do, we'll just bring this sample data down over here and one more times down over here. Okay, oops, we'll take it up again. One second, we'll just copy this and I'll just bring it up again over here. So this is sample data. I forgot it to copy, and we'll just change the name of this to size of data. So here we are finding out the size of data. So why we are doing this actually, guys, because anyone who is beginner, who is trying to see your Python file which you are adding in your portfolio, so he or she will be able to know what you are actually doing over here. So the heading will help you understand, and your users, stakeholders also, to understand what has been actually done in this particular script and what you are trying to actually find out over here. Getting or not? So now next what we will find out is we will find out the information of all the fields, right? So for that, what I will do, I'll just type, I mean to say that I want to get all the column names which are been there in our data. So I'll just type df dot columns. Okay, and I will just run this, right? So here it is giving us an total index or the metadata of the data which we have. I cannot say metadata, it is just giving us the field names which is available in the data. You can see item fat content, item identifier, item type, establishment year, outlet identifier, outlet location, outlet size, outlet type, item visibility, item weight, sales ratings, and each and every fields is been brought into our Python file over here. And so we are good to go for analysis, right? So this is the size of the data, and we can just copy this, and I'll just bring it down. And this is nothing but our field info. So I'll just name it as field information. Okay, so this is our field info, and we'll just run this, right? So from here we are determining the field info. Next, what we will do, we'll find out all the data types which are been given in this particular Python for all these particular data columns or data fields. So for that we'll just type df dot d types. Okay, so d types is nothing but data types, and we'll just run this. And as soon as you run this, you can see for each and every column which is available for us, we are getting what are the different data types in Python. So based on different analysis tools, the data types are been different, or they are named different, but their meaning is one on the same, or their definition is same. Because you can see item fat content, we are getting an outlet or an data type as object. So object is nothing but it is a string or text data type or a mix of alphanumeric data type, right? So it is considering this as a text or a string data type. So item identifier is also string data type, right? But the name of the data type in Python, it is called as object, right? But for establishment year, you know, establishment year is 2008, 18, 2019, 1998, likewise, which is a perfect whole number. So for that, it is giving us as int 64. So int 64 is nothing but it is a 64-bit integer value, and it is actually given to whole numbers which are without any decimal points, right? So that's the data type which has been given. Then we have for item weight, item visibility, sales and ratings, it is been given as float 64. It is also 64-bit floating point number actually, and it is generally been given to all the numerical data which includes or which have a decimal points in that particular matrix, right? Because we already know, here you can see in item weight, you can see the values are in with decimals, right? In ratings also, if you see, the values are in with decimals, and that's the reason the decimal point is been given over here, and the data type is automatically identified as float. Okay, so here this is how you find out the item data types over here. So I'll just uh, field data types. I can just copy this particular markdown. I'll just bring it down, and I will name it as data types. These are our data types, and just hit enter. All right, guys. Now next, what we have to do is we have to do data cleaning in our this particular data. So if you go up over here and if you see the head and the tail of our data, which I have just imported in this particular while seeing the sample data. So if you look at this particular column, that is item fat content. So there are different values available over here. So you can say regular is there, low fat is there, but you can see the low fat is, you can say the initials are capital over here, and somewhere you just have LF, right? So in regular also somewhere you will just see REG, right? So you can see REG, which is nothing but regular, right? So there is inconsistencies in this particular field which we have to correct while doing and data cleaning in this particular Python. So we will also see how to do data cleaning in this particular script, and we will just do that particular in this particular video itself, and you can follow along. So first what we will see, what we'll do, we'll just bring those unique values from that particular field. So what are the different values available in that field? So first we will bring those, and then we will do our data cleaning. So to do that, what we will do, I will just write a print function. So I just want to print all the unique values over here. So I will just print df dot from which particular field I want it from item. So I'll just write in single inverted comma in square bracket. So make sure you write correct the name over here. So item fat content. So this is the field which we are looking and interested on, and we just use a unique with that. So I want unique values. I will just unique values. I'll just open and close, and I'll just close the print bracket, and I'll just run this, right? So we have an error over here. So you can see df dot I have used, don't use dot over here. You can just directly write the name over here. I'll just run this, right? So you can see from here, by using this function in this particular column, that is item fat content in our data, these are the unique values which are there, right? So regular is there, right here. You can say regular is there, low fat is there. Low fat is again there, but we can see with initials or the first character is in lowercase. Then lf is there, nothing but short form, and re is there. Now what we have to do, we have to do data cleaning of this particular column, or we can say field. So what should be done? So this low fat, whichever you can see, this low fat should be converted into this low fat, and LF should be also converted into this low fat, and REG should be converted to regular. So we have to do that in through a script over here. So for that, what I will do, I will write a script over here. So I will use a function called df, and I'll just copy this. I'll just don't have to write it again. So df, so df item fat content. So we have to make change in this particular column. So is equal to, so we have to, because we have to make change in this column, and we have, what change we have to use is df fat content dot, okay, replace. I'll use a replace function. Now we are going to make use of replace function over here, and I will just open curly brace. Okay, in curly brace, what we have to do is lf. Okay, so this lf should be changed to what? Okay, so you can see I am using a replace function. So whatever field values are there in this item fat content, we are using a replace function. What should be replaced? lf, and you have to write it in open curly braces. So lf should be changed to what? I want to change it to in low fat. Okay, right? So lf should be changed to low fat, comma. Okay, next what we have to change, I also want to change low fat. So you can just copy this, control C, paste it over here. It should be again changed to what? This, control C, control V. Okay, then comma should be there, enter. What do you also change? You want to also change reg. Okay, so this should be also changed to what? Regular. Okay, so this should change to regular, and I will just change. Now no comma is required. These are only three changes which we want. I will go to next. Oops. So I'll just come to next, and I will just close this curly braces which we started over here, close the bracket which we started for replace, and just hit run. Okay, as soon as you do, you can see that you don't get any output message over here, but this particular script is already ran at the backend because the number was changed over here, right? So if you run this again, you can see now 52 is changed to 54. It means that actually the script has been ran at the backend, but you want to see if that actually has been run or not. So for that, we'll again see these unique values. I'll just copy this and I will paste it over here, and now we'll run this. And now as soon as you run this particular field column will have only two values, that is regular and low fat, which is what we want, right? So in this way we have did our data cleaning. So what we have done is we are using a data frame function, that is for a df dot item fat content we want to change for this column, and then we are replacing this particular using a replace function in curly braces. So on the go we are writing, or in this particular script in real time only we are changing everything, so that what changes we have to do we have just mentioned over here, and that script we have just run, and the changes are been in front of you, right? So what we will do, I'll just copy this markdown and I'll just bring it down, and this is nothing but data cleaning. We can say this as data cleaning, and I will run this. Okay, so this is what the data cleaning we have done for this particular field over here. Alright guys, now next what we will do, we will start with our business requirement, and as per our business requirement, first we have to find out the KPIs. And in KPIs, what we will do first, we have to find out all these four metrics. So you have a good provision in Python that you can just find out all these particular four KPIs in one single script itself. And we will do the same. So first what I will do, I'll just copy this markdown. First we will just adjust our what a second, what happened? This okay. So let's say guys, what happened is that you just paused your video and you are opening your entire file tomorrow, and you are just running after. I mean, what happens in general is you work half of the file, and you are not you did not complete this project today, and you are just opening your file again tomorrow and just continuing with your video. Many times what happens is whenever any script which you will write over here, it will not run, right? Because you closed everything and you are reopening it again. So for that, what you have to do is you have to run all the codes from start to end again, right? Because you have to import all the libraries again, all the PDF file also you have to import again, and all these things you have to import again in this particular library. Because I mean to say, this kernel, whatever is available in this particular server, it is not able to remember what you did last. So for that, what you have to do, you have to just open the saved file, half saved file, whichever is there. Go to kernel and just click on restart kernel and run all the cells. And once you do restart kernel and run all the cells, what will happen? One by one, it will run everything over here. It will take some time, but it will run everything. So you can see it is running everything over here, and you can see from start to end everything will run, and then you can start with your resume with your part which has been remained, and then you can start working again, right? The same thing I have showed you again, and I ran in front of you only, and it has been running, and it has been ran successfully everything, right? And now we will go forward again. So now what we will do, I will just copy this and I will just bring this down here. Oops. This we have to bring down. Okay, this should be at top here. Okay, and I will name it as, this should be as business requirements. Okay, so now we will do business requirements, and first one what we have to do is I will copy this again, and here we have to first find out KPIs. Okay, so first we'll find out the KPIs requirements, and in that we have to find out total sales, average sales, number of items sold, and average ratings, which is as per our we can say as per our requirements which we have. So first we'll find out the total sales. So I will use a hashtag and I'll name it as total sales. So this is nothing but a comment which you add in Python script. So it cannot be run. Okay, so it does not run. So it is just a comment that a user knows that what you are finding out. So for any script or in a part of that script, if you want to explain that particular script, you can do it by using hashtag. So it will be in italic and in green color. So it's nothing but a comment in that particular script, right? So first we'll find out total sales. Very simple. So total sales, it is nothing but we'd use df data frame in square bracket. I will name it as sales because the field name is sales only over here. Sales. Okay. And we want sum of it, right? Dot sum, right? Because aggregation should be sum. If you see our data over here, so this is the field which we want, and sales is nothing but we have to take sum of entire sales which we have in our data, because we are finding the KPI. So that's the reason the aggregation is being used as sum. So it will sum all these particular sales which are available in the data, right? So in this we will find out the total sales, right? Next we'll find out hashtag. I will name it as average sales. So for next will be average sales. Okay, and I will name it as average underscore sales, and we'll use the same thing over here. Okay, control C, control V. So instead of And I'm using, I mean to say, instead of finding sum of cells, we have to find their average. But function in Python, it does not have average, it will take mean. Okay, so we will use here as mean over here. So instead of sum, we will use it as mean. Mean is nothing but average itself, right? So just the name is different, right? Then also, so here now we will find next as we have to find out number of items sold. Okay, so this will be number of items sold, and I will name it as number of items sold. So make sure you add a hyphen over here, or not hyphen, I meant to say an underscore, because it does not take a gap in between. So make sure you add an underscore, so it is a continuous string, right? So number of items sold, same thing over here. So instead of number of, we'll take df of sales only, or we can take df of any particular field name also available, but instead of sum, we should take count. Okay, because we want the count of each and every row in the data, so we'll just name it as count, right? Then next, what we have to find out here is, I should hit enter, but I'm using shift enter, so that's wrong actually. So next we have to find out average ratings. I'm used to shift enter, right? So then average rating is nothing but we'll use average underscore ratings, and I will use a function over here, same, only instead of sales we have to use a rating column over here, and we have to take here average, nothing but we have to take mean of this, right? So now these are all we have to, I mean, we have calculated all of this over here. So now what we have to do is we have to display all these particular KPIs, nothing but we want it in the form of an output. Okay, so now to display all of these KPIs which we have calculated over here, next what we'll use a print function. So I will print. First, I will show you how we particularly do it. I will write the entire script and I will explain you why I've wrote that. So I will use a script print function, and I will use a f, and in double inverted comma I will name it as total sales. Okay, and I will add a colon over here, and I want dollar over here, right? And I will open the curly braces. Okay, in curly braces I will name the total sales, nothing but this value I want over here. Control C and Control V, colon and comma dot 1f. Okay, and then I will close the double inverted comma and I'll close the bracket. Okay, so now let me explain you why I have wrote this, right? So what I want to print display is nothing but I want to display this total sales in output, so I'll use a print function and f. Okay, so now why we used f over here? So what is f? F is nothing but a formatted string over here, or we also called it as f string. So it allows us to embed the expression inside the string using the curly braces in real time. What does it mean? That it allows us to embed the expression with a string. So this is the string. So what I have done is I have embedded a string over here, nothing but this is the total sales which will be displayed as an output. And then I want an expression is nothing but total sales. This is an expression, right? So the same expression we have called it over here, right? So expression and a string can be used easily using f statement. That's the reason we have used f. Just this expression should be written in the curly braces like I wrote over here, right? But you can see here I have added a dollar symbol over here. The reason behind is nothing but we are finding the total sales in the form of dollar as a currency over here, and you can see one comma is all used over here. Why we have used after this colon, we have used a comma over here because we want a thousand separator over there, right? So this comma will be used as a thousand separator for us. Then we have also used here dot 1f, right? So what this dot 1f means, so it is nothing but whatever output number we are getting, it should show one decimal point after that particular number. So right, to show one digit after a decimal point, that's the reason we have used here. And this colon is nothing but we want to show this particular value in one particular format. That's the reason we have wrote this entire statement over here, right? So I hope you are understanding why we have wrote this particular kind of script, and we have to write this entire thing for all this particular, right? And so you can see I have run, and you can see the total sales is visible for you. If I write here 0, and if I run this, now you can see there isn't any dot, or you can see any decimal points available over here, right? So now we want to display all others also. I'll just copy this entire thing, control C, control V. So now instead of total sales, we want here average sales. So I will name this as average sales, and here it should be this. So instead of total sales, it should be average sales, and the format we want 0f only. And when I run this, you can see these are the average sales, right? Now I will paste it again over here, control Z, control C, and control V. Now I want number of items, right? So number of items sold. Okay, and I will just use this string over here, paste it over here. Okay, and in the same format. Okay, and copy this again, control C, control V. So just we don't want here dollar symbol, because number of items aren't shown in dollar, as well as ratings also is not shown in dollars. And here instead of this, we'll name it as average ratings. Okay, and instead we have to bring this expression over here, right? And I will run now. And here you can see average rating. If you want it in one decimal point, you can see name 1, and you can see 4.0, right? So you can see these are the total number of KPIs we have found it in one single script, right? And I told you how the script works. You can see total sales for the entire data set is almost 1.2 million sales are there. Average sale for an order is 141. If you want it in one decimal point, you can add here 1, and you can run this. You can see 141.0. It is an exact $141. Number of items which are there, 8523, is nothing but the number of rows which are available in our data, which is the same amount of rows available. And average ratings for each product is 4.0, right? So in this way, you find out how this particular actually works, right? So I hope you understood how to do or find out the KPIs requirement, and you can find it in one single script, right? You can write the different script for different requirements also, or different KPIs, but I don't think so it is required. We can find it in one single, and that's the reason I did it, right? Now what I will do, I'll just copy this, and I will bring it down, and I will name it as now charts requirement. So we will find out now charts requirement, right? Okay, so now in charts requirement, first we will see as per our problem statement. So we have to find out, the first is total sales by fat content. So I'll just copy this, control C, and I will just create a copy of this, and I will paste it over here. Okay, control V, and just remove this other part. So when you copy it from PPT, gives you that. And I will add one more hashtag over here so that it is a lower heading. Okay, so now what we will do, we will write a chart script. So now in this script, we are going to make use of pyplot from matplotlib library. So a sub library of matplotlib, which is used to create different charts, and here we will try to create a pie chart, right? So donut chart can be also created, but we will start from simpler one. We will try to create a pie chart, because donut and pie both are one and the same. A bit difference in between them, but the use case of both is same. So with respect to fat content, we have to find out the total sales, and we can also do it for different other measures also. I will tell you that. I will show it to you for this particular chart, and you can do the same for others as well. So I will just write the script first, and then I will explain you it later when we or we can say run it. So I will just write the first variable as sales by fat, I can say sales by fat. So first we will find out the sales by fat, because at fat level we have to find out the sales, that is nothing but at fat content level. So I will use a data frame df dot group by. First I will use a group by function. Now group by is used, why? Because group by is used when there are multiple values in that particular field. We know that we already cleaned that particular field over here. You can see this. item fat content have now two values, regular and low fat, which are repeated again and again to each rows. So we will group by all of them and their values, that is for sum. So we will group by it, and I will add the field name over here, that is nothing but item fat content. So F is capital. So item fat content. All right. uh so I will write it in single inverted commas, so single. Right, I will close the bracket and I want to sum it on what? Sales. So I will want to sum, or the measure which we are going to use it by sales, and we have to use dot sum as a function. Okay, so now what I have done over here is I have introduced a variable sales by fat, which takes this particular expression, that is we have grouped this particular sales by fat on item fat content with sales, and the aggregation that we are using for group by is a summation. Right, now I will be using PLT, and as I told you, PLT is nothing but I have used PLT for matplotlib.pyplot. It is nothing but for this library as an alias. So we are going to make use of matplotlib library over here, and what we have to plot here is pi. Okay, so that's the reason I'm using plt.py, and pi of for which particular expressions or measures. So we want it for what? Sales by fat. I will copy it and I will paste it over here, so it takes the first argument as this, and then we have to set different labels for this particular pie plot, or we can say this particular pie chart. So I will first introduce a label for this, as label is nothing but this itself, so it should be label, and I will just use index for here. So what does index do is, index is used to set and label for that particular chart, right? So as soon as I write dot index, it will take those unique values which are available in this particular field, and it will give me that particular value, right? So first is label, then I will use atopcity over here. So it is required when you write pie chart or donut chart. It is nothing but to give the labels to that particular pie chart, right? So each we can say pie have different wedges or sections. To each sections, if you want to give label, then we will use atopicity, and here label we want to give it as a number over here, right? So the number, it will be given by percentage. Okay, so I will use a percentage dot 1f. Why I use 1f, I already told you. 1f is nothing but I want one decimal point after that number, so dot 1f, and percentage. So in between these two percentage, whatever we write, it will give us as an output as a string for that. And I want one more percentage I will write at the end, because I want to print a percentage at the end of that number. So I'm using two percentages over here, right? And I will just close this bracket, comma. Okay, so here also we have to write one comma because it is the second argument, and here I will use one more, that is start angle. So from what angle we will start that particular pie chart, so we will use it as 90. So that is nothing but at 90 degree it will start the pie chart, right? So first wedge of that pie chart should start at 90 degree. So whatever you want, you can do that, right? Then I will use plt dot title. So what should be the title of this chart? So it is nothing but hard coded title we can use. So plt dot title, I have to just write here what should be the name of the title. I will name it as sales by fat content. Okay, so this will be the title of my chart, sales by fat content. Then we also have to write, oops, I ran it. We will some more arguments we have to write. So I will use one more, that what should be the axis. Okay, so it should determine the axis. It is nothing but we will keep it as equal. I will tell you why we are writing equal, because pie chart is a circle, right? So we cannot give it as an axis, but we just give equal to it. Why? Because it will take an aspect ratio from up and down as equal. So it will not create an ellipse, or it will not create an any other circular shape, right? So ellipse or inverted ellipse, so whatever, right? So what it will do, it will ensure that the pie is drawn as a circle and not ellipse, and it will set the aspect ratio of that particular plot as equal from all the sides, right? So that's the reason axis is this, and that's it. We will just add one more, that is plot dot show. I will run just plot dot show, and now we will just run this. Okay, and few errors. Let's see that pi got an unexpected keywords label. Where is it? Okay, so this unexpected, it should be labels. Okay, and I will run this now, right? So it should be labels, and then it should be equal to, right? And as soon as I did, you can see the pie chart has been created for us with respected values and labels. You can see the labels. Dot index gives us the labels over here, and atopicity gives us the numbers over here for wages. You can see 0.1f we have wrote, so that's the reason it gives. If you write 0.0f over here and run this, it will give us the exact value over here, right? And this is the sales by fat content, is nothing but the name of this particular chart. As start angle is 90 degree, you can see the first wedge has been started from 90 degree over here. Plot axis is equal, that is nothing but it creates a perfect circle for us, which is required for a pie chart, right? And by looking at this particular, you can take few insights that whatever we can say at overall level, out of like 65% of you know items which are sold are of low fat, and 35% of those are of regular, right? All right, now let's jump to our next requirement. So the next one, we have to find out total sales by item type. So what I will do, I will just create a copy of this and I will just take it down, and instead of this I will just name it as total sales by item type. Enter. Okay. And so I will just take the script, I will directly paste it, and I will explain you how it's working. I will just copy this because it will take for time for me to write, and I will explain you. First, what I will do, I will just run this, and here you can see the bar is generated. So I will just explain you how it works. So what we have taken is, first is sales by type. Okay. So this is a variable which we are passing over here, and we are using a group by again over here, right? So now group by we want at item type, because there are multiple item types which are repeated again and again. So we are grouping those on sales, because we want sum, though we are using a aggregation as sum, and we are sorting this value in descending order, because we are writing ascending should not be true, it should be false. And because you can see the values here are arranged in descending order, right? So maximum value should be at the left hand side, and then it should be in decreasing order likewise. Then we have want plt dot figure, that is again we are using a matplot library over here, the apply plot as a sub library. We are using a figure to adjust the fixed size over here. We are given 10 as horizontal and 6 as vertical. This is in inches. 10 as horizontal and 6 in inches as vertical size of this bar chart. Then we are using a bars, we are passing this particular variable again over here, plot the bar, because plt dot bar, because bar have two axes, so one is x-axis and one is y-axis. So on x-axis we are passing sales by type index we are using over here, because we want to give labels over here. You can see x-axis have labels, as whereas vertical, that is y-axis, we are passing the values over here, that is sales by type, whatever values are there we are passing it, which will determine the height of this particular bars, because these are the numerical values in vertical in y direction, right? So this is how the bar is been plotted. And then next we have to give x ticks and y label and x labels. So x ticks is nothing but this particular values, either they should be in rotation of -90. Why I have given is -90, because if you keep it horizontally, let's see if I keep it at 0 degree, and if I run this, you can see these particular labels are overlapping on each other, right? And if I give it in 90 degrees, okay, so you can either give it in 45 degrees also. I will just give it in 45 degrees. 1 second. So I will just give it in 45 degrees, and when I run this, you can see those will be in 45 degrees, but it is still confusing for us, like how it is actually working. So that's the reason I kept it -90 degree, and I ran it, and you can see it is vertical, but it is readable and it is clean, right? So this is x tick. Then plot x label is nothing but what should be the label of this particular x, that is nothing but this x label, that is it should be item type, right? So x label is item type, y label is total sales, this is the total sales. Then what should be the title of the chart, that is nothing but total sales by item type, that is the title of the chart. This is important. Okay, so why we have written this, and this is quite complicated as well. This is just written to give this numbers over here, that is nothing but the data labels. If you remove this from here and if you just run this, you can see your bar chart will not have any labels over here. It is not required also, but if you want, you should give it over here. So I will just run it, and you can see the labels are there. It is quite confused, or we can say quite complicated to understand. So what we are using, plt.text. So we want to give text over here, and it is not a numerical data type. In fact, it is a text. So we will get the x coordinate. Okay, so we will get the x coordinate of this particular bar. Then we will get the width of this particular bar chart, right? So we will find the center of this bar chart, then we will find the width of this bar chart. We will divide it by 2. Then we will get the height. Okay, so this is the height of this particular bar chart, so that this number will be placed at exact this particular point. That's the reason this entire script has been written, right? So it will find the center of x, it will find the width. Okay, so that center of width also, and it will find the height of this, right? So what it is doing, then it is giving us this particular placeholder for this numerical, and then this is the numerical which has been given, right? So what it has been giving us, f, as I told you, f is being used in runtime if you want to add any we can say text on any of the particular chart or any in output. You will use f as an as I told you, it is a formatted string liberal, so that's the reason it is being used in curly braces. Whatever you write, it will be printed in the output, right? So we get height of this bar, and height of the bar is printed over here because height of the bar itself is the value of this x-axis, right? And dot 0f is nothing but we want 0 decimal points, and comma is nothing but it is a 1000 separator. And then ha is nothing but horizontal axis, it should be at center, vertical axis should be at bottom, and the font size of this particular text should be as 8. Then we are using plot dot tight layout because whatever we are printing in an output, it should not overlap on each other. It should be perfect and clean output. And last is nothing but show that particular output. So whatever is been run here, it is just to show as an output, right? So this is what the total sales by item type. Hope you understand this. Okay, a bit hard to understand, but not very hard. Once you understand it, it is easy for you to write and learn as well, right? And the next one, we have to find out fat content by outlet for total sales. Okay, so I'll just copy this and we will paste it over here. Okay, and this remove our unwanted things from here, and I will just hit here. Okay, and I have also ran this, I have the script of this. I will just run this and I will help you understand how it is work. So what we are writing here, we are writing a group. What we are writing a group by function. Again, we are using over here where we are grouping it at two dimensions or two fields because we want it at fat content and at outlet level. So we are using an outlet location type and at fat content level. At both of this level, we are using the cells and we are summing it. And because we want to unstack it, right? Unstack means what? Let me run this particular code first for you. So unstack means what? They should not overlap on each other and show us as a stacked bar chart, but it should have each two different bars over here, right? So that's the reason we are using unstack over here. Then we were again passing the same variable, and this group has been taken over here. That is nothing to show as a regular and low fat, right? So to have two colors to this particular bar chart. Then we are passing the axis over here, right? That is nothing but we are plotting what kind of chart. It should be a bar chart, what should be the size, and what should be the title of this particular chart, right? Because it is a we can say a side by side bar chart, we can say. That's the reason it is having a different we can say syntax to write in Python, right? Then it is nothing but x label. What should be the x label? Outlet location tier. Y label should be total sales. Title should be this, right? And then plot label, what should be we are using a tight layout, and then we are using just show, right? And we are not adding the numbers over here because it will be more complicated. But if you want to try, you can try at your end, take reference of this script and just try to add the label over here, right? So it was quick, but this is the best way I can explain you this particular script, because those who already know basics of Python, it will be easy for them to understand this, right? Then what I will do, I'll just copy this again and I will bring it out. Okay, and the next what we have to find out is we have to find out total sales by outlet establishment, and here we have to create a line chart, right? So what I will do, I'll just paste it over here and I will delete this and I'll hit enter, right? So this is total sales by outlet establishment, and this is what we have. I will just copy this and I'll paste it over here, right? So and I'll just run this. So you can see this is the output, but I will explain you how we have wrote this. Then here we have is sales by year. We are passing this variable again, very easy. We are grouping it. We always have to group it because whenever you are using an aggregation, you have to group it with respect to that particular field or dimension which we want in our out, right? Aggregation where which is important, which is sum over here, and dot sort. Okay, sort is nothing but we want it so that it should be sorted with respect to the numbers which we have, that is from lowest to highest, right? So that's the reason we are using this. Then plot figure, the size of the figure is 9 inches horizontal and 5 inches vertical. You can change this, always you can change this, right? Then we are using what should be the plot, right? So we are using a plot as to derive or to draw a line chart over here. And sales by year dot index is what the x-axis label should be there, right? Comma, what should be the y-axis? Y-axis should have values, so that's the reason sales by year dot values. Then we have to pass what should be the marker. Okay, so this marker, you can see these dots, right? So what should be the marker? We are using O type marker, and line style is a we can say a dash type, right? So that's the reason this is a line type, right? So the line have to go with 4 arguments: x, y, what should be the marker, and what should be the line style, right? Other things are very easy. What should be the x label? That is nothing but outlet establishment here. Y label should be total sales. What should be the title? Outlet establishment. This just is used, as I explained you previously, it is just used to give this particular data labels over here, right? Bit confused, bit complicated to understand, but once you understand it for bar chart, horizontal bar chart, vertical column charts, it will be easy for you to do it by practice, right? Then tight layout, so that labels and lines are not overlapping on each other. And lastly, we are using plot show, right? So this is a very easy chart. Just you should know how is the syntax and all those things, all right? So now what we will do again, I will just copy this and I will bring it down. The next what we have to do here is we have to find it for sales by outlet size. So I will just change this to sales by, instead of establishment, I will use here sales by outlet size, enter. All right. So now what we have, I've already wrote here is I will just bring this Control C and I will paste it over here and I will run this. Okay, so you can see we are using a pie chart over here. We have already used a pie chart, very easy. We are grouping it on outlet size, sales and sum. This is very easy. Plot figure, we are using some different argument over here that we are setting, and size of this particular chart, that is 4 by 4. Try to always use equal aspect ratio on both the side, right? If you can see here, the pie chart here we created, we did not mention any size for this particular chart. It is a free size which is automatically created. Here also it is not necessary you should add it over here, you can remove also. And if you want a tight layout size, then you should use this, right? And then we are plotting a pie chart, and obviously what should be it plotted on sales by size, what should be the label. As I told you, label this high small, these are the label dot index. Autopacity is nothing but used to add the labels in this particular wages. And start angle always at 90 degree, or you can change the angle whatever you want. What should be the title of this particular chart? That is outlet size. Tight layout, because when we are using anything, whenever we are applying any size to this particular chart, it is always recommended to use tight layout, otherwise your chart will be distorted here and there and it might overlap on each other. So always use tight layout and at the last just show. So this is a very simple script which we create for pie charts, right? Donut charts have some different script. One or two arguments will be increased because we have to add a white circle in between this. So for that, one or two lines will be increased. That's the reason I have not created it over here, because this is for beginners. You might get confused on how to create it actually, right? Then the last one what we have to find out is sales by outlet location. So I will name this as, or you'll just copy it. I'll just copy this markdown. I will just copy it and I will just bring it down. So we want sales by outlet location. Okay, so this is sales by outlet location, and here this is the script which we will run for this. Control C, Control V. I will paste it and I will run this, and you can see this is a simple horizontal bar chart which we created over here. Similar, what we have to do is I am passing a sales by location first, group by I am using, then sales by location. It is nothing but to sort the values with respect to descending order. That is nothing but ascending is false, nothing but descending order. Then this is required. Okay, smaller height, enough width. I have purposefully mentioned this comment over here so that try to increase the width and reduce the height of this, because otherwise if you make it, let's say 8 by 5, and if I run the script, you can see it is very much distorted in this way. If this looks good to you, you can keep it is this, or I will prefer you to go with 8 by 3, right? Then this is X, where we are using SNS over here. That is nothing but we are using here Seaborn, which we have passed over here. That is nothing but Seaborn SNS, which is used for advanced charts, right? And for this we are using a bar plot which comes under SNS, where X, we are on X axis we are taking values, that is nothing but sales. On Y axis we are passing the tiers, that is outlet location types, and the data is nothing but sales by location, that is the third argument. Then the title X label, Y label, which is easy. And then ensure that it should have a tight layout so that it does not have any scrolls and all those things. At the last, just we are using the plot show. All right. So in this way, you plot all these figures, do the analysis. You can do more and more analysis. I have just sorted out and created 6 problem statement for charts, but there can be more. 10 to 15 charts can be created. Just go through the data, spend as much as time through the data, and you will find out more and more problem statements which can be created in this particular project, right? So what at the end you have to do is you have to just click on save all. Okay, so that notebook is saved over here, and when you go over here you can see Blinkit analysis in Python. This particular notebook has been saved in Jupyter. If you want to download this entire py file, you can just click on file and you can just click on download, and here you can see a .ipynb file will be downloaded. You can share this, you can add it into GitLab, and you can add it into your portfolio as well. There are different options available. You can export this particular as an PDF, as an markdown, whatever you want, right? You can rename if you want. And as I told you, whenever you are opening this particular file and if you want to make any changes, let's say 2 days later, 8 days later, always remember, restart kernel and run all the cells, right? So this should be run, and then all the libraries will be imported which we are using at the top over here, and all the cells will run, and then you can add and make changes or add more and more sales also over here. Also make sure that you do not change the location of this file. Okay, make sure the file location of the raw data is not changed. If you are changing it, make sure you change the location path here as well. All right, because if you change it in your system and if you run all the cells, it will give you an error. And if this itself, the second row or second cell of this particular file is not working, all other will not work, right? So make sure you do not change this particular location. Create a folder where you don't have to change it again and again, and if you are changing it, you should know that you should change the location here as well and run all the cells again. All right, so this was all about our Python project, very first Python project which we created on our channel. Just comment if you want more and more projects on any particular topic, and let me know how was this, did you learn, and are there any suggestions? Just go ahead and comment. And if you learn something new, go ahead and like the channel, also subscribe the channel. An Excel dashboard, and in front of your screen you can see this will be our final output. And the dashboard which we are going to design today, the name of the dashboard is Blinkit Analysis Dashboard. And we all know the Blinkit app is owned by a Zomato company, which is a fast grocery delivering app, and which is present right now in all the metro cities in India. Okay, so we have the data with us. I will share the data with you. You can download it from the description box of this particular video, and you can do the analysis which I am doing in this particular video. You can do everything, and you can follow the steps, and you can reach and create this wonderful dashboard at the end of this video. So this dashboard is completely dynamic, guys. Whatever we will be doing, it can be operated by using filters so that the data can be sliced and diced, and you can see the insights at different angles or different filter levels or whatever we are looking for, right? So the structure of dashboard you can see in front of your screen. I will just give you an quick overview of this particular dashboard, and for your information, guys, I have already created this kind of dashboard. I can see a same dashboard with the same data in Power BI as well. Okay, and you can watch that particular video on my channel. I will add the link in the description box as well, and I will add it to the top I button at the right corner, which you can see. You can just right click over there, and you can see that particular video, and you can do the analysis in that particular tool as well. Okay, and in future I will be creating it in SQL as well as in Tableau as well, right? So right now we are going to see the complete analysis and in Excel. So you can see at the top here the four you can see quadrants or the four placeholders we have, which are for the KPIs, or we can call as the summary of the entire business, which gives an overall idea of how the business has been performing. Okay, then at the bottom you can see with respect to different fat content there is we can see a donut chart available, where then we have the fat by outlet, and it is again been seen at different tiers. Here we can see that, and then you can see item types. Okay, so with respect to item types, what are the different sales available, then outlet establishment, right? So that particular outlet, the Blinkit and app, it whenever you are ordering anything from the Blinkit app, you will be taken or redirected to a website. From there you will order, and from a nearest store or outlet will be there. From there it has been delivered to your home, right? So this is an outlet. So the nearest outlet, when was it established, and based on that establishments, okay, what are the sales each year, that also we are going to see over here, right? Then based on the size of the outlet, whether it is high, medium, small, how are the sales, right? Then we have with respect to tier also we are going to see the sales over here, and the outlet type as well, right? So based on outlet type we are going to see total sales, average sales, and the number of items. So this entire thing is, as I told you, it is dynamic. I will just show you how to operate it with respect to different filters. And in the left hand navigation pane itself, you can see I have applied 3 slicers over here. And when I operate this, let's say you want to see for outlet size. Okay, so this outlet size, if you want to see for high, so when I click on high, you can see the dashboard has been filtered for high outlet size, and you can see what are the sales for that. Then you can see for small. Okay, then you can see for medium as well. So based on that you can compare the different outlets, and here you have a button to clear all the fields, or you can just type control C, it will clear, alt C, it will clear all the filters. Then based on outlet location also, if you want to see for tier 1 location, if you want to see for tier 2 location, based on that also you can slice and dice the data and take the different insights from there. Then you have here the item types as well. So if you want to see for, let's say, breakfast, okay, so based on breakfast, what are the sales done, all right? Then let's say if you want to see for dairy products, okay, so what are the percentage and what are the sales of dairy products with respect to different charts which you have built. Based on that you can see all the dashboard been filtered out for dairy products itself, right? And here you can just click on everything and you will see the all the data in front of your screen. Getting or not? So this is an interactive dashboard and real-time dashboard. You can see the app is available real-time. The data also which we have, It's not a real time, I can say, because no company would provide you the real time data, but it's the replica of the data with values are being changed. Okay, so that you can consider, and the same type of analysis are being performed in many industries for such kind of domains. All right, and here you can see few buttons are being added. So when I click on this button, let's say when I click on home button, so home button will take me to all the sheets which are been designed as in the form of pivot tables, right? So these are the pivot tables which we are going to design and develop in this entire video. We are going to see how the formattings are been done and all the things, right? So all the formattings we are going to see, what are the different fonts, colors, combinations, designs, developments, all we are going to see in this particular video. Calculations as well. So when I click on this particular data button, it will take me to the the raw data which has been used over here. Getting or not? So this is the entire dashboard which we are going to design in this particular video. And before wasting time, what we will do, we will just move ahead. We will see the problem statement first, what problem statement we are going to solve, and based on that, we will move ahead with our data walk overview or walkthrough. I will give you a walkthrough on the data, and in that you will learn what's in the data and what all the things we are going to design in this particular in this particular video. So now, business requirement, Blinkit, you all know it is an Indian grocery app, right, by Zomato, uh, which will provide I can say a grocery whenever we online, by using an online app. Any customer, if he buys any grocery, it will be delivered by Blinkit and all those things, right? So we will see what sales are done in entire process. And what we are going to do here is we will be conducting a comprehensive analysis of Blinkit sales performance. We will see customer satisfactions, how inventory and all those distributions are done, and then we will provide these particular insights to our customer. And main thing, we have to do everything this in a Power BI software tool, right? So the first thing which we have to find out here is the KPIs requirement, right? So KPIs are nothing but key performance indicators, right? Key performance indicators. In this, what it actually does is it gives us the overall summary of the business, right? So at a higher level, how your business is performing. So it will be nothing but a numbers. By looking at those numbers, you will just see how your entire sales is there, what are your profits, and all those things, right? So at higher level, by looking at those numbers, you will see whether your business is going in correct direction or not, whether you are profitable or not with respect to last year, with respect to last month, last 6 months, last 12 months, likewise, right? Depending upon what requirements we have. So in this case, we have some different requirements. First thing which has been asked from our customer is total sales, right? So we have to find out the total sales of this entire grocery app, and it is nothing but the overall revenue generated from all the items which are being sold, right? Then we will find out the average sales. So average sales is nothing but each row in this particular data which we are having, it is nothing but items sold in each particular row. So average of entire sales data which we have, so we have to find out average revenue per sale, right? Then what are the number of items? So the number of items is nothing but we will take the count of each and every row, that is how many items are being sold, right? And then we will find out the average rating. So always a rating will be provided by a customer. Not always, some of the customer provide, some of the customers do not provide, but we will consider the entire data, and based on that we will find out the average ratings of the items sold, right? So these are the average ratings which we will be considering. Right. So these were actually the KPIs requirement, and next we will be doing the some charts requirement. That is nothing but we will be building some charts. So before moving ahead into our this project, I would like you to introduce to my website. So this website I have created with request of many subscribers and followers, where they want, or they always ask me to provide the different projects, different materials, a proper roadmap with all the links in that, so they can follow and they can become a perfect data analyst. So in this particular website there are so many projects, so many projects in different tools, and so materials of different tools I have added it over here. And right now here you can see I have a complete data analyst complete material. Power BI projects are there, but you might be confused like what will be exactly available in this material. So you just have to click on this particular material, and when you click, everything is given over here, right? So you can just read everything out, and you can check what is exactly available in this material, and based on that only you can go ahead and purchase it, right? Similarly for projects also, when I click on this particular projects, you can just see sample projects how it will be looking like, and you can see what are the projects available, on which particular domain these particular projects are available, what are the name of projects, everything is been provided over here. So likewise, I have data analyst complete material in which all the tools are covered. You will get all the notes, you will get all the cheat sheets, ppts, which you can just refer before going to an interview. There are scenario based interview questions, HR manager, level 1, level 2, level 3 interview questions and answers, scenario based interview questions and answers. You have links to, or we can say a proper syllabus is there, and what links you should follow to complete those particular syllabus, right? So entire roadmap is present. Projects are there. If you want to go for any specific material, you don't want to purchase all the material, you can just go with these materials. Excel projects are there, Tableau projects are there, Tableau material, Blinkit analysis, which I did you on already on YouTube, that is present. And if you want to connect it to a one-on-one, then there are career options, calls also available, mock interview options are also available, right? So I would recommend you to go ahead and check this out. And right now, the Shera festival is going on, and I used to update the sales on my YouTube channel also. What sales are been, what discounts are been going on right now. 53% off is there, and I guess this is valid only for today. In future also there will be sales coming, but you can just go ahead, come to this highlight option, and you can see what code you have to use, and it is valid up to what date. Okay, I usually used to upload it on my community post on YouTube and on LinkedIn profile as well. All right. So if you're interested, you can go ahead. You can see if it is helping you. You can go ahead and find this. And if you can see this, my profile is verified from TopMate. Okay, and I was a top rated in 2023, top rated in data as well. So this all materials are created by myself, my own, because I am the sole owner of this particular website as well as on my channel. So please go ahead and check it out. And now we will move ahead with our video. Now, why we build some charts is nothing but like, uh, as I mentioned, KPIs is nothing but it gives you the high level analysis, right? Or we can say at higher level how your business is performing. But if you want to deep dive in the data and see at specific level in the data how that particular part of the business is performing, you will have to prepare some charts, draw some charts, and based on which you can generate some revenue, generate some insights, and then some departmental level decisions can be taken. Okay, so this can be done only by charts, and based on that we have some business requirements of this Blinkit analysis for charts as well, in which the first you have to find out the total sales by fat content. Okay, so fat content is nothing but the products which you are buying, in that how many amount of fat is there, right? So these small metrics are also been stored in this particular data, right? So in this is nothing but the objective is to analyze the fat content on total sales, right? And additional KPI metrics which we are going to find out here is nothing but we are going to find this fat content based on average sales, number of items, and average ratings, right? So based on these three different measures, we are going to find out this particular fat content. And the chart type which customer have suggested us is a donut chart. So he's asking us to create a donut chart from here so that he will be taking an insight from there, right? So now I have mentioned here chart type also. Not always and all the customers will provide you the chart type. It depends from customer to customer if they will provide you the chart type, or they will just provide you the requirements. They will tell you the requirements. It is your choice, or it the full liberty will be given to you what charts you should use, right? So it depends upon your experience and your knowledge, like in for that particular requirement, which is the best suitable chart, right? So it depends upon you which you are using. And to to learn this kind of things, you will have to practice more and more dashboards, and whenever you are creating a chart, ask questions to yourself as you are a customer, like what insights can be taken, which is the best suitable chart, that from that I can take more and more insights, right? So for your customer, I have suggested here the donut chart, but not always the case that you will be given the chart type, right? Sometimes it will be not given, then it will be your choice, right? Then second, we have to find out the total sales by item type. So depending upon different item types, what are the different total sales which are done based on item type, and we are doing this on based on bar chart, right? Similarly, we are going to analyze multiple, we can say, uh, metrics over here. Apart from sales, we will be also seeing the average sales number of items, and based on average ratings also how the item type is performing, right? Third, we will be finding out is fat content by outlet for total sales, right? So the same thing for fat content based on different outlets, how it is performing, and with the same additional metrics, right? So these three charts we will be performing for those particular thing, which gives us an idea of what product we are selling, right? And from fourth, if you can see, we are analyzing the outlet establishment, right? And when I say outlet, it is nothing but there are different outlets in each and every city. If you consider Pune city, in Pune city also, or in Mumbai city also, there will be different outlets available in different particular regions. Like if you are living in one particular pin code, for that pin code there will be a separate outlet. For another pin code there will be separate outlet, because Blinkit, they have an we can say vision that they will be delivering the items within 10 minutes or within 15 minutes. Okay, if the outlet is far away from your location, they cannot deliver that. So they have created multiple outlets, right? So based on those outlets also we will be seeing what are the total sales done, right? And the best chart type which they have asked us is to find out or to create is a line chart, right? Then we will also finding out the sales by outlet size. Okay, by depending upon the size of the outlet, we will be finding out the sales. Then location of the outlet, right? So where the location of that outlet is located, based on that also we'll be finding the different sales figures, right? And we'll also find out the all metrics based on outlet type. So what is the type of the outlet, and here we'll be creating a matrix card, and based on those outlet type we'll be finding out all the measures which we have, like total sales, average sales, number of items, and average ratings, right? So all of this we will be creating a matrix based on this outlet type, right? So these are the total business requirements. You can spend some time on this. Okay, once you have the business requirement, you will have to keep in mind, or keep take a pen and paper, write down these requirements, and when you go through your data, you have to look for your requirements and what data actually have, right? Because 70% of work is done over here only. Because let's say you are the first thing you have asked us to find out the total sales by fat content. So when you say fat content, you should there should be an imagination going on in your mind that if I want to find out total sales by fat content, I will need a fat content column. Okay, I will need a total sales column, and they have also asked us to find out the few different measures also, like average sales, number of items, and average ratio. Do I have all this information stored in my data? If yes, then obviously you can find out this particular requirement. If it is not present, then you will have to find if there is any way to calculate this metrics or not, right? So this depends upon your imagination on how you study the data, right? So this is the thing which you have to go through again and again. It is not possible for me to tell you everything in this particular video, but I'm telling you the hints that what you should do, right? So this is the best practice which you will have to follow for each and every project, right? Not only for this project, you will have to follow it in your all the personal projects which you will be doing, and the industrial or the real time projects also which you will be doing forward whenever you will be joining an industry. Getting or not? So before moving ahead, I request you to please go ahead and subscribe the channel. If you can see, people are watching the video, they are commenting, but they are not subscribing. It is free for you guys. You don't have to pay anything for this, but it will give me an motivation to create such beautiful videos, beautiful projects for you, beautiful technical Power BI concepts, Tableau concepts, Excel and SQL concepts for you regarding data analytics. So it's a request. Please go ahead, subscribe the channel, like this video so it can be reached to multiple people who are trying to learn data analytics. Comment on the video if you have learned something. If there are any suggestions, if you have any doubts, you can go ahead and comment in the comment box, right? So if you can share also, if you if you find this beautiful, and if you want to share in your groups, college, whatever it is, right? So now we will move ahead and we will see our data, right? So now this is the data which we have. It is stored in an Excel file. You will be able to download the data. I will add it in the description box, okay, of this particular video. You will be able to download the data, and you will be able to follow with whatever steps I'm performing in this particular project, right? So if you can see here, let's see what size of data we have over here. So if I click here, you can see at the bottom the count of rows which you can see here are 8500. So good amount of data we have, like 8000 rows are there. And if you see the columns which we have are total 12 columns, right? Total 12 fields we have, column fields, and 8500 rows approximately we have, right? So there are different information stored in this entire data, and we will see one by one. So at the first you can see we have item fat content, and I just told you an example, like how based on the business requirement you have to see this particular information which is there in data or not. So we have a fat content, information over here. So this is the fat content of that particular product whichever customer is buying or not. Then we have item identifier and item type, right? So item identifier is nothing but it is required for Blinkit to identify which particular item that particular fellow has been ordered, and based on that identifier, then he will able to see in fronted what is the that particular item, right? So let's say for example, for fruits and vegetable, the item identifier is FDX32, right? So likewise, this kind of information or this kind of identifiers in the form of codes is stored in every apps or every websites whichever are developed, right? So then we have item type. What are the different item types, like whether it is a snack foods which has been ordered, soft drinks, frozen foods, health related, hard drinks, soft drinks, breakfast related, likewise, right? Or household items which are been bought. Then outlet establishment, here we have, so this is nothing but the outlet whichever from where you will be getting the items which you order, whether that outlet is been established from last 5 years or last 6 years, that is the information, right? So that establishment year of that outlet is in which year, right? So from last how many years they are been selling the items, right? So likewise, and similarly for item outlet also they have an outlet identifier here available over here, right? Same thing. Then outlet location. So whether the outlet location is in tier 1 city, in tier 2 city, or tier 3 city, likewise, right? So that information is also stored from which city you are been um, uh, ordering that product, and the outlet is been stored in which particular tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 cities, right? Then what is the size of the outlet, right? Whether it is small, medium, or high end outlets, right? So size of the outlets is also mentioned. What is the type of the outlets, right? Whether it is a supermarket, right? So a supermarket is nothing but it is completely given to that particular Blinkit store, right? Nothing but what I'm trying to say here is it is dedicated to Blinkit only, right? Sometimes it is a grocery store. When you say grocery store, a grocery store is nothing but they will sell their items over there, who people walk into their grocery and they buy some items, and they also provide services to Blinkits as well, right? So it is mostly in tier 3 cities you can see over here, right? So wherever there are not much orders from those particular stores, Blinkit asks grocery stores only to provide the service, or whichever items are been ordered online, grocery store will only responsible to sell them. But supermarket is nothing but they own that particular store. They keep the product in that company's in that store. You are not allowed to go walk in like you go in malls and select the items, whatever items you want. It will be only bought from the Blinkit app itself, right? So that is one thing, that is nothing but supermarkets. That item visibility is nothing but which is the most visible item in that particular online. Whenever you search for any item, right? Let's say you want to buy any soap or any health related, any tablets, or any bread and butter if you want to buy. So which is the most visible items from that particular thing. Then item weight is also there. Based on weight also the prices are been decided and delivery charges are been decided. Then sales is also there. What sales is done for that particular order, and what rating has been provided by the customer after he purchased the order, right? after the service which has been provided. And each and every row you can see here, it is nothing but order is which has been placed, right? And based on which item time the order is placed and what sales has been done on that particular order. So this is the data which we have. I have given a quick walkthrough to you, and as I told you, you have a problem statement, you have a business requirement. Just take that business requirement, see if every information is available in this particular data from which we have to note it down. If you have, if you don't have, then note down that you don't have this information, then you have to calculate that, or you have to generate that based on the data which we already have, right? So in this way you have to actually study and you have to work on these kinds of data, right? So I hope you have understood. If you are, if you have come at this particular position, I would request you to please go ahead and like the channel, subscribe the channel, and like this particular video as well. All right, guys, so I have taken a new file, and this is the raw data which I just explained you in the the raw data walkthrough. I have explained you each and everything. Now what we will do, we will use this particular data, and for you guys the link or to download the data is available in the description box. From here you can download this particular data and you can use this particular data for your analysis, right? So now this data we are going to use. So you can see when you download the data, it looks like in this particular way. Now what you have to do, you have to convert this into a range, or we can say into a proper table format range. So for that, what you have to do, you have to just press Control plus T. Okay, T for tab. You can press Control plus T from your keyboard. So I'm pressing Control plus T, and you can see it will be creating a table, and the range has been mentioned over here, right? So it has taken everything. You can see this dotted line running over this from this particular in vertical as well as horizontal. If you scroll down all the way down, you can see it has been running from here, right? Everything has been taken. So I'll just click on OK, and as soon as you do, you can see this has been converted into proper format, and you can see a tabular format, and you can see automatic some filters have been applied over here, and it has been converted into a table range. And it is required to convert because for pivot table conversions it will be easy for us to do all the things, right? And you can see one more tab has been created over here called as table design. And you might have noticed that I cannot see all the options present over here. So when I click on home, I can see all the options now, right? But for you guys, you might have seen all these options. So like I will show you. uh, I will just click on always show reveal. So in this way you might have seeing your particular window. What I will do, and so I'll just, what you have to do, if you are comfortable in this particular view, you can do that, but I will be working on hiding this particular view. So for how to hide this, I will just click on this drop down button over here, and I will just click on you can say show tabs only. Okay, so it will just show me tabs, but when I click, I will see all the options, and when I click away, it will go away, right? So main important thing, that which version I am using over here. So I am using a 2021 version of Excel. I would recommend you to get all the inputs and all the desired analysis which I am doing in this particular video. I would recommend you to use any Excel or Office version which is greater than 2009. Okay, so you might be having 2024 version, which is well and good, but if you don't, just make sure it is greater than 2019 or greater than 2019. Okay, so I'm using 2021 version, which is a genuine version for me. All right, so now we are going to do analysis in this. Now what we will do, we already saw the problem statements, and by using that particular problem statement, we are going to see the different things in this particular video. All right, so now next step what we have to do here is we have to check if there is any cleaning required in this particular we can say data or not, right? So what we will do, we will check each and every column over here if any cleaning is required, right? So now we will check the first column, which is atom fat content. So if you click over here, you can see that there are some irregularities in this particular column, where you can see first is LF, then you can see it is low fat I can say, then this is REG, and then this is regular. But if you notice, LF is nothing but low fat and REG is nothing but regular. So what we have to do in this particular case, that we have to convert this LF to low fat and REG to regular. So it is very easy to convert this into Excel. We will just make use of find and replace command. So for that, what I will do, I will just press Control F. Okay. As soon as I do, a find and replace dialog box will be open for you. And in this, you will have a second tab called replace. Just click on replace. And here you have to find. So first, what we have to find? We have to find LF. So make sure you are typing exactly what is there in the data, right? So I'm finding out LF, and then I'm replacing this with what? I am replacing this with low fat. So I want to do, I will just type it as low fat, and I will just click on replace all. So as soon as I do replace all, you can see 316 replacements are been done. Okay, so that is nothing but there were 316 records which had we can say LF, right? So just click on OK, and I'll just click on close. Okay, and now when you can see here, you can see there is only low fat available. LF has been gone. We will do same thing for this also. So just click on Control F again. Now I have to find REG. So sorry here. So what I will do, replace REG with what? Regular. I will just do it for regular. All right. So now you can see I can do it for regular, and you have an option here within sheet and within rows. Okay. So within rows means what? You can just select the entire, or we can say by rows which you have to do, or you can select the entire column. Okay. So whatever you can do, you have, if you want an particular column also to be selected, you can do that, right? So REG is converted to regular. I will just click on replace all, and you can see 3006 replacement are been done. So it is a huge amount of replacement been done. So now when I click over here, you can see now there is low fat, regular, and there is something. This has been converted to something else, right? Why it has been done? Because originally regular also had REG, which is there as initial three letters. So it converted that into regular, and then whatever has been left is been shown as it is over there. So what exactly, I will tell you what has happened over here. So when I click on Control Z, I will just go back with all our changes. So now you can see again we have RAG and again we have regular. So what is happening over here? When I changed, okay, when I changed REG to regular, so in this also there are first three letters as REG. So this is converting this also to regular, and ULAR it is keeping as it is. So we have to do two times changes over here. So first I will just press Control Y. So I will just one second. Oops, so we have to do make changes again. I will just click Control F. First I will just replace LF first. I will just replace LF with low fat again. Okay, replace all. Okay, and now I will do REG to, I will convert this to regular. Okay, and I will just click on replace all. You can see this has been also been replaced. Okay, if you can see here, this has been also replaced, but we have to again replace that to regular. So what I will do, I will just select this entire thing, copy this. Okay, copy this, replace this. Okay, we replace this entire thing again with regular. Okay, and I will just click on replace all, and just click on OK and close. And now if you can see, this all the data just have low fat and regular. So we have to do this activity 2 or 3 times. Once regular has REG has been converted to regular, but it changed the original text as well, then we will take that original text which has been changed, mention again that, and then again we will change it to regular. So this is required 2 or 3 times, and now you can see the data has been cleaned now. And I will just save this particular. I'll just press Control S, and now this has been saved. All right. So same thing you can check it for others also. Identifier is nothing but this is an unique, I can say, identifier for that particular item. Then we have item type. There are different item type. You can check if anything is been spell mistakes is present in that or not. I have checked already all of this, but you can cross check 2 times. Check in and establishment if there are any blank data. So here you can say there is no blank data. Always remember, wherever we are using a date field or anything related to date field, it might be month, it might be year or weeks, in the data it should not be blank, or it should not have any error in that, right? So all the data should be present, and it should have a value which is in correct format. So you can see format is always correct here. So outlet identifier is also correct. You can see if there is here tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, this is also correct. And you can check outlet size also, this is also in correct format. You can check the the outlet type is also correct. check for all the numbers if there is any blank value or any error is there. Here you can see at the last, if you can see blank, the blank will be at the last. So you don't have any blank over here. If it is there, it is okay, right? So it doesn't matter. But total sales, see, it depends on what type of column you are looking for, right? So it depends, like item visibility is not a mandatory column that it should have a value itself, right? So sales is one of the column which should have a value, right? If a product is been sold, if an item is been sold, it should be sold at few price or any price, right? So it is mandatory that sales should have an any value, right? But it is not mandatory that this should have any value or this should have any value or rating, right? So rating is also not mandatory. It depend upon a customer if rating is been provided or not, right? So similarly, if you can see your item weight, so you can see there are some blanks in item weight, okay, but it is okay that to have a blanks over here. Why? Because it is not necessary that we always mention or we always record the item weight. It is not a mandatory column to have an value. Sales is a mandatory column, quantity is a mandatory column to have an value, then profit is a mandatory column to have an value, right? So similarly, ratings also, you can see ratings also have all the values, but it is not mandatory that it should have value. One thing, dimension should have all the values, date should so have all the values. Then numeric values, it depends on business requirement if it should have a value or not. But few business requirements like or few thumb rules, sales should have a value. Like I told you, margin is there. Any other like COG is there. So cost on goods, all these particular columns must have a value in each and every row, right? It should not be blank or any error in the data. So I hope you're understanding. These are the business rules. These are the interview questions asked as well. And this should be taken care when you are doing your analysis in real time also. Because always remember 70% of time is been invested to check the quality of the data, to understand the data, to see the flow of the data, to understand the granularity of the data, then do the modeling, do the data cleaning and processing. Once this is done, your 70% of work is done, and only 30% work is nothing but convert this data into a visualization, show it in the form of a dashboard, in the form of a report, so that some insights can be taken, right? So that is the easiest part, but the hardest part is to do processing of the data, modeling of the data, and the analysis of data. Obviously you have all the things, you just have to do the analysis, right? So I hope you have understood. Now we will move ahead with our problem statement. So if you can see, the first problem statement as per our analysis we have is to find out the KPIs requirement. And I already explained you what is KPI. KPI is nothing but a key performance indicator, and it gives us the overall summary of the business, how it is performing at higher level, right? And based on our requirement and business requirement, our client has asked us to find out the total sales, average sales, number of items, and the average ratings. All of these particular things we are going to find out in this particular analysis. All metrics we are going to find out, and we will see how to do it in Excel. And now we are going to make use of pivot table, okay, because everywhere we are going to make use of pivot table, which gives us an ability to slice and dice the data with respect to a slicer, which you can use as a filter, and then you can see the data with different, we can say with different dimensions or the members which we select in that filter, right? So that's which we are going to do. Now what we will do, we are going to insert a pivot table over here. So just click anywhere in the data, in anywhere in the data you should select any cell in the data, then go in insert. Okay, in insert tab you have an option here called pivot table. Okay, just click on pivot table, then it will ask you the table range. Okay, so now it has automatically taken the table range because we have converted this into a table, and it has taken the table one. If you scroll down, you can see at the last, until the last row and the last column, everything has been considered while doing a pivot table of this. Make sure everything is there, and it is asking us whether we have to create this pivot table on a new worksheet or on a same worksheet. We can do it on a same worksheet also, but it will be, congestion in one the worksheet, and it will be confusing for us as well as when a new user is looking at this particular dashboard, right? So it is always recommended to create it on a new worksheet. So we will do a new worksheet. It has been already selected over here, and just click on OK. So as soon as you do, a new sheet will be opened over here. You can see sheet 2 has been created automatically, and you can see a pivot table where you have an options opened over here, pivot table fields and all, and this particular where you can just drag and drop the fields to create an tabular format pivot table over here, right? So now you might face few problems. Let's say this has been closed by mistakenly from you, okay, and you cannot see the options over here. So what you have to do, you have to just click on this particular area. You can see pivot table, just click on here, right? Once you click on here, so if you click away over here, you can see no ribbon has been activated over here. And once you click over here, you can see two ribbons are being activated: pivot table analyze and design. You just click on pivot table analyze, you have an option here called field list. Just click on that and you can see it will be shown as a separate window over here, right? So in case if you are not able to see this, you can do in this particular way, right? So now first thing what we have to find out is the total sales. Very easy. We have a total sales already over here. We will just take it, okay, or we'll just take it and we'll drag it in values, okay. As soon as I click over here, it is showing me sum of total sales, okay. It should be sum of total sales because you can see in the data we have sales, but we have to take sum of each and every sales which is present into this particular column. So automatically by default it has taken the sum of sales, which what we want. We have you can see here the number is now shown in the left hand side, right? Now next what we want is average sales, right? Now same, we will take again, I will take the sales and I will add it over here. So just click and I will just drag it. Again it is showing me the sum of sales, but this time I don't want sum of sales, I want average of sales. So what I have to change the aggregation, which is default. So you have an option here called a drop down. I'll just click on this particular drop down and you have an option called value field setting. Just click on this. Here you have an option called or we can see choose the summarization or the aggregation of these values. So I will change it to average, okay. And you can change the name also, like what should be the name displayed or over here. So I can just name it as average sales, okay. Just I will remove the two and I will name it as average sales, okay. So these are my average sales, average, and I'll just click on OK, and you can see these are the average sales over here, right? Very simple. Now next what we have to find out the number of items. So now this is important to find out how to find out number of items. When I go in my raw data, always remember that each and every row which you can see in this particular data, it represent an item. So this is one item, this is second item, and this is the data of third item. So each and every rows gives us the information of an item sold from that particular store, from that particular outlet, or from that particular we can say location, right? So what we have to do, we have to take count of each and every row which over here. So you can do two things. You have to identify a column which does not have any blank values. So for example, this column, it does not have any blank values, and just take count of this, right? Very easy. Or if you want safe side, you can just take a serial number column over here. You can just create a serial number column. So I'll just right click over here. I will click on insert and I will name that column as serial number. Okay, so I'll just name this column as serial number, but here you can see it won't be present in the table because here it is not been taken into the range of table. So I will just delete this over here and I will just create that column over here. So I'll just insert over here, and in between this I will create that column, so it will be taken in the table design automatically. If you create outside, it will be not considered in the table design. Obviously you can bring that into table design, but you have to do 2-3 commands extra for that. So why to do that, better you just insert a column in between these two columns, right? And it automatically it will be taken into table design. So I will name it as what, I will just name it as serial number, and simple, we just have to type 1 2 3. Will you do that? 1 2 3 up to just guide 1 2 3 and just drag it from here, okay. Just drag it to end of this. So this is also not a good idea. I mean, there are other ways, shortest and simpler ways, but I'm showing you this way as you are a beginner. I'm not trying to dive very much in advanced part, and I will release it and automatically you can see the series has been formed. For example, if the numbers are been repeated for you, you can just click on this particular autofill options, and here you can see an option called fill series. You just have to click fill series, so it will select the serial wise all the particular, it will give the numbers in serial wise, right? If you click on a copy cells, it will just copy the numbers, but we don't want that. I will just click on fill series, right? So it will give me each and every number, right? Now I will go back to our pivot table. I'll just click on this, and this particular sheet will be activated. Make sure if it is gone, you have to click on this particular values over here. It will be coming again, because this is the values which are created from this particular field list, right? So now you can see the serial number is not visible here for us. So for that, what I will do, I will just go in pivot table analysis, and here just I will click on refresh. Okay, as soon as I click on refresh button, you can see serial number has been present over here. Now I will bring this serial number over here, and I will, you can see now it is taking sum of serial number, but I don't want sum of serial number, I want count of that particular serial number. So I'll just again go in field value settings, and I will take count here, right? And I will just name this at count of serial number is nothing but total items for us, right? So that is nothing but what we have to find over here, that is number of items. I will name it as number of items. Just click on OK, and you can see the number of items are now nothing but 8523. All right. Then next, what we have to find out, average rating. So rating we already have. I'll just take it and drag it over here. So it is by default taking sum of rating, but we will change it, change to field value setting, and I will take average over here. So it is nothing but average of rating. So this is nothing but we are getting all the KPIs over here, right? Here you can see, right? So from first to four, all the KPIs we have designed. Now what we will do, we will create a dashboard now, right? Because we have to, our ultimate aim is to bring all this value into the dashboard and make it dynamic. All right, so for that, what I will do, I will just create a new sheet, take a new sheet over here, and I will name it as dashboard. Okay, so this is dashboard for us, and this sheets which you are going to design over here, I will name it as sheets design. Okay, right? So I will just come to dashboard again, and now I will just create a layout for our dashboard. And this is important, guys. Okay, so this is very important what we are going to design over here. So for that, what I will do, I will just first select this, okay, and go in view button. Just go in view button, I will turn off the grid lines. Okay, so I don't want to see any grid line over here. Then I will just insert few shapes for us. I will just go in insert, then I will just select the shape over here. Just let me see shapes. Okay, so here I can see shapes, and I will just select a square shape rectangle for me, and I will just drag and draw it over here, right? Simple. So I'll just select this, then go in shape format. Okay, so select this shape. Okay, once if you are clicking outside, it won't be activated. Just select this shape, then only this ribbon will be activated. Then go in shape format, and we will choose an height and width for this. Okay, so remember guys, whatever height and width I am choosing, I have designed it as per my screen resolution. It is not mandatory that you should choose the same height and shape for you, but I recommend you to use same. Okay, I will show you how to adjust your screen if it is not completely coming or it is not visible for you completely, that shape in your window. Okay, so I will tell you how to do that. So first select the shape. The vertical height for me will be 21.77. Okay, and the horizontal width for me, I will choose it as 41 centimeter and hit enter. And I'm using centimeter, guys. Okay, you have to change it from here, what should be there. Okay, what you want, you can change the properties over here. Now you can see this is the shape and size for me, right? So you can see it is not coming properly into my single window over here, right? So I have to use the scroll buttons, and then I have to use, right? So what you can do is, for you also it might not be completely fitting in this particular screen. So here you have an option for zoom in and zoom out. So I will just zoom out, and I will choose it as 80%, and I will just scroll likewise. Okay. So here you can see I will just delete this particular row for me, and now it has been completely visible for me. Still not. So 1 second. I'll just take it, drag it. Okay. So I've dragged in middle of this particular window which I have, you can see for me it is 80%. For you, it might be different percentage depending upon your screen resolution. If you are using or you're using a monitor, for monitor it might be different because monitor is wide, and if you're using a laptops which are old versions or which have low screen resolution, you might have to reduce it more. Okay, for me it is 80%, right? So now just select this shape, go in shape format again. Okay, then I will click on shape, or I will just right click over here, click on format shape, and go in fill options, click on no fill. Okay, but click on line and click on solid line, and for here I will just choose this particular color. Okay, all right, so now you can see this will be our border of this particular dashboard, and in this border itself we are going to design the entire dashboard, right? So the same thing I would recommend you to do the same. So this will be the border, and in this particular border we will design the entire dashboard, right? So now first I will add the first shape. So I will just show you the dashboard first. Okay, so it will be easy for you. So I have drawn this particular border. Now I will draw this particular shape, right? So the same which we are going to do over here. So go in insert again, click on shape, and you can see there is one shape here called where is it? This one. You can see the shape is called top corners rounded. Okay, so I'll just select this shape and I will draw it over here, right? You can see it has been drawn vertically. You can always rotate it. You can see you have an option here to rotate it, right? Make it exact vertical. Okay, and just try to place it over here. I will drag it down over here like this. Okay, nice and perfect. All right, and now we'll just go in shape format again, and for me uh, the height for this I will choose it as 6.1. Sorry, the yeah, the height. So in this case you might have seen that height is this. No, but when you drawn this particular triangle or this particular rounded shape, this was the height and this was the width. Because we rotated it, so it will be working in different way. And the width will be taking it as 20.91, so this is fine for us, right? 20.9. So this is the height and shape. So if you want to change the round of this, you can just click here and you can see a yellow color dot is present. So if you increase, and likewise when you drag and move it up and down, you can see it has been increased and decreased. So based on your understanding, you can choose that particular size, right? Now I will right click over here, I will click on format shape. Okay, and here I will just click on no line. No line is nothing but the border I will remove. Click on no line, then solid fill is always there, and here I will change this color. Okay, I will just go in more color, that is nothing but I will change this blue color, and here you can give an hex code over here. So for me the hex code I will be using as hashtag FFFFD 200, hashtag FFD200. I'll just click on OK. So we all know that Blinkit analysis, where we will be designing this, and Blinkit, if you go to the website or app also, they're mostly using yellow and green color themes, and it is a standard practice that whatever the sites or whatever business they are using color palettes, the same color palettes we should also use for the analysis, right? So to maintain the uniformity of whatever we are doing, right? So now I'll just select this again, I will right click, and again I will go to format shape, and now I will just go to shadow. So I'll just give effects, I will go to shadow, and I will just choose the shadow for us. So I'll just give an outer bottom right. Okay, so I'll just click on OK. That's it, don't do anything. So this is the shadow button which we are going to use, right? So again I will tell you what I did. I will just go, I've gone to in format shape. Here I've gone into the effects, just click on shadow and go in presets, and here in outer I've just chosen the first one, that is bottom right. That is nothing but at bottom and at the right below it will be giving us the shadow, right? So this is the shadow which we have provided. Now we will just add the name over here, that is this particular name title. So just go in insert. Okay, go in insert. Here you have an option called text. Okay, so just click on text box, draw it a text box over here, and the name of our dashboard is nothing but Blinkit. So I will name it as Blinkit. Okay, and I will just click on this. Okay, or you can just select this entire thing, and here go in home tab. I will choose it as center, middle, center, and the font which we are going to use here will be Sagio. Okay, you have to find out in S. Okay, so I'll be using Sagio UI Black. Just click on that. The font size I will be using as 40. Enter. Okay, and I'll just reduce it now. All right, and I'll just bring it over here. Oops. Okay, and now what I will go in shape format again over here, and in shape fill you have to go. I will just click shape fill as a none. I want no fill, and if you click outside you can see that there is a border, so I just click on this again, go to shape format, and in shape outline I will just click as no outline. Okay, and here you can see outline has been also gone, and we have the blink it, and in this it which is present, right? So blink it I will just convert this into a green color, right? So I will just choose a green color for this, so this will be a blink it. Then next we have to add India's last minute app, so I'll just select this again, so don't have to do formatting more. Control C and Control V. Okay, so when you are selecting the guys, if your cursor is there, it will be not selected. So you have to drag your mouse up here. So when you see the four cross, then you have to just click it. Then entire thing will be selected. Then Control C and then Control V. Okay. So I hope you understand. And I will name it as India's last minute app. Okay. Then select this entire text. Select entire text, go to home, and the font which we are going to use is it will be Atos display, this font. Okay, and the font size we are going to use it is 12. Okay, and we'll bold it, and I'll just reduce it likewise, and I'll bring it over here. Okay, so you can use our arrow buttons to place it perfectly. So same we have used, right? So Blinkit, India's last minute app. So this is the shape and the name of our dashboard, right? Now next what we have to do, I will add this KPI holders for us, right? So we have designed the KPI, but still we have to add the KPI holders. I will go again in insert, I will go in shapes, and we are going to use all rectangles, right? So rounded corner rectangles. I'll just click here. So you can see I have to draw it over. So I've drawn it over here. Now what I will do, I'll do formattings again. Just go to format shape. And so first I'll just click here, then go to shape format over here. We will choose the height and width for this. So for me the height I will be using it will be 2.91, and the width for this I will be choosing it as 7.6. Okay, so this will be the width, and now I will drag it and I will try to place it perfectly over here, right? Okay, so make sure this is perfectly aligned over here, so you can use your arrow buttons whatever you have to use so that it is perfectly aligned. So for me I think so it looks fine for me. Now next thing what I will do, I'll do formattings on this. So I'll just right click over here, I will click on format shape. Okay, I'll just increase the size so it will be good looking good for you. So first line, that is nothing but border, I will choose it as no line. I don't want any border, but in this particular solid fill I will choose it as a gradient fill. Okay, so you can see there are three stops which are available for us. So first stop I will just choose here, just click on this particular wedge, then go in here, and I will choose the first color for me as same color, right? That is hashtag FFD200. Just click on OK, and the transparency would be for me 40%. Use the same transparency. Then second color I will choose here. Just click on this second page, go over here, and I will choose it as this particular color. That is green from bottom, second green. Okay, this. Okay, and the transparency which I will be using for this particular will be 55%. Okay, 55%. Then go on third page, and the color which you will be choosing will be this one. Okay, that is this, and the transparency for this will be using it as, let's check it, 50%. Okay, so this will be the color combination. Based on this you can move this, you can move it based on how you want the saturation. Okay, so we want the saturation more over here, so I'll move it over here like this. Okay, so this looks perfect for me. Yeah, Perfect. So this will be the color combination. So you will say that why this color and why others are white. Okay. So the color, why we are using this for this, because it will giving us the sales information, and to quickly identify where is the sales, you can just look for this color, which is a eye-catching color for us, and directly you can see the what is the information of sales. That's the reason. No other reason behind that, like why we are using and all those things, right? So now what I will do, I will just copy this and I will make others as well. So Control C, Control V, and I will just try to place it over here. Okay. So next what I will do, I will just right click and I will click on Format Shape. Now we don't want gradient current because others are in white color itself. So I will just click on Solid Fill. I will change the color, more colors, and I will be using the color code for this will be hashtag FA. So three times you have to type FA. Okay. And just click on OK. Okay. So this will be the color combination for me. All right. And you can see I have gave here the shadow also. So I'll just right click, format shape, go to effects, go to preset, and this particular shadow will be using, right? Similarly here also, this also we have to use shadow. So for this shape, go here, go to preset and outer shadow. Perfect, right? So you can see this has been shadowed perfectly as we wanted. So now this is Control C, Control V. We'll bring it over here again. Okay. So why I'm switching to this particular dashboard is nothing but to see what is the distance between these two, so that our dashboard is perfectly done. Again, Control C, Control V, and we will place it over here. Okay. Perfect. Now you can see these are not properly aligned. So for that, what I will do, first select this, first press Control, and I will just select the second one. Okay. Or we'll just select all of this. Okay. And for this, what we will do, I will just reduce this particular line. Okay. This edges, I have to reduce this. So I'm doing that. Okay. Fine. All right. All right. Now what I will do, I will just select this shape, press Control and select this shape. So I'll align these two shapes. See, I'm doing. Just go in shape format. Here you have an align, and I will just click it as align center. Okay. So oops, not center. Choose it as align middle. Okay. So as soon as I do align middle, this will be aligned perfectly. Similarly, what I will do now is select this and select this. I will go here again and click on this, and I will click on align middle. So these are also now aligned properly, but these two also we have to align properly. So select this and then this. I will go in shape format and I will click here and I will click on align center. Now click on align center, don't do middle. Similarly this as well, this as well. So go here, go to align and click on align middle, sorry, align center. Okay. So now you can see this, these are properly aligned. Okay. So you don't have to move it again, once you have done alignment of this, right? So what I will do, to make sure that it is not been moving, you can just 1 2 3 4 by pressing Control. Okay. And right click over here and we will group those. So once they are grouped, it cannot be moved as a single entity. It will be moved as a all entity. So I'll just Control Z. So I'll bring it again to its original space, right? Now what we have to do, I will bring all these particular KPIs and I will try to add it over here. All right. So I hope you are understanding whatever we are doing. And if you have come at this particular moment, you guys are doing great. And I'm sure you are understanding, and you should be proud on yourself that you are actually building whatever you have everything learned in Excel. You are trying to apply it in the form of I can say practical knowledge, trying to build a dashboard, and you are learning new things, right? So just appreciate yourself whatever you are doing. All right. And now we will move ahead, and if you are understanding, if you are feeling it interesting, please go ahead, subscribe that button and hit that particular like button as well. All right. So now what we will do, we will add the KPIs over here. So now to add this particular KPIs, I'll come over here, and these values we have to bring, and I will add it over here. So but first, before adding, I will format these values, right? But before formatting the values over here, I will just try to see if these values are being brought to this particular dashboard or not, right? So to bring that particular values, I will just go on insert tab over here, and I will just click on text box. I'll draw a text box, and in this particular text box I will bring that particular value. So now make sure whenever you are selecting this text box, it is not that a cursor is been blinking in this. So you have to select the outer body of this text box. So whenever we are dragging your mouse or you're moving your mouse, and when you see a plus sign with an arrows, you have to then select, you can see enter text box has been selected, then go in this formula bar, go to the formula bar, press is equal to, okay, go to sheet design, and then select this particular the total cells which you have to bring, and just hit enter. As soon as you do, you can see you are getting an error message that this formula is missing a range reference or a defined name. So why do we get this error is because Excel is not able to, or this sheet is not able to understand that we are bringing the data from where. That is nothing but we cannot bring directly data from pivot table. So this particular data which you see over here, this is a pivot table data. So we have to bring the data out of the pivot table and then bring the data in this particular dashboard. So we have to do that. So what we have to do, how to bring data out of this pivot table, what we can do here is I will just press is equal to, okay, here press is equal to and select this particular cell and press enter. As soon as I do, you can see this particular same data has been brought over here. Then you will say whether it will be dynamic or not. I will check. Okay, so let's check if it is dynamic or not. So just click on this particular pivot table. You can see this has been you can see this particular pivot table fields. And one more thing, that this pivot table analysis has been activated. Just go over here and here click on insert slicer. I will just insert the slicer, and it will give us the list of what slicer you have to insert. So I will just click on, let's say, outlet size, and I will just click on OK. Okay, so now let's say I want to see for high. When I click on high, you can see the data has been changed to high. When I click on medium, the data is changing on medium. But if you notice, this particular value is also changing. You can see if this is changing, this is also changing, because this particular value is been brought from this particular cell, right? So it will work for us. Just we have to bring it outside this pivot table. So what we will do for this also, average sales also, I will just press is equal to, I will check this and hit enter. Similarly here also is equal to, check this and hit enter, is equal to, select this average rating and hit enter. Very simple. Okay, so now whatever I'm changing, you can see all the values are changing with respect to that. Getting or not? And to select all, again you have to just click on clear filter or alt plus C. So it will select all these three values and you will see the entire data. Now we'll do formattings over here. Here itself we will do formattings. So I'll just, you have to add a dollar symbol at the start and convert this value into millions. Okay, so for that, how you can do, you can just right click on the cell and you can click on format cell. So just click on format cell. I will just go in custom. Okay, I will just add a custom value over here, and here you can add a custom value, okay, what with whatever you want. Okay, so I'll just click over here and I will just convert this into 0.00. Okay, so here you can see whatever you are typing over here, these values will be changing and you will see a reference over here. So what I will do, I will just press 0 comma, okay, one more comma, right? But you can see now it is 1, but I will just press here 0.0. Okay, sorry, 0.0, and you can see 1.2 you are saying. So 0.0 is nothing but 0 means the initial value, point is nothing but after point how many decimals you want. So I want one decimal, and comma is nothing but this is 1000 separator, one comma is 1000 separate, second comma will be the million separator, right? So that is nothing but it will be converted into millions, and at the end you have to add m also. So to add m, I will in double inverted commas you can type m, and at the start you want dollars. So for here I will just select in double inverted commas. I will just add a dollar symbol over here. Simple. So you can see dollar 1.2 million, and I will just click on OK. So you can see it has been converted. Similarly, this also I will change. And now instead of doing and going to format cells, a shortcut is just select this cell and press Ctrl 1, and automatically this will be there. So in this case, what we will do, we just have to change this to, I want a dollar symbol. Okay, dollar is there. Then I want 0, that is nothing but 141 value, right? So because everything before the decimal will be for 0, and it will be, I don't want any decimal points after this, so 141. And at that is nothing but this is the average sales, that is $141, and just click on OK. So that's it. Okay, so you can see 141. All right, so this we don't want to change, and for this I will again press Ctrl 1, press custom, and just click on 0. Okay, why 0? Because I will just, or we can see at two decimal points. Okay, 4.0, that's it. Okay, we have converted this. So this will be nothing but my total sales. I will name this will be average sales, so it will be easy for us to understand what is this. And this is number of items, and this is average rating. Perfect. And now this has been created, so I will just select this entire thing, and I will go to home, and we will separate this out. So I will just give it a thick border. Okay, and at the top also you can add, these are the KPI requirements. I will just copy this and I will add it over here. Click on automatic, and we'll change this 1 to 12, and we'll merge this, merge and center. Okay, so these were our KPI requirements. I will select this entire thing, go to home tab, and select the entire border. So this is the KPI requirement, and if you want, we can highlight this. Okay, so it will be easy for us to understand what is this exactly. So these are the KPI requirements, right? And these are the KPIs which we have found out, right? And this we can reduce it likewise, and you can keep it over here. All right, so now what we will do, we have to bring now these all values to our dashboard. So now come here, so we already have this text table. Just select this, make sure you are entirely selected, come to formula bar, press is equal to, come to sheet design, and now just select this value. Don't select this values which we have taken out of the PF. I will just select this and I will hit enter. As soon as you do, you can see this value has been automatically brought over here, right? But you will see whether this is dynamic or not, because you can see here it is changing over here, but is it changing over here or not? Let's see. If you see your medium, now value has been changed to 0.5, and now when I go to dashboard, you can see this is also changed to 0.5. So what is it taking? That it is taking the reference from this value. Whenever this value changes, this will change, and whenever this will change, automatically it will show the changed value over here. If you want to do more, I will just copy this slicer, copy this, come to this dashboard, paste it over here, and if you can see, the values are changing, if you notice it, right? And when I click on all, the entire value will change. See, right? So this is how it works, guys, right? So everything is connected, just you have to give the references, right? So now we'll just select this entire, and we will format this. Just go to shape format, I will just click on no fill, and then I will just click on outline, I will click on no outline, right? And I will just go to home, and here we will do some formattings for this. So I will choose the font as Lato black. Okay, so if you see here, I have a Lato black font. So this font is not directly available in Excel. So I have downloaded this font and then I have used. You can use any other font. I will recommend you to use Sagio UI Black, which is a good font as well. So I'll just center this, and I will just center this as well. And then what I have to do, I will just change this to 24. Okay. So this is my value, and reduce it, and I will bring it over here, right? So let me see where I have to place it. Okay, so this is what I place it over here. All right, so one thing you can see, I have to give one more decimal point over here. So for that I will come here, press Ctrl 1, and in this I have to give one more decimal point. So I will just add 0 over here and just click on OK. So you can see one more decimal point added over here, so automatically it will be added over here, and you can see M is not there. Just stretch it, you can see M will be there. Okay, so this will be my 1.20 million. Okay, perfect. Now I have to add the total sales as a title name also. So I'll just copy this itself, Control V. Okay, just select this, and delete this everything whatever we have, and I will name it as total sales. Is it saying reference is valid? Okay, and just delete this first, and I will just take a new new text box. Go in insert, take a new text box, and I will name it as total sales. Easy. Okay, just go easy ways, center, middle. Okay, and we'll just format this. Go to shape format. In shape fill, just select no fill, and in shape outline, select no outline. Simple, and bring it over here. Okay, so this is total sales. We'll just do formattings for this. Go in home, and the font we will be using it as Sagio UI semi bold. Okay, I'll be using Sagio UI semi bold. Just find it in S, this one, and the font we will be using will be 12. Enter. So just stretch it likewise and just add it over here properly. So this will be the total sales. Perfect. So we'll just take this at top, nice and clean. So these are the total sales, right? And the same thing what we will do now, we have to find others as well, that is average sales. So now once this is found, others will be very easy for us to find. So just press Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and we'll bring same over here, right? And now we have to give the cell reference. Okay, so first we have brought this. Now just delete everything, press is equal to, okay, go to sheet design. Now we have to bring average cells and press enter. Very simple. Now what I will do, I will just select this. Okay, we don't have to do formatting again and again. Just select this outer thing, go to home, click on format painter. Okay, and just click on this particular value. Automatically the formattings of this will be given to this. Getting or not? Very easy. Now we have to center these two values. So just select this value, select this value, press Ctrl. Okay, press Ctrl, select both the values, go to shape format, go to align, and just click on align middle. Okay, so it will be perfectly aligned over here. Getting or not? And instead of total sales, these are what? Average sales. Just press Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and we'll name it as average sales. Perfect. Right, same thing what we have mentioned over here. Just take a bit below. Nice, right? Now we have to find out others. So now just select this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, we'll bring it over here, and just select this table. Oh, sorry, the text box. Delete everything over here. Press is equal to, sorry, press is equal to, go to sheet, and now select number of items. Hit enter. Just that. Now just select this. Go to home. Format painter. Formatting means take copy all the formattings of this particular text box, and just click on this text box. Automatically the formattings will be given over here. Now this, I will just copy this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I'll try to add it over here. So these are my number of, what's that? Number of items. Perfect. Same thing, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, bring it over here. Then go to, sorry, just delete this. Press is equal to, go to sheet design, and from here we'll choose ratings and just hit enter. And we'll format this now. Go to home, select format painter, and then select this 4.0. Easy. And just select this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and this is nothing but for us average rating. Perfect. So just make sure it is perfectly aligned over here. Okay, so for this you have to play around, guys, because in Excel we don't have an guidance that it will give us the perfect alignment. For me this looks perfectly aligned, and we are going to keep it as it is now. Okay, so now next what we will do, and if you can see, let's see if it is changing the values or not. So when I click on high, you can see the values are changing. When you can see medium, the values are changing. Small, the values are changing likewise. So don't worry, it is already dynamic. Okay, so everything is dynamic over here. Now what we'll do, we'll add this shapes over here, right? So for that, I will just go to my this particular shapes folder. Okay, so this is already present. I've already added in the downloads, in the file downloads. You can download it from there. So this is for me the average sales. I will just copy it, select this, copy it, and I will paste it over here. So I'll just open it first, copy and paste it, right? Okay, so these are my average sales. Okay, next these are items, so copy, control V. So these are the number of items. Then we have ratings, copy. These are all PNG images, guys. Okay, you can find this on internet as well. If you want, you can give different also if you want. Okay, so this is ratings, and next we will just copy this sales. So just align it properly. Okay, so you can see the same shapes which we have added over here, right? So this is sales, average sales, total number of items, and average ratings. So what will be the insight taken over here from this particular analysis, guys? That so I'll just reduce these shapes, right? Okay, so from here the analysis that insights which can be taken is the total sales in the entire data. From the entire data, which are been done are 1.2 million. Average sales is 141. So for each order, if we say the sales, average sales will be $141. Then the total number of items which are sold are 8523, and the average ratings for each order which has been taken for overall entire orders, it is 4.0. And obviously, if you want to see outlet size, if you want to see for high outlet size, these are the sales, average rating, average sales, and the number of items. Similarly for medium, small as well, right? So based on this, you can slice and dice the data. All right, so this was the KPI requirement, guys. Next we will see how to design the charts as well. All right, so let's move ahead to our next problem statement. And if you can see over here, so we will move ahead to our charts requirement. One second. So this is the charts requirement, and the first chart requirement which we have in our business requirements is the total sales by fat content. Okay, and to find out, we are going to analyze and visualize this with respect to a pie chart. So I'll just go to our sheets design, and now here, instead of creating multiple, I can say, the different sheets for each and every pivot tables, we will create the same sheet for same pivot table, right? Or we can say we can create all the pivot tables in same sheet. So this is already a pivot table. You can see I will just copy the same. Okay, so you can copy the same or you can create also, but it's easy for us to copy the same. So I'll just press Control C and I will add it over here, Control V. Okay, and what I will do, I'll just select this, and we don't want all these particular things over here, so just remove it from here. I will just remove all of this, just remove it. You can just take it outside from this and you can drag it over here. So you can see the entire pivot table is blank now, and we have to see it with respect to fat content. Okay, so we have item fat content. I will take and I would add it into rows. You can see in rows the fat content is there, and we have to see the sales, total sales. So just click on it and just add it over here in values. These are nothing but our total sales. All right, so now based on that we are going to find out this, and you can see the additional KPI metrics. It is mentioning that we have to find it for additional KPI metrics, but we are just going to find it for the total sales. We are not going to find it for all other, like for average sales or number of items or average rating. Just find it for KP, we can say average sales, right? So just ignore the other problem statement which is there, because this problem statement is of Power BI and same we are using over here. So just neglect that. We just find it for total sales. All other metrics we are not going to analyze over here, right? So this is the thing which we are going to do here. that is nothing but for low fat content. Now just select this entire pivot table again. So just click anywhere in the pivot table, then go in pivot table analyze button, and we have to create a donut chart, we can say. Now go in pivot table analyze, and here you can see an option called as pivot chart. So just click on this particular option called pivot chart. Then you can just go in pie over here, and at the end you can see there is a you can see a donut chart. So just click on this and just click on OK. And you can see there are different buttons are been added over here. So just right click on this button and just remove on, click on hide all the buttons. Okay, so it will be deleted. Then this total, this also we don't want, so just select this and just click on delete. Just delete it, and you can see it has been vanished, and I will just reduce it likewise. Okay, so I'll just make it smaller. All right, so this is the thing, and this is what I will just copy this. So this is our total sales by fat content, and I'll just go to home, we'll merge this, and I will paste it over here, right? And select this, go to home, I will just click on format vendor and paste it. So this is our total fat content, and I will just select a border. Perfect. So this is the total sales by fat content, and now we will try to bring it into a dashboard. So first, before bringing into dashboard, I will add a placeholder over here. So for that, I will just select this particular shape itself. So you can see once when you click once, entire group will be selected. Click again over here, then this shape will be selected. Okay, and I will just control C, control V. So this shape is there, and we'll just try to increase the shape likewise, and just drag it out below. Okay, so make sure it is aligning perfectly. Okay, so this is perfectly aligned, and this is also perfectly aligned. And now just select the shape, and I will just reduce this particular radius of these corners. Okay, just reduce. Perfect. Okay, and now in this we are going to design our things. So control Z, and I'll just reduce it. Sure. Perfect. And now we are going to bring that particular, that is nothing but our pivot, this particular chart. Control C, press Control C, and click here and press Control V. Okay, so I'll just bring it over here, and I will just go to format first, and I will choose the height of this particular chart as 5.47, and the width I will choose as for will be 6.4. Okay, so this will be the height and width. Then just click over here, and you can see the legend. Just click on legend, and here you have an arrow over here, so I will just click it on top. So I want to see at the top the legends. Okay, then we'll have to give the name of this also. So you can see, if you can see over here, the name here we have to give it as fat content. So I'll just select this particular thing, the title from here itself, and we'll name it as fat content. Okay, and just try to adjust it perfectly. Go to home, and the font color I will choose it as this. Okay, a little bit not very dark, just little bit of a thing, right? So then just right click over here. So what I'll do, I have to click on right click on chart, but you can see when I click on chart, this chart fields are available. I'll just close this. Okay, then right click on chart, and then click on format chart area. Then first here click on no fill, then click on no line. So it will remove the fill behind this, and it will remove the borders of this chart as well. All right, and now we will format this. Now what I will do, I will just click on this particular pies. Okay, so slices, I can say, just click on these slices. Then you will see you have an option called series option. So you have to keep it to 75 itself. Then come again to fill and line, and what we have to do here, I will just go here in this plus, and I will add the data labels as well, right? So I'll just click outside, close this. Okay, and I will just click on this data labels. Okay, and I will just right click and click on data labels. Okay, as soon as you do, you can see value and show header lights are there. So I'll just remove this, and I will just click on percentage. We want percentage as well. So I will just go first in number. Okay, and now we have to change the format of this number also. That is, this is a very long number. We don't want to give that much long number. So just click on number over here. Then go to add. Just click here. We will choose as a custom. Okay, and it's up to us what we have to provide. Okay, so I will be using this particular, that is nothing but uh, I'm adding this code. You can see, you can just copy this code. It is a dollar sign, then 0.00, dollar sign 0.00, comma is just to see the thousands, and to add a unit, display units, I've added k, and just add. Okay, and you can do. Okay, so it should be not to percentage. So first I will remove the percentage, and then I will change. Okay, so I'll just click on custom, and then I will add, and you can see it has been added over here. Okay, we'll remove one more decimal point. We'll just keep 2 decimal points, and then I will add. So you can see we are only showing 2 decimal points, and then click on percentage, then it will show us the percentage. But for percentage, you can see it has already been converted to 1000. So for percentage, go over here in custom and choose it as percentage itself. So you can see percentage has been there, but format code will just keep the 1 percentage only. That is only but up to 1 decimal point. Or you can say 0 decimal point. Okay, and just click on add, and you can see percentage is also added. Okay, so this is a bit tedious, but you can slow it down and then check it. Okay, and then watch it. Or instead, you can just go over here in sheet design, and here itself you can change. Okay, here itself you can just select both the numbers. Okay, if you don't want grand total, so if you want to remove the grand total from here, just right click on grand total, and here just click on remove grand total. Then select both the numbers, press Ctrl 1, just press Ctrl 1, go to custom. Okay, and here we have already used one, so this is the already used. So instead of millions, it will be k, and instead of 2 commas, I will just use 1 comma, and just click on okay. Simple. You can see it will be changed over here. If it is changed over here, it will be automatically being changed over here, right? So likewise, then I will just select this. Okay, just select this pie chart, and we'll just try to increase it likewise, so it will look a bit bigger for us. Perfect. And now we'll format these numbers over here. So just select this, go to home. This will choose it as UI semi bold. Okay, and we'll choose it as automatic black. Similarly, the numbers also will change. Go to home, and we'll choose it as black, and we'll choose it to semi bold. Okay, and now what we will do, we'll just, you can see, you can just double click. Okay, one click, and if you want to change and bring it outside, click it again, and you can see all the bubbles which you can see, those are bigger and white. And now you can drag it outside over here. Likewise, you can increase likewise also, right? Similarly, one click, and you can bring it over here like this. Okay, so it will be good looking for us. Perfect. And now just select this, right click, format data series, go to fill. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to change the color of this pies. Okay, so now just select this single pie, double click on this pie. Okay, this particular pie, you can see the color, you can change it from here, right? So for this particular pie, you can see we are using a green color, so I will choose a green color from here. Okay, this one, this green. Okay, and for this particular pie that is blue, we will change the color to more colors, and I will add the hashtag for me. Hash code for me will be hashtag D09E00. Okay, so this one, close it. Perfect. Okay, so this is for our fat content, right? So this is nothing but for our fat content, right? Now what we will do, I'll just go to insert, and we will add a line over here first. Go to shapes, and I will add a line, a vertical line. We have to add a horizontal also, but I will add a first vertical line. I will increase likewise. Okay, now just right click on line, click on format shape, and the width we will increase it to 1.5. Okay, and the color we will change this to this particular. Okay, so it will look as a separator in between the charts. Then Control C, or we'll just change the format shape again. We'll increase the width more. 1.75 is fine. Okay, or we'll change it to 1 second. Perfect. Okay, I'll just reduce the size a bit more. Okay, now just copy this, Control C, Control V, and now I have to rotate this. So just change this and we can rotate it likewise. Or you can just go to shape format and here you can see rotate 90 degrees. So first I will change it, Control Z, just keep it vertical and just go here and rotate it horizontal likewise, 90 degrees. And I will reduce this, make it over here. Okay, so this will be separator for us, the same which we have used here. All right. Now next thing, as per our problem statement, we have to find out total sales by item type. So I'll just copy this and just go over here and we have to find out total sales by item type. Okay, just select this format printer. Okay, perfect. Now same thing we are going to do here, guys. I will just copy the same pivot table again, Control C, and I will try to paste it over here, Control V, and just instead of low fat what we want, I will just go in pivot table analyze in field list. Instead of this, we want it by item type. Sorry, we want it by uh, first we'll find it by fat content. Okay, just find it for fat content, and then we have to see it by tier as well. So this, okay, but you can see it is shown in this particular way. But what I will do, I will take fat content and I will add it into columns over here because we want it in column wise. Close this and right click over here and remove the grand total. Okay, if you don't want to see the grand total, now just select this pivot table, go to here, then click on pivot chart, and we will add it as horizontal, this particular chart. Then just click on OK. Perfect. Okay, but we want regular first and then we want low fat. Okay, but you can see this particular chart is not the correct way to represent. So just select this and I will just select this and I will drag it to right. As soon as you can just select this like this, and as soon as you see this particular button that is an arrow, four cross arrow, you can drag it likewise. Okay, and then you can bring it to extreme right. So right now you can see like low fat and likewise, right? So now I'll just right click on this, remove hide buttons all, right? Then I'll just delete the grid lines as well, delete the axis as well, and this we will take this legend at top like this. Okay, and now we will just reduce this and bring it over here. All right, and then we'll just select this home and we'll select the entire board. Okay, what happened? Okay, just giving the border. Oops. Okay, so just for our reference, like what we are doing and how it has been created, right? So now this is total sales by item type. And now the same thing what we'll do, I'll just copy this chart and we have to add it over here, right? So just select here, paste it over here. I'll bring it over up below, increase it likewise and increase it likewise. Okay. And now I will just copy the title, Control C, Control V, and I will add it over here. And what's the name? It is by fat by outlet. Right? So fat by outlet. Okay. Then we'll increase this at the top and increase it like this at the bottom. Increase this as well. This as well will increase. Perfect. And I will do some formatting. So now just click at the outer chart, then click on format chart area, click on no line and click on no fill. Okay, first that thing, then this select the series. Okay, then go to series options and here we will reduce the gap width. Okay, just try to reduce to 60%. Okay, up to 60% will reduce the gap. Then close this and select this, and we will add the data labels as well. Okay, so these are the data labels. Then select this entire all the data labels, go to home. Here we'll change it to UI semi bold. This as well, we'll change it to home, and we'll change it to Sergio UI semi bold. Okay, and we'll quickly change the color of this as well. So right click on format data series, go to fill options, and select this color first, and we'll change this particular color to we'll change it to, let's say, green. Oops, control Z. We have to change all three, so just select this first. Okay, then all three will be selected, and then right click, and then go here, and then you can change it to green. Okay, and then select the blue ones, and we will change it to recently used, right? So this part, this is the same color. Okay, so in this way you can see this has been analyzed. Or you can switch the colors also. I have used here duplicate colors, that is nothing but vice versa colors, and you can increase it at this perfect way. Okay, so this is by fed by outlet, or we will change it. Okay, let's change it. Format data series. First here we will use this one, and this we'll use, go here, and we'll choose this green color. Okay, now looks nice. Got it. And then we have given the we can say the numbers as well. All right. And now next one is what we have to find it by as per our problem statement. First we found out this, and now we will find it by sales by item type. Okay, so just change the title. Okay, name it as item type. Okay, and for that I will go in again sheets design, copy this entire pivot table again, control C, paste it over here, and now we have to find it by item type. Just select this. To activate pivot table, go in pivot table analyze and field list. You can see it will be there. Now just uncheck everything, and total sales, obviously we have to see the total sales, but we want to find it by item type. So automatically you can see item type, we can see over here. Close it, select this, go to pivot table analyze, and we have to add a chart. So go to pivot chart, and we have to add a bar chart. So this is the bar chart, and just click on OK. All right, and I will just bring it over here. Okay, and now we will delete all this. We don't want this name over here, we don't want this as well, we don't want grid lines, we don't want axis, and we'll just right click and remove all the field buttons as well. But one thing you might have noticed, it is not sorted from maximum to minimum, right? So for that, what we will do, I will just right click over here, go to sort, and I will just click from largest to smallest. As I do from largest to smallest, this is shown in the inverted format. Obviously we can change this in the form by changing the axis in the format chart. Okay, but easy, we can just go over here, right click, and instead of from largest to smallest, we will, instead of this to largest to smallest, we will choose smallest to largest. Means that is, this numbers will be shown in ascending order instead of descending, and in chart it will be shown in opposite way, right? That is from maximum to minimum, which is easy for us to read, right? And I will just copy this, control C, and we'll bring it to dashboard, control V. Okay, and just try to make it look perfectly over here. Okay, in nice way. Okay, now right click on format chart area. All right, we'll click on no fill first and no line, that is no fill in this particular chart and no border. All right, now then select this, and then go to series option, and we will reduce this to, let's say, 50 is fine. Okay, and we'll change the color of this particular to more colors, and I'll be using a hashtag code, will be D#D0 AC to C. Okay, just click on OK. This is the color we are going to use. Okay, close this, click on plus, and click on data labels. So we want to show data labels as well, and now just select the data labels, go to home, and choose it as semi bold, and choose this as well, that is field labels. Go to home and we'll choose this also semi bold. Okay, and choose it as 8 and black, or we'll just choose it as a bit dark. Okay, and now we'll just increase it likewise. All right, perfect. All right, so the same which we have done over here, right? So this is our fat content item type and the fat by outlet. So these are the problem statement which we resolved or we created. So one thing you might have noticed over here, when I change this, you can see all the values are changing over here. So in case if you find that for you the values are not changing by high, medium and all, but just check one thing, you have to right click on the slicer, go to slicer settings, or no, go to report connections. Okay, just click on report connections and make sure that all the report connections are checked. So this checkbox should be checked, all of this, then and then this will be working. If let's say I'm unchecking this too, and I'll just click on OK, and when I click, you can see only KPIs are changing, the below charts are not changing. So to make them work, go to report connections and make sure all are being checked over here. That is nothing but whenever this slicer is operated, the change in the slicer will be reported to this as well, like high, medium and small. I hope you're understanding, guys. Okay, so this was for the charts, and we will move ahead with our next remaining charts as well. All right, so now we will move ahead with respect to our next problem statement, which we have here is the last one. The fourth one, which we have to find out, is total sales by outlet establishment. And now if we are going to make use of the same pivot tables, we just copy those and again we will create the charts, and then we'll format those as respect to our with respect to our requirement, I can say. All right. So for that, what I will do, I will just go to sheets design, and this was already created here. We will just give the name to this. So this was what fat content. This was, I guess, total sales by item type. Okay. So this was total sales by item type, and this was actually the fat content now. Okay, so this is the name for this. Just paste it over here, and now this is what the total sales by item type. Okay, just the naming change. Okay, and I'll just select this, go to home, merge and center. Okay, and I'll just choose it as Calibri and 12. Okay, so this was total sales by item type, and now next what we have to find out is I'll just select this entire thing and we'll just give the border for this. Okay, and now we will go ahead, and now we have to find out is what total sales by establishment. Control V. Alright, so this is what we have to find out. Now we'll just copy the same thing again, the same pivot table we will find out. I'll just paste it over here, and now instead of this, what we have to do here is instead of item type, I will just uncheck this. We want outlet establishment here. But by default, if you see in the raw data, the as outlet establishment here, which you can see here, we have the data for this in numerical numbers are there, like direct year is there. So by default, Excel understands that it is a numerical value and it aggregates it. So we don't want it into the values, so we'll just take the establishment and here we'll add it into rows. So by default it will understand, yeah, so we have to add it into rows, and then it will give us the categorical value for those particular numbers, right? So now just click anywhere again into this particular data, and then just go to pivot table analyze option. We have to create a chart, a area chart from this. So just click on that, go to area chart and just click on OK. Okay, so for you might have seen that it has been distorted, that it is not in the correct format or in correct order. So you just have to right click on this particular this particular column, and just you have to go to sort, and just you have to sort it from smallest to largest. So automatically you will see this type of area chart, right? So don't worry about that if anything different is looking for seen on your screen. So now we'll just delete this total. We don't want this also. We will don't want. We'll just click on this and we will hide all the field buttons. Okay. And now we will just take this chart, Control C. I will come to dashboard and we'll paste it over here. Okay, so for time being I will take it over here because we have to add this. Also I will drag it over here because we have to add a placeholder for our charts. I will just copy the same placeholder which we have, Control C, Control V, and I will try to add it over here. So make sure it is aligned properly. Okay, and I'll drag it like this at the bottom. Okay, so looks good to me. And now I'll just name this title for this. I'll just copy this. I'll paste it over here, and the name which we have to give here is outlet establishment. So I'll name it as outlet establishment. Okay, right. So now I'll just take this. I'll come place it over here. So you can see it has not been seen. So it has gone behind this shape. So I will just click on this shape. I will go to shape format, and I will just click on this, and I will send it to backward. As soon as I do, this chart will come forward and this shape will go backward, right? So just select this shape and go to format, and I will choose the height for this as 5.65. Okay, so this will be the height. I'll stretch it manually like this, so it will be the width for me. Okay, and just pick it at the top like this, right? Then go to design options. We'll choose some other design for this. So just select this chart, go to design, and I'll choose this second design. Okay, so this will be the second design which we are going to do. And I will just right click on this chart area and click on format chart area, and we'll do some formattings. I will just click on no field. Okay, we don't want no line as well, that is border line. So this is the one which we are going to do. And now we will do some more formattings on this. So now just click on this particular thing, right? This, and now just right click and just click on format data series. Then you have to come in fill and line, and we will change the fill color over here. So from here I will just choose this particular color. Okay, I'll just choose the gold color. Okay, so if you want to see the color code, it is hashtag BOAC2C. Okay, so you can just copy this and you can use the same color code. And I will just increase the transparency of this. So let's increase it to 25%, or we'll just increase it more, or we can just, let's see if this works. Yeah, so I've changed the color again. So the color which I'm using right now is hashtag FFD200, the background of this, and we'll just increase transparency of this to 20%. I guess 20% is fine. Yeah, okay. So now we will do a more formatting. Just right click on format data series again, and just come here on fill and line. And now here we will give the solid line as well. So I'll just click on solid line. That is nothing but this border line we are going to give. Okay, just click on solid line, and I will keep it as black as well. And I will just increase the width of this. I will choose it as 2. Okay, so this will be the line which we are going to use over here, right? And then we'll just turn on from here the data labels. Okay, so the data labels are been turned on. Now select these data labels. Okay, and go to home, and here we'll choose it as black color, and font we'll choose it as UI semi bold. Perfect. And now select this. Okay, the bottom axis, go to home, and from here we'll choose the color as this. We'll choose a faint color for this one. And this axis is optional, guys. If you want, you can keep it, because we are already giving the numbers over here, so this axis does not matter. So I will just delete it for us. Okay, and grid lines also will delete. We don't want the grid lines. And now, and I'll just increase it likewise, so that we will have a full area used. Looks fine, right? So now these numbers which you can see over here, you can either take it at the top one by one. Okay, so you can just click on these numbers, and likewise you have to click two times, and you can see a white bubbles are seen, and then you can drag it and you can bring it up likewise. Okay, that you can do, right? So just take it and bring it up over here. Okay, so it will be at the top. Perfect. Now these lines are there, right? So these lines, okay, these vertical lines, we will format those also. Click on format drop lines. Okay, and from here we'll just choose the color for them as blue lines. Okay, or we'll just choose it as this. Let's see. Okay, perfect. Got it. You can choose more also if you just want to select the more felt line. Okay, this looks fine now. Perfect. All right, and this axis you can see here. Just go to home and we'll just increase it to this. Okay, so that axis is visible clearly for us, right? Now this was the outlet establishment, and we will just change this so that we will have the, just click on merge and center, and we'll just reduce the size to 12. Okay, so this was the outlet establishment for us, and we'll change this to this button, and we'll just change control as. Perfect. Okay, so now this was with respect to outage establishment, and now just select this and we'll just change the color to Sage UI semi bold, and it should be automatic. Okay, perfect. Now the next thing what we will do now, we will move ahead. So before that I will add a vertical line for us. So I'll just move this a bit up. Okay, and now we will add a horizontal line, so it will be a separator. So the same line we'll copy this, control C, control V, and I will add it over here. Okay, so if you can see in this particular dashboard, the same now we have drawn it over here. And now we have to go with our next problem statement, which we have here is as per our sales by outlet size. So I'll just copy this, control C, control V, and now this will be our outlet size. Okay, and now we have to find the by outlet size, and we have to create a donut chart for that. So I will go to in sheet design. We'll copy the same pivot table again. I will paste it over here. Okay, and here now just go to select anywhere, go to pivot table analyze, and then just go to field list, and instead of this outlet establishment here, we have to find it by outlet size. Okay, and you can see the outlet size over here. Now select this, go to pivot table analyze, go to pivot chart, go to pie chart, and from here we will just select the donut chart and just click on OK, and we'll reduce it. We'll place it over here, just right click, delete, hide all the field settings, and we'll just delete this. Now just copy this and paste it over here. Okay, so this is the, and then just go to format, and for this height I will choose it as 6.25, and the width for me will be 7.65. Okay, and now just try to place it over here. Just do quick formattings, format chart area, no line, no fill. Okay, and this, the data legends, we will add it at. Okay, turn on the data labels. All right, and Just increase this. Now just right click on format data series, and this will just increase this to 80%. Okay, and just click on the numbers, right click, format data labels, and from here we will show percentage as well. Okay, and close this right now, and just drag it outside so it will be look nice. All right, now just click outside and again select this, go to home, and from here select the font as Sager UI semi-bold. Okay, and this as well, choose it as semi-bold. Okay, the legends, and now you'll just give the color to this. Okay, so right click, format data series, go to fill option, and just click one more time so you can change the color from here. Okay, so you'll just see what colors we have given. So this will be yellow, so you'll just choose this color for this, or we'll just choose a gold one. Perfect. For this blue we'll just choose the faint yellow, and for this we'll choose it as green. Perfect. Or we'll just choose for this as some different. So for this I'll just choose it as faint green. Perfect. Okay, so now this is for us by outlet size, and now we'll just copy this vertical separator. First we'll copy this, Control C, Control V, and I will add it at the bottom. Okay, so make sure it is proper, and now we'll add the vertical one. Control C, Control V. Okay, the same thing. Now next what we have to do is I will just format this first. This is sales by outlet size. Okay, home margin center. Well, okay, right. So this is sales by outlet size. Next, again, we will copy this entire thing. We will move at our next problem statement. That is nothing but by sales by outlet location. So now select this pivot table anywhere cell. Go to here, select field list, and instead of this, we have to choose the outlet location. That is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Right? And now here we have to create a funnel chart. Okay, so now to create a funnel chart, I will go to pivot table analyze option, go to pivot chart. You have an funnel over here, but here you can say that you have an message that you you cannot create this chart with data inside a pivot table. Please select a different chart type or copy the data outside the pivot table. It is nothing but we have to take the data outside this pivot table and then create it. So for that, what I will do, I will just copy it over here. So what I will do, I will just click on this cell, press is equal to, and select the tier 1 first and just enter. Okay, so it will take the value from here to here and just drag it out. Okay, so automatically you are getting tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. That is the formula has been copied with respect to that series. Now we have to take the formula now with the value as well. So just press is equal to and just click over here and hit enter. Okay, so you can see sales are being copied, but when you drag it down, you can see that all the sames are copied again. So it is not copying the formula or not dragging the formula with respect to the sale. That is, the sale number should change, which is not been changing. So I'll just click over here and you can see this is the formula from where it has been dragged, and here you can see it is tier 1. Okay, so which is hard coded over here. That is, for all these three, the tier 1 is copied. So from here what we will do, we should, the tier 1 should be taken from here. Like if it is tier 1, then it will take this cell. When we drag it, it will take this cell, and when we drag it more, it will take this cell. So I'll just select this, that is A77, and I will hit enter. So now this is tier 1. And when I drag it down, you can see it will take tier 2, that is A78, and for here it is A79. So it is dynamic. Okay. So you don't have to copy again and again. So this is what this is. I will name it as outlet. One second. In problem statement, it was outlet location. So this is outlet location for us. And this is sales. Okay. And now we will format this sales. Select this and it is control 1. Go to custom and we already have that this one. Okay. This code we are going to use and just click on OK. Perfect. Okay. And now just select this entire thing which we dragged out from this particular and make sure, I mean to say that it is for sure that whenever you are changing anything in this pivot table by using different filters or slicers, the values of here will be automatically changed because those values are just taken from this particular table itself, just like we seen it for the KPIs when we calculated it. Now just go to insert. Okay, just go to insert and here you have different options over here, right? So now here you can just find out where is the funnel chart. Okay, so you can see here in waterfall you have a funnel chart over here. So just click on this funnel chart and now it has been created perfectly. Okay, so just bring it over here, right? So now we want it from maximum to minimum. So what we will do here, I will just right click over here. I will just click on sort and I will just click on largest to smallest. As soon as you do, it will be from largest to smallest. Okay, we don't want chart title. I will delete it. Now just copy this chart, go to dashboard and paste it over here, right? And bring it over here. First I'll just give control C control V and I will just give the name over here. So it is what? Outlet location. So this is my outlet location. Now just select this and we'll increase it and now we'll drag it likewise. Perfect. And now we'll do some formattings on this. So just select this chart, just click on format chart area, no field, no line. Now select this series, go to format data series and gap width will increase the gap width. Okay, we'll just keep it 35. Okay, perfect. We close this and now we will give some colors. Okay, so these are the colors which we are going to give. So just right click, format data series, select this first one, go to here field color, and from here we will choose this particular color. Okay, we'll just choose this color and just select second one. We have what color? It is yellow color. Okay, so we'll give the second yellow color, and for this we'll just give a greenish color. Perfect. Okay, now just select these values, go to home and make it as semi-bold, Sagio UI semi-bold, and make it as automatic black. Perfect. Alright. So now this is as per our outlet location, right? So this one, and we'll just reduce this likewise a bit and try to place it nice, right? So this was outlet by location. We'll just paste it over here, problem statement. So this was sales by outlet location, control C, and I'll paste it over here, control V. Just go to home, merge and center, 12. Okay, now select this entire, go to home and just select this. Perfect. Right, so this is sales by outlet location. Now we will move ahead, copy this entire and again paste it over here, right? And next thing what we want over here is, see the problem statement, we want all metrics by outlet location. So not we are going to see not all metrics, we'll just find total sales, we'll find average sales, and then we'll find number of items. Okay, and this is by outlet size type. Okay, so for that what I will do, I will just uncheck this and we want it by outlet type. Okay, so we'll just select the outlet type over here, right? Likewise, right? And now what we have done over here, you can see we have used three different bar charts to represent this. So we have to create this, pivot table three times, and then we have to create a bar chart for each and every that particular grocery type, or we can say outlet type, right? So I will just select this first. I will go to pivot table analyze option, then go to pivot chart, and from here we will select the first bar chart, and I will just click on OK. And one thing you might have noticed here, we want this serial wise in this way. That is, first we want supermarket type 1, type 2, type 3, and then grocery store. So first we want super type, that is this one. Okay, so now we can manually rearrange this order. So just select this particular super type 1, and then just take it to the edges, and then the four lines are been there, and then you can drag it and you can place it over here, right? This is one. Okay, then we want two. Okay, and then we want three likewise. Okay, so this is the way we want it, and now we have to invert this series. So to do that, what we can do here is, it is very simple. Just right click on format data, and click here. Okay, just click on these bars and you can see invert. Okay, and just click on invert if negative, or just let's see how we can do that. Or one thing we can do is, what we will do, we will just do this ulta. Okay, I will just bring this type 1, and I will just bring type 2 here, and then we'll just select this and we'll bring type 3 here. Okay, I will just invert the data points here itself. So from bottom I will give type 1, type 2, type 3, and then groceries. So here we can see it in opposite direction. Now we'll just delete this, and delete these grid lines, delete this axis, and just click on hide all buttons. And now reduce it like this and place it over here. Okay, so now just copy this, Control C, and we'll bring it on dashboard, Control V, right? And I'll just copy the name also, Control C, Control V, and this is nothing but our, it should be outlet type. This is outlet type. Perfect, right? And just try to place it over here, and we'll do some formattings quickly. All right, right click, format chart area, sorry, format chart area, and here we'll just click on no line, no fill, and then just select this, go to format data series, and we'll reduce the gap width. We'll make it as 60. Okay, so gap width is 60. We'll change the color of this to, let's say this. Yeah, okay, this color we can use. That is nothing but orange accent to 25% darker. All right, and now we will turn on the data labels as well. So these are the data labels. Select the data labels, go to home, and from here we'll make it as semicolon, right? And now just increase the size likewise. All right, so we'll just make the size is at 6. So vertical it should be 6. Okay, horizontal we will manage it as per our design. Okay, so this was the one chart. Go back again. So this was actually for total sales. Okay, now I'll just copy this again, Control C, I will paste it over here. And one more, now what we have to find it for the next metric is nothing but average sales. Okay, so now we have to find it for average sales. So now I will just select this anywhere here, go to pivot table analyze option and field list. Now instead of average sum of sales, we want average sales. I will just click on this drop down, then click on field value setting, and instead of this we'll just choose average. Okay, so now we'll see average, and now this we will change this particular formattings for this. So just select all the numbers, press Ctrl 1, and in custom I'll just write here as dollar we want it in $0. Okay, so this should be $0, and I'll just click on OK. Perfect. Okay, so the same we want. Now just select anywhere, go to pivot table analyze, go to pivot chart, and bar chart we will add, and just click on OK. I will hide everything over here. Delete this, delete this, delete this, and delete this, and bring it over here. And make sure, guys, this is in same series. Okay, like from superstore 1 to grocery store, superstore 1 to grocery store. We will not change that. Okay, yeah, no matter if the bars are smaller or greater, we won't change that. Now copy this and we will paste it over here, right? And what I will do, I will just reduce the size of this chart. Why? Because at bottom we have to add the names, whether it is for total sales or not. Okay, so from this it will be, I will just keep it as 5.6. Let me change it to 5.6. Okay, similarly this also we will change. Or what we will do, I'll just select this. Okay, select this entire thing and just click on format chart, and I'll just select this chart. Okay, so it is not copying the formatting, no matter. I'll just drag it, just click on format, and this format, it will be 5.6 for me. Select this both charts. Okay, go to shapes, go to align, and I will click on align middle. Okay, so it is perfectly in align middle now. Right click over here, click on format data series, and this it will be 60% for me. Okay, and for here the color which we'll choose, it is a green color. Okay, this one. Okay, and then select this outer chart area, go over here, we'll choose no fill, we'll choose no line. Okay, and now we have to adjust this particular so that these are bars, you can see those are perfectly aligned to each other, right? You can see it in one line, so it will be easy for us. And now we will delete this supermarket. So we don't want this particular, dimension names to be repeated again, so I'll just delete this. Just select it and delete it, and you can see now it has been looking nice, and I'll just reduce it like this. Okay, and now we'll just select this and we'll just turn on the data labels. Okay, just close this, select these data labels, go to home, set your UI semi bold and black. Perfect. Okay, so just select this and you just select this. We'll try to change the font to 8. Okay, just choose it at 8. Here also we'll just choose it as 8, so our labels are perfectly looking. Select both chart and I will just take it a bit backward, so we have enough space. Okay, formatting is important, guys. Okay, so now we can see these are perfectly lined, and you can see this is for superstore 1. So if you want, you can just take it a little bit up, and likewise, right? So it looks now perfectly aligned. So this is for supermarket 1. This is the total sales and this is the average sales, right? And I will just copy this, Control C, Control V, and I will add it at the bottom so you can know. So this is for total sales. Okay, Control C, Control V, and this is what? Average sales, right? Simple. Total sales, average sales, and one more we have to find it for. We'll just find it for number of items. Okay, so now again we'll copy this entire chart, paste it over here, and now go to pivot table analyze field list, and now instead of average sales we don't want this. Now we want serial number, but we don't want sum of serial number, we want count of serial numbers. I will change it to count. Simple. Okay, and we'll just do this formattings on this. We don't want this particular dollar symbol over here, just remove it, because the number of items are not calculated in dollars. It does not have any unit. So I'll just select this entire chart now, go to pivot table analyze, go to pivot chart, and here again select the bar chart and just click on OK. Right, then hide all these buttons, delete these grid lines, delete this, delete this, delete this as well, and reduce this likewise. Okay, copy this, bring on the dashboard, close this, here it is. Okay, so delete this here, bring it proper. Okay, so this will be 5.6, height for this will be 5.6. Okay, and just format data series, and it is the cap width will be 60, and the color we will choose this is orange color. Okay, this. So again, as I told, bring this into proper perfectly. It looks fine to me, and I will add the data labels. Right, select this data labels. I will close this first. Go here, we'll choose it as semi bold and we'll reduce it to 8. Perfect. Okay, and I just click on format chart area. We'll select no line, we'll select no line, no fill and no line. Right, and select this, control C, control V. So this was average sales, this is what number of items. Okay, and just select this entire, all just three, just select this entirely, or the go home, and we'll just change this color to blue. Okay, these are total sales, average sales, and this is the number of items which you can analyze from this. Right, so this was outlet type as well. Just go here and we'll just choose our problem statement. These are all metrics by outlet type. Okay, just select this, go to home, merge and center, and 12. Perfect, and you just select this likewise, and we'll just do this. Okay, so now you can see that we have created all the chart in this. Okay, so 1 second, where is it? Okay, so now here you can see we have created all the chart. A very few work is remaining on this, and if you go to sheet design, you can see all the sheets we have designed here itself, and we have properly named those, we have arranged those over here. And why we are doing this is because not we are not the one person which we are going to work on this, right? So in future there will be many people who will be working on those, and they should know what you have done, what was this chart created for, and what are the sheets and what are the charts been used for this, right? So it is good reference for us as well, anyone for this or anyone in future who are going to use this particular, right? So make sure that you are using and you are doing this particular activity as well, because it is required, guys. Okay, so just keep it saved. I will save everything. So now in dashboard, now what we have to do, we have to add our filters and slicers, right? So now to add the filters and slicers, that is nothing but we have to, if you can see here, so these are the filters and slicers we have to add over here, or we can say slicers also, we called it as a filter also. So I'll just copy this to, and I will paste it on our dashboard, so it will save my time. Control V, and these are the filter panel which we are going to add over here. So this shape, okay, I will add it into the from where you can download it. And this filter panel, what we have used here, so for filter panel I have used Atos display, the same here, bold, and the 14 is the font. Okay, so for you guys, you can copy it, right? So now one filter we already have here, that is outlet size. Okay, so based on this we'll just edit this. So just bring it over here and just try to, you can see outlet size is already there, but we'll just do some formattings on this. So when I click on high, the entire data is changed to high. Then you can see it for medium, You can see it for small. Okay, so you can see filters are working fine for us. And now we'll just format this filter. Now just click on this particular slicer or filter. Okay, then when you just click here, a new tab is activated, that is slicer. And from here we will change this. Okay, so there are different options available, but one we have here is light yellow. Okay, so we are going to make use of this itself. I'll just right click here and I will duplicate it. Okay, just duplicate it and I will use it for our Blinkit analysis. We will name it as Blinkit analysis. Okay, so this is Blinkit analysis. Then go to whole slicer, then just click on format. Okay, and just go to fill color over here. So this entire we have to fill it, and I will just click on more colors. Go to custom, and here I will use the color code, the same which we use initially. That is the same color code, that is hashtag FFD200. Same color. Okay. Then for border, okay, so the entire border of this, that is, click on outline. The outline border we have to choose, and the color of this outline border I will just choose it this. Okay, click on OK. Click on OK. Now select this slicer again. Go here in the slicer, and this is the one we created, that is Blinkit analysis, and just click on this. And here you can see the this particular slicer has been added. Okay, so this is the way you change the formattings, right? So now when you click on this, you can see the high has been selected right now, right? Likewise, right? Now we have to add more filters or more slicers. So for that, what we will do, come to this pivot chart, click anywhere in any pivot chart, just click anywhere here. Okay, I'll just go to pivot table analyze option, and I'll just click on insert slicer. And if you can see here, we have to add two more slicers. I will just show you. 1 second. Where is it? Here. So you can see we have to add outlet location, we have to add item type. So for that, what we will do, again I will just select this, go here, insert slicer, we have to add outlet location, and we have to add outlet site. Just select these two, click on OK, and you can see these two slicers have been brought over here. Okay, so outlet size, I think we have already added. Outlet size is there, outlet location, item type we have to add. Okay, so I'll just delete this outlet size, click on this pivot table again, come here, go to insert slicer, we have to add item type, and I just click on OK. Okay, so this is the item type. So first we'll take outlet location, copy this, and I'll bring it here, paste it, and just try to place it over here. Okay, and just go to select the slicer, go to slicer, and this is the one we modified. Just click here. Okay, then right click over here, click on slicer settings, and here we will change the display header name. Okay, change the display header here, we will just keep it as outlet location, and just click on OK. You can see the header has been changed. Now when I click on tier 1, here too, you can see that only this particular pie chart is changing. Why everything is not been changing? Because the connections are not given of this particular slicer to all this particular dashboard. So just right click over here, click on slicer settings. Okay, and here, oh sorry, not slicer settings, right click, and eventually we have to click on report connection. So I will just click on report connection, and this dialog box will be opened. I will expand it, and now what you have to do, you have to check all these pivot tables over here. So whenever we are changing the members in that slicer, uh, it will be it will be applied to all these pivot tables which we created, and just click on OK. Now when I click on tier 1, you can see, you will see the data changing entirely for tier 1 and tier 2 likewise. Getting or not? So in this way you have to do this particular things. Getting, guys? Now next one what we have to do is, we have to apply it for item type as well. So just come, copy it, and I will paste it over here, and I'll just do it likewise and likewise. Okay, now select this slicer and just format it like this. Same way I'll just change this report connections. Okay, for this also you have to do the same thing. Select all this, just click on OK. Perfect. So whenever you're choosing it for a specific item type, you can do this, and you can see the data is formatted for all of this. So this is changing again and again. Just format data labels, and text options, and the color from here we'll choose it as black. Perfect. So in this way, whenever you are changing this, you can see the data is been changing for that, and entire dashboard is filtered for that particular member. All right. So I hope you're understanding, guys. And if you have come at this point, please go ahead and consider subscribing and liking this particular video. That we'll move ahead, and the last part is remain just to add a buttons over here. So just let me find the shapes for that. So now to add buttons, I will just select the shape which we have. So I will just choose the home button first. Just select this, copy this, and I will come to this dashboard and I'll paste it over here and just add it over here. So this is our home button, and one more we will add, that is database. So just copy it, paste it over, oops, paste it over here. Okay, so now we have to link these buttons. So what I will do, I'll just right click over here on this button and I will just link it. Okay, and it is asking us where you would want to link it. I want to link it place in this document itself. So in this document itself we have to go. So when I click on home, it should be taking me to sheet design. So I just select the sheet design, I will just click on OK, and for this I just link, and in this particular same document it should be taking me to the raw data, and just click OK. So when I click on this particular, it will take me to this. Okay, and when I click on this database, it will take me to the data which we have, right? So I hope you have understanding what we are doing it over here, right? So this was the complete dashboard, guys. I hope you have understood this particular entire design, entire dashboard, how we created this. And obviously we can you can just go ahead and consider subscribing if you have liked this. So it will give me a motivation to create such contents. Okay, so if you want here, guys, you can always give border to this also. So just right click, just click on shape, and if you want solid lines to be shown, you can do it. So I'll just select this, oops, control Z. You can just choose this particular color. Okay, so what will happening, it will give you an idea that it is separating out from this, right? So you can just choose the shape also. If you want, you can do one more thing here. You can give a fainter color, more faint color. Okay, you can give this looks nice. Okay, same you can do it for this also. Click on format painter, and for this shape also. So now it is giving us a distinguished shape, so that it is sorting out from all the other panels which we are using over here. Getting or not? So in this way we have completed our entire project. I hope you like this. Go ahead and subscribe as I told you, and do comments if you liked it. If you want any other topics videos in Excel, in Power BI, or in Tableau, just comment it out and give me suggestions if anything there should be changed in the way I deliver the video, or any appreciations. If you want, just please add it into the comments. It will give me a motivation, and I will see you in the next one, guys. Till then, bye bye.